Chapter 76, The Wild Wolf Armor with Full Firepower let you feel the charm of modern technology. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Crocodile's face suddenly darkened. Boy, you're looking for death. Are you so impatient for me to kill you? Hey, Chu Feng, what are you doing? Usopp was dumbfounded. We are now caught. Aren't you looking for death by provoking the enemy like this? Chu Feng snorted coldly, not tolerating Crocodile's problems at all. Kill me if you have the guts. Crocodile looked at Chu Feng and was stunned for a moment, then laughed sarcastically. Want to die? I won't let you die so easily. That's so boring. Killing people directly is the most boring method. He wants to kill them in a more interesting way. Let them die in the most desperate situation. This is the fate of resisting oneself. Oh, right. Crocodile seemed to remember something and said, my partner has probably found the princess now. Don't worry, he will be reunited with you soon. Ha 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 ha. You bastard! Luffy grabbed the railing and yelled in anger, you. He softened before he finished speaking, and Usopp was speechless. I told you not to touch the railing, are you an idiot? Looking at Luffy's appearance, Crocodile was silent for a moment, and suddenly felt how stupid it was for him to take the words of these people to heart. With such an idiot captain, how good can his crew be? What a waste of feelings! At this moment, Vivi appeared at the entrance, looking at Crocodile with anger and yelling, it's you, the bastard, who made my country become like this. Kill you! Looking at Vivi waving her weapon and rushing towards Crocodile, Chu Feng was a little dumbfounded. Hey, you are no match for him. Even if you want to show off, you have to have some limits. Can you deal with Crocodile? Looking at Princess Vivi rushing towards him, Crocodile didn't even blink, just looked at her indifferently. Until the opponent's weapon turned his upper body into yellow sand all over the sky. Luffy was a little dumbfounded. Did it succeed? So this Crocodile is so weak. How is it possible? Smoker said unhappily, he is a natural ability user. If it is so easy to kill him, then he can't become a 7 warlords of the sea. Ha ha ha, you're right. Crocodile, who had recondensed his body, looked at Vivi with a joking face and said, you who live in this country can't be unaware of my abilities. Don't be so excited, sit down obediently. After Crocodile forced Vivi to sit on the table, he walked to the other side and said lightly, there will be a good show later. Looking at Crocodile's playful look, Vivi shouted angrily, what on earth do you want to do in Alabasta? Now she finally understood that this Crocodile definitely didn't want to build some bullshit ideal country. Crocodile didn't answer this question, but asked a question instead, do you know what kind of people I despise the most? Then, without waiting for Vivi to answer, Crocodile said to himself, that's the hypocrite who pretends to care about the people but is actually selfish. Hypocrisy. Chu Feng looked up at Crocodile and said, you should be talking about yourself. On the surface, he is a hero of this country, but in fact, he is an ambitious person who wants to take this country for himself. Why does Chu Feng feel that he said this so sarcastically? You talk too much. Crocodile glanced at Chu Feng, do you need me to kill you now? Hey, Chu Feng, don't talk first. Usopp covered Chu Feng's mouth with a face full of fear, fearing that Chu Feng would provoke Crocodile. Chu Feng frowned, but did not continue to speak. Humph! Crocodile snorted, and continued to focus his eyes on Vivi and said, you know who I'm talking about. Are you going to kill my father? Kill him? Crocodile said with a sneer, I'm not interested in that. But I want him to feel a humiliation that is more cruel than death. Looking at Crocodile's horrible look, Vivi's pupils shrank. A sense of humiliation more cruel than death. What exactly is your so-called utopia plan? Tell me. Looking at Vivi with a stubborn face, Crocodile suddenly admired her for some reason. What a brave princess! Crocodile said playfully, well, anyway, the plan has begun, and you will die here. Then I will explain to you what the so-called utopia plan is. Listening to Crocodile's words, Chu Feng, who was about to take action, stopped. He wanted to see what Crocodile could say. You know, this country is in the abyss, because the king's behavior has caused most cities to stop raining. So there will be a riot. And what I have to do is to seize this opportunity to incite the crowd to expand this matter and pull your father down in one fell swoop. After that, Crocodile showed a fierce smile. As a hero of this country, it is natural for me to take action to quell the war. After that, it is natural for me to become the king. Don't think this is impossible. I promised them that as long as they defeat your father, it will continue to rain in this country, Crocodile said with a grin. After all, if he stopped using the dancing powder and stopped the output of his fruit ability, it would naturally rain. If it really doesn't work, he can also use the fruit ability to find groundwater and dig them out. In short, there are too many ways to become a king. And the people who get the water source are as happy as returning to the utopia. After all, this is a desert country. The importance of water no longer needs to be explained. But if this happens, many people will die. Vivi bit her lip and said, countless people will die. Hat, do you think I care? Crocodile snorted and said, I only want this country, as for the life and death of others, I don't care. All he wanted was Hades, otherwise, he would not look down on this shitty desert country. If you listen carefully, you should be able to hear the cry of Alabasta. Crocodile grinned, everyone is thinking about one thing. Protect Alabasta. All the rebels are fighting under this banner, which is really inspiring. Shut up! Vivi's tears burst out, how can you do such an excessive thing? Looking at Vivi's performance, Crocodile laughed even more happily. Ha ha ha, don't you think this is interesting? The idea of thinking about the country will actually destroy the country. Hearing this, Vivi completely collapsed. Shut up, shut up. I can't stand it anymore. Chu Feng looked at Crocodile outside with an angry face and yelled, Sand Crocodile, do you only know how to bully little girls? Then he released his wolf armor and punched the sea stone railing with 2 fierce punches, but it could only leave a white mark. This made Chu Feng look very ugly. More than 10 tons of force can't break this. Isn't this a bit too fake? Gritting his teeth, Chu Feng turned on the weapon system behind him. Get out of the way. I'm going to try to bombard it with a cannon. Stop it! Usopp was a little dumbfounded. He rushed up and hugged Chu Feng's mechanical legs and shouted, if we fire at such a close distance, we will die. They have all seen the power of Chu Feng's bombs. At this distance, they will die, really die. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and said, then don't care. Damn it, give me a few minutes. He wanted to upgrade his wolf armor. I should have installed the laser weapon system earlier. Hey, boring. Looking at Chu Feng, who was making a lot of noise, Crocodile said with little interest, you are also a devil fruit user, right, or a space type, but unfortunately, you can't use your abilities in the sea stone cage. After saying that, he took out a key from his pocket and turned it in his hand. Do you know what this is? Key. Vivi's eyes suddenly lit up, and then dimmed. What are you going to do? Of course, play an interesting game. Crocodile casually threw the key on the ground, or to be more precise, in the small hole on the ground. Now I'll give you a chance. As long as you can go down and defeat all the crocodiles and grab the key, you can rescue this group of people. Crocodile laughed very happily. This place will be flooded by seawater soon, you should think about it. Ha 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 ha. Glancing at Nico Robin on the side, Crocodile turned and walked out. Let's go. Good luck, little girl. Nico Robin smiled, and then walked out without looking back. Vivi glanced at the 2 people who left, and then at the companions in the cage. What should I do? She had already seen a rubber crocodile down there, which dared to challenge the Sea Kings. Gritting her teeth, Vivi picked up her weapon and planned to rush down. No matter what, she couldn't let her companions die here. Vivi, Nami said with a worried look on her face, be careful. No, didn't Chu Feng say he had a way? Usopp shouted anxiously, Don't let Vivi go down if it's so dangerous down there. What if she died down there? Usopp didn't want Vivi to die here. Hey, Chu Feng, how long will it take? Don't rush. Chu Feng shouted, 2 minutes left, just 2 minutes. Chu Feng's hand had already danced out a phantom, and 2 minutes was already the limit. Listening to Chu Feng's words, everyone fell silent. Vivi, wait here. Luffy said, don't go down. At this moment, he chose to believe his companions. Although the sea water was already seeping in from a distance, the people of the Straw Hat Pirates were not afraid at all. Chu Feng said he could rescue them in 2 minutes, so 2 minutes. As time went by, the water gradually reached everyone's shoulders. It looked like it would touch their heads in a little while. Wai Wei gritted her teeth. If she continued like this, she really had no chance at all. Just when she was about to rush down, Chu Feng yelled, get out of the way. Boom! With a loud bang, Chu Feng chopped the sea stone railing with the laser knife in his hand. Everyone also took this opportunity to rush out from inside. Hey, Zoro, take that guy with you. Luffy pointed at Smoker, who had rolled his eyes under the water. Why would anyone care about that kind of person? Zoro said with some dissatisfaction, but he still swam back and took the people out. After seeing that everyone had escaped, Wai Wei breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis was finally resolved. Anami found a problem after walking up to the platform. Where did Chu Feng go? Ah, he just rushed out shouting Crocodile's name. Wai Wei pointed to the direction of the gate and said, the speed was too fast, I couldn't stop him at all. Luffy, who woke up, shouted, did he go to fight Crocodile? That's my opponent. Really, he got ahead of me. Thinking of this, Luffy immediately ran out. He couldn't let Chu Feng snatch the enemy. Crocodile Chu Feng's roar resounded throughout the rainy land, get out of here. What is that in the sky? Giant robot. I don't know, it looks so advanced, but what does he want Crocodile for? Oh, Crocodile, who was about to leave here, heard the words and looked at the sky wolf armor with some doubts. What is this? But why does this voice sound so much like the man called Chu Feng? Is this his technological product? He escaped so quickly. He admired this person even more. Thinking of this, Crocodile glanced at Nico Robin beside him and said, you continue to execute the plan, I'll go meet this guy. Then he turned into a gust of yellow sand and disappeared. Nico Robin looked at Chu Feng flying in the sky with pity, then turned and walked away. Even if you can study things, you can't beat Crocodile boy, I'll give you another chance. Crocodile appeared on a roof not far from Chu Feng and said, submit to me, I'll give you a position second only to me. I said, I don't want it, you don't deserve it. Chu Feng said viciously, you are the first person who makes me so angry since my debut. Today I must beat you to death. Beat me to death, Crocodile said disdainfully, just with this broken copper and iron of yours, try it and you'll know. Chu Feng roared, and then controlled the wild wolf armor to rush towards Crocodile. During the flight, Chu Feng the liquid ball was crushed and attached to the wolf armor. The visible water flow covered the mecha. Full kinetic power. Lock Crocodile's vitals for me. Target locked, attack available. Come on, Crocodile said excitedly, let me defeat you. Looking at the wolf armor getting closer and closer, Crocodile suddenly felt something was wrong. Was there water on his mecha? Thinking of this, Crocodile's pupils shrank and he quickly moved his body. The next moment, boom! Chu Feng punched Crocodile hard and blasted him out of the city directly. Swoosh! Boom! It hit the desert outside the city heavily. Ahem! Crocodile lying on the ground was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is there water on the robot? If there is no water, it is impossible to attack his body. Crocodile touched his abdomen, and his face became extremely ugly, and blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. At least 2 ribs were broken. Crocodile looked up at the light rushing from the direction of the city, and became a little excited. How long has it been? How long has it been since I experienced this kind of injury? Boy, try whatever means you have. Crocodile wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. Let me see your ability now. He has located his people in Chu Feng. As long as all the people of Straw Hat Boy are killed, this person will not join his army obediently. In that case, then I will fulfill your wish. Chu Feng, who was flying in the air, looked at Crocodile coldly and said, "Open all the weapons for me." All weapons are aimed at Crocodile. Today I will let you feel the charm of modern technology. Arsenal permissions are open. Target locked, Crocodile. Hit. Countless rays of light flew out from Chu Feng's body and hit Crocodile heavily. Boom. At this moment, the ground shook. Chapter 77, Super Laser Beam Weapon, Annihilation Cannon. This time Chu Feng did not skimp on the output of the weapon, and bombarded it for a full minute. He plowed the ground and blasted a deep pit with a range of 1 kilometer. It was enough to see how terrifying the power of Chu Feng's various bomb weapons was. The flying yellow sand in the sky made it difficult to see the situation inside. Chu Feng frowned slightly. Wild Wolf Number 1, turn on the thermal sensing device. Thermal imaging is turned on. After carefully scanning the deep pit below, Chu Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Killed it shouldn't be, didn't Crocodile have time to elementalize? Just when he was confused, Crocodile's voice appeared beside Chu Feng, and his tone was quite playful. "Boy, have you forgotten that it is a natural system?" Desert Sword raising the weapon made of yellow sand, he fiercely slashed at Chu Feng's wolf armor. Chu Feng was startled and immediately turned around and crossed his hands in front of him. Clang! Swoosh! The whole person flew backwards and fell heavily into the deep pit on the ground. Boom! Looking at Chu Feng, who fell into the sand, Crocodile laughed, and then the laughter became louder and louder. "Boy, I admire you more and more. Those weapons are definitely not something that ordinary scientists can invent." Crocodile's eyes flashed with madness. "Follow me. When I kill Whitebeard and conquer the sea, I will give you an unimaginable status." With the support of these weapons, plus the deterrence of Pluto, he didn't believe that there was anyone in this world who dared to challenge him. "I refuse." Chu Feng's voice came from the sand, and then the sand surface exploded and rushed out. Chu Feng, standing on the sand, looked at Crocodile fiercely. "I still say the same thing, you are not worthy. You don't even have the most basic spirit to become a king. Where do you get the courage to say such a thing?" Crocodile stopped laughing, looked at Chu Feng with a sullen face and said, "You are shameless, right?" Crocodile felt that he had given Chu Feng enough face, but he slapped him in the face again and again. "Do you really think I can't bear to kill you?" Chu Feng snorted, ignored him, and raised his hands. Annihilation Cannon. The azure light condensed in front of his hands. This was the super laser beam weapon he had created when he modified the mecha just now. "You go to hell!" Boom! A dazzling light suddenly appeared on this land, illuminating the already dim sky. The beam that broke through the sky was clearly seen by people in the distant city. Running towards here in the distance, Luffy and the others who came over were stunned for a moment when they saw this scene, and then they understood, is this Chu Feng's weapon attack? Damn, they have already fought. It was clearly agreed that Crocodile would hand it over to me. Listening to Luffy's dissatisfied complaints, Nami said unhappily, "Don't say these useless things. That Crocodile is a natural system, and Chu Feng's weapon may not work on him." Then she silently looked at the distance and prayed, "You can't be impulsive, Chu Feng." On the other side, the elemental Crocodile did not rush to restore his human form, but looked at Chu Feng with a look of doubt. "Why did I feel particularly dangerous just now? Is it an illusion?" At that moment just now, Crocodile chose to believe in his intuition, and elementalized in advance and transferred that part of the gravel in his body. "Did you notice it?" Chu Feng, who slowly flew up from the ground, laughed, "If you dare to use that part of your body to receive my annihilation cannon, you will be killed by me." He didn't know the abilities of other natural fruit, but the sand fruit was a real substance. As long as he is passively elementalized, the elemental part of his body will be completely destroyed by Chu Feng's super laser beam weapon. Even if it is elementalized, it will be useless. If it is a vital part, it will probably be killed. But active elementalization is different. Active elementalization is to transfer part of the body to other places and fill the original part with the elements created again. In that case, Chu Feng's super laser beam weapon will not work. Unless he uses domineering to resist. I just don't know if there is anyone in this world who can use domineering to resist his super laser beam weapon. Listening to Chu Feng's words, Crocodile felt a little scared, and then felt a burst of fanaticism. To get him, must get him. Why can the little brat Straw Hat have such a top scientist? Is he worthy? Only I, Crocodile, deserve to have such a subordinate. Looking at the Straw Hat pirates running towards here from a distance, Crocodile smiled sinisterly. Boy, don't you think more of that kid. Don't worry, I will soon shatter his fantasy. I'm waiting for him in Alba. After the voice fell, Crocodile floated away. That's right, he didn't even dare to remove the elementalization. Because he didn't know if Chu Feng could give him another shot. A moment later, Chu Feng sighed after feeling that Crocodile had left. What a pity. The previous shot was fired by him with all the energy of the particle beam, and there was no way to fire a second shot. If you want to do it again, you need to recharge and cool down for a while. But this time will not be too long. I should have gone up to fight. Chu Feng, who removed the wild wolf armor, stood on the sand and looked at the deep pit in the distance and said, at least hand-to-hand combat is the most effective way of attack. Although it may not be possible to kill Crocodile. But this time he won. Well, try to chop him with the laser sword a couple of times next time. Hey, Chu Feng, I told you to leave Crocodile to me. Luffy looked at Chu Feng with an unhappy face, as if Chu Feng had stolen his monster. Next time, I'll let you fight him next time. Don't worry, there will be another chance to fight him next time. Luffy calmed down after hearing what Chu Feng said. Are you okay? Nami came over and looked around Chu Feng. She was relieved when she found that he was not injured. You are really stupid. Wait for us. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, I can't help it. Crocodile made me very upset, so I chased him out. What a pity, I almost killed him. Hearing Chu Feng's words, everyone was a little surprised. Can you hurt him under certain conditions? You can. Usopp nodded as if he understood, and then noticed the deep pit not far away. His eyes bulged out. Did you do this? To be precise, I did it. Chu Feng shrugged. I wanted to blow him to death, but he turned into an element and escaped. Usopp was silent for a while, looked at the deep pit, and then looked at Chu Feng. After a moment, he said, if he is not a natural type, you will have to scatter his ashes. It is estimated that this pit is at least a few hundred meters or even a kilometer. This can form a lake. Speaking of lakes, Chopper suddenly heard some strange noises. Hey, I seem to hear the sound of water. Really? Chu Feng listened carefully and found that there was indeed the sound of flowing water. After thinking carefully, he was shocked. Could it be that I have penetrated the groundwater? Before he could say the next sentence, the earth began to shake. Then the groundwater gushed out from the deep pit not far away, which was extremely spectacular. Wai Wei. Looking at the huge water flow, Wai Wei was a little dumbfounded. Could such a situation occur under such conditions? Because it rains more often, the groundwater is so abundant. Chu Feng said with a faint smile, it's okay, this is a good thing. At least there will be an extra lake outside the rainy land in the future. The one with a range of 1 kilometer is not small. If handled properly, it is not impossible to develop an oasis. Let's go find Crocodile. Luffy adjusted his hat and walked away. This time I'm going to beat that bastard. Alba, right from what Crocodile said, he is preparing for a decisive battle tomorrow. If so, they don't have much time. Hey, let's go. Zoro snorted and laughed, striding in another direction. Hey, Zoro, not that direction. Usopp opened his shark mouth and roared, how can you go astray when we are walking together? Hey, Chopper, haven't you made the medicine for curing road idiots yet? Quick, give Zoro 2 kilograms. Zoro. Why don't you let me die? Hearing Usopp's words, Chopper said awkwardly, not yet, no time. Obviously this kid took it seriously. Chu Feng covered his face with his hands. Usopp, you are really enough. Hey, Luffy, are you really going to walk over there? Chu Feng looked at Luffy, who had walked a distance, and said speechlessly, take a car. Oh, yes. Luffy just remembered that Chu Feng seemed to have a very handsome car. Quick, quick, take out your car. Putting the RV on the ground, Chu Feng glanced at Vivi, who was full of worry, and said, don't worry, the next time it will be Luffy and Crocodile fighting. Luffy will definitely be able to defeat that guy. Crocodile took his punch, at least 2 ribs must be broken, it is impossible to recover so quickly. In addition, Luffy's own strength is enough, defeating Crocodile is just a matter of time. Yet. Vivi nodded, wiped the haze on her face and said, friends, let's go. Go and defeat Crocodile. That's right. Let's go. Euro. I just don't know if there are any sword masters among the enemy's cotters. Zoro said with anticipation. He longed for a worthy opponent. Don't worry. Chu Feng, who opened the door of the cab, said, this time there is really an opponent suitable for you. Really? I'm looking forward to it. The RV started quickly and gradually drove away. The next step is the decisive battle. Ahem. Crocodile coughed and frowned, it's really a heavy fist. I didn't expect a man like you to be injured. Nico Robin looked at Crocodile with surprise. When she saw Crocodile coming back today, she felt something was wrong until she asked her to find a doctor. Hehe, it's just a minor injury. Crocodile said indifferently, it won't affect me killing them at all. Hey, hurry up and treat it for me. I have things to do later. Lord Crocodile, your injury. The doctor hesitated and said, I suggest you lie down quietly for a few days. After all, 2 ribs are broken. Although it didn't break completely and pierce the internal organs, if it was hit hard, it might break completely. The Crocodile's face suddenly darkened. Don't you understand what I said? The doctor shuddered and immediately began to treat Crocodile. Okay, simple exercise should be fine. The doctor wiped the sweat and stood up. But it's best not to get hit. Humph, got it. Crocodile stood up and put on his coat. You go. Yes. Ignoring the doctor who was running out, Crocodile glanced at Nico Robin and said, you don't think I'm injured and can't move, do you? Looking at Crocodile's increasingly dangerous eyes, Nico Robin smiled and said, how could that be? I'm worried about your health. She looked like she was telling the truth. Crocodile snorted. Does he believe it? He didn't believe it. Among his men, Nico Robin was the least trustworthy. Crocodile even suspected that the reason why the Straw Hat Boys were able to survive was because of Nico Robin. Of course, it was just a suspicion. If there was evidence, he would take action. After all, Crocodile couldn't let someone who would affect his plan stay by his side. That didn't fit his style of doing things. Where are the cotters now? Mr. 1 and Miss 2 Fingers, Mr. 4 and Mr. Christmas are all on standby in the city. And Mr. 2 has turned into Cobra to do things. Nico Robin paused and said, everything is going according to plan. Yet. Crocodile he nodded with satisfaction. At least this group of cotters did not disappoint him. Very good. After the plan succeeds, he does not mind giving his subordinates some benefits. After Mr. 2 handles the affairs in the city, he will become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates and approach Princess Vivi, and then kill her for me. Crocodile said coldly. When he left Chu Feng before, he did see Vivi mixed with the Straw Hat Pirates. Although it is not clear how they escaped so quickly, it is no longer important. Mr. Tu Nico Robin thought for a while and nodded, no problem. It is strange to say that this Mr. Tu can actually approach the Straw Hat Pirates. Doesn't Princess Vivi know what Mr. Tu looks like? This is good, and they are given a killer. Oh, right. Crocodile suddenly remembered something. Tell Mr. Tu to copy a bracelet according to the photo. Crocodile handed a photo in his hand to Nico Robin. This was a photo of Usopp taken by his subordinates before. This. Looking at the things in the photo, Nico Robin hesitated for a moment. Can this really be done? Are you sure you are not kidding? Try to do it. Crocodile lit a cigar for himself and said, if he doesn't have this, he won't even have a chance to get close to the other party. After all, it can be seen at a glance that there is nothing on the arm, but the imitation is different. If you don't look carefully, you may not be able to see it. At least you won't see it at first glance. Okay, I know. Nico Robin nodded. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Not yet, but after explaining everything, you have to come back with me. Crocodile showed a strange smile. What we want will be in our hands soon. The so-called historical text. Nico Robin's eyes flickered, and then nodded. Okay, I know. I'll go and get busy first. Okay. After watching Nico Robin leave, Crocodile's mouth corners raised even more. He will get Pluto soon, and the whole world will be his. When he got it, he would rush to the New World to seek revenge on that bastard Whitebeard. Crush all his pirate groups and become the new 4 emperors. Then kill the other 4 emperors and become the only king. Nico Robin, I hope you don't know how to appreciate it. Crocodile narrowed his eyes. The most important thing now is to let Nico Robin tell him the location of Hades. If she is not honest, just use poison to torture her. He is very experienced in this kind of thing. Chu Feng. Crocodile thought of Chu Feng, and then thought of Luffy. Wait until I kill them, you will be mine. Only he is worthy of being the only king in this world. Work. Chapter 78, What are you going to do to my princess? Alba is in front. Vivi said after taking a look at the scenery outside the window, and then she was stunned for a moment, because she saw Kalu rushing over from not far away. Kalu. Why did he come here? Chu Feng, stop the car. Chu Feng stopped the RV after hearing this, walked out and asked curiously, what's wrong? Shouldn't we rush into Alba now? Karu came to see me. Wai Wei jumped out of the car, hugged Karu in her arms and said, have you given my letter to my father? Seeing Karu nodded, Wai Wei breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Since her father has received the letter, it proves that there are already measures to deal with it. What's wrong? Wai Wei asked curiously when she found that Karu's expression was very wrong. He said the king is missing. Chopper explained, and the rebels are not far from Alba now, and it looks like a full-scale war is about to begin. Vivi's face changed immediately after hearing this. Father is missing. What do you mean by missing? He was probably captured by Crocodile. Chu Feng sighed, but I guess your father is not in danger of death. Crocodile said before that he wanted Cobra to feel a humiliation more painful than death. So he will not be killed before the plan is completed. There is still a chance. Vivi nodded after hearing this. There is no problem with her father's safety, but the rebels. Let's do this. Vivi stood up and looked at the few people and said, I will stop the rebels, and everyone please go and defeat Crocodile. I can't help with those senior cotters. So. She wanted to do something within her ability. Seeing Vivi's determined eyes, Luffy was silent for a moment, then turned and left. Let's go defeat Crocodile, bastard. Oh. Vivi-chan, if you encounter an irresistible enemy, remember to run to the city. Sanji said with a smile, and then chased after him. Vivi nodded, watched them leave, and then looked at Kalu and said, Kalu, we have to work harder. Kalu immediately stood up and nodded. He also knew the seriousness of the matter. As the captain of the Fast Duck, he must take responsibility. On the other side, the Straw Hat pirates soon arrived at the edge of the city. Chu Feng used the wolf armor to send everyone in. Okay, let's assign tasks next. Chu Feng glanced at everyone and said, the remaining cotters in the Baroque studio are also here. Among them, Mr. One is the ability user of the fast cut fruit. He is an alternative swordsman. It can be said that this is Zoro's best whetstone. If Zoro can defeat him, he can enter the realm of cutting iron and become a swordsman. Swordsman Zoro showed a grim smile. Okay, then I will leave him to me. He is looking forward to entering that realm. Yet. Chu Feng nodded, then glanced at Sanji and said, Sanji, your opponent is Mr. Tu. He is a master of boxing and kicking, but there is one thing he restrains you very much. What do you mean? He can use his fruit power to turn himself into a woman. He doesn't hit women, does he? But he needs to return to his original form when he launches the attack, so you can take advantage of this opportunity to kick him to death. Sanji was silent for a moment, then said with a firm face, don't worry, I'm fine. That'll do. As for the other cotters, it's up to fate. If I meet them, I'll clean them up. Chu Feng glanced at the huge palace in the distance and said, Crocodile is probably in that direction now, let's go. That group of cotters must be waiting in front of us to snipe us, so there's no need to worry about not finding them. Let's go, brothers. Oh. Usopp was suddenly stunned. Are we missing someone here? As soon as these words came out, the air was instantly quiet. Where did Luffy go? This idiot. Nami's mouth twitched. We are discussing the battle here. You are so good, you ran away by yourself. Forget it, don't worry about him. Chu Feng waved his hand. If he can find Crocodile, it would be better. With the 2 surface flowing liquid balls I gave him, it should not be a problem to defeat Crocodile. Let's go. Oh. What a group of pirates who don't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Miss. Fingers sat on the roof, looking at the distance with a strange expression. Do they think they can defeat the boss? That's the 7 warlords of the sea. People of that level want to get something, and you want to stop it with your power. Mr. One glanced at Miss Fingers and said calmly, there will never be a lack of fearless people in this world. Or, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. They may not understand what the 3 words Shishibukai mean at all after they arrived at the Grand Line. Bounty of 80 million. No. In Mr. One's opinion, if Crocodile's bounty continues to increase, it will be at least several 100 million now. Such a being can also be defeated by some rubbish pirates. It's really a joke. Let me tell them what despair is. Mr. One stood up slowly, and some blades appeared in his hands. Kill 2 first, and then find others. The 2 people in front of him are Nami and Chu Feng. I say, why did things turn out like this? Chu Feng, who was standing next to Nami, was speechless. Weren't we acting together just now? The army was originally so big, but now only the 2 of them are left. Zoro didn't know when he went into the alley and disappeared. Sanji said that he heard a woman crying, and then he ran away in a cloud of smoke. Usopp and Chopper are more interesting. Did they feel the call of manliness? But in Chopper's words, he smelled the scent of 2 enemies and wanted to prove himself with Usopp. Aren't you used to it yet? Nami said as if I didn't care anymore. It's good to see 1 or 2 people every time we fight. They fought separately every time, but every time they defeated all the high-level combat forces of the opponent. I can only say that they are really lucky. Hehe, then you are really unlucky. Chu Feng suddenly became alert, turned his head to look at the corner in the distance, and when he saw the person clearly, he squinted his eyes. Mr. One. Oh, Mr. One said with some surprise, do you know me? Hey, a famous killer, how could I not know him? It's really an honor, Scientist Chu Feng. Mr. One said calmly, "It just so happens that your head is worth 30 million, you can exchange it for a bounty. 30 million is not a small amount. He will not let it go. Then it depends on whether you have the ability." Chu Feng sneered and took out the wolf armor and put it on. "Nami, you hide first, and I will take care of him." "No problem. Of course, it's just one person. We are not alone." Miss walked out with her fingers twisted and looked at Nami with a smile on her face. "Little girl, how about I play with you?" "Tisk." Chu Feng spat. "Are there actually two people? Don't worry about me." Nami took out the weather stick from the dimensional pocket in front of her with a serious face. "I am a pirate after all. I can't always hide behind you. I want to fight too. That's why you gave this thing to me, isn't it?" Looking at Nami's serious expression, Chu Feng was silent for a while, then smiled and said, "Okay, be careful." "Yeah. Yo yo yo, it's really touching." Miss put her hands on her mouth with 2 fingers and said exaggeratedly, "I'm moved, little boy, why don't you give up them and follow me? Sister will love you well." "Shut up, vixen." Nami said coldly, "How can you touch my Chu Feng?" Vixen Miss was silent for a while, then said coldly, "Just think of it as a compliment to me. But I hope you can be so stubborn when I poke you into a hedgehog later." "You don't need to worry about that." Nami nodded to Chu Feng and ran in another direction. She is no longer the weak woman she used to be. With the equipment Chu Feng gave her, she can also defeat the enemy. She can do it. "I'll go, be careful." "Okay." Mr. One nodded, looked at Chu Feng calmly and said, "Now there are only 2 of us left. What a pity, I was going to give you to Zoro." Chu Feng said with some regret, "Forget it, since you met me, you're unlucky. Zoro's opponent, at worst, I can find him another one next time." They looked at each other silently, and then rushed up to each other. Clang! Boom! At this time, Vivi and Kalu had already arrived at the road that the rebels had to pass. Vivi gritted her teeth, suppressed her fear and shouted, "Everyone! Please stop, this incident was planned by someone with ulterior motives. You are walking into the hands of the enemy by doing this." Vivi shouted with all her strength, but the effect was minimal. There were too many camels running in the distance, and the sound was directly covered. Gaka on the wall looked at the rebels getting closer and closer, and his face became ugly. "Don't fire without my order. As long as there is a possibility of stopping the war, he is willing to take a gamble. After all, these are all the people of Alabasta. Unfortunately, the undercover of Baroque studio hidden in the king's army doesn't think so." While Gaka was observing the situation in the distance, he quietly ignited the cannon. Boom! The ferocious cannon roared suddenly, and a huge shell fell far away from Wai Wei. Although it did not hurt her, it completely cut off the possibility of explanation. Because the yellow sand in the sky had blocked all vision. How? How could this happen? Wai Wei was desperate. She thought she could stop the rebels by her own strength, but she didn't expect. Why did they fire the cannon? Looking at the large army approaching, Kalu immediately protected Wai Wei under his body, and he silently endured a lot of trampling. It lasted for 10 minutes before the large army rushed in. And Kalu, who was protecting Wai Wei, was dying at this time. "Are you okay?" Wai Wei looked at Kalu with a distressed face, tears in her eyes. If it weren't for Kalu, she might have been trampled to death by the camel herd. Kalu rolled his eyes and was already a little speechless. At this moment, Usopp came over on horseback from a distance. "Vivi, how are you? How did this runner get injured like this?" Usopp Vivi looked at Usopp with surprise and said, "Why are you here?" "Ah, I was a little worried about you, so I came to see you. Are you okay?" "I'm not." Vivi was about to say that she was fine, and then she was stunned for a moment. What did Usopp call Karu just now? Runner. Doesn't he know Karu's name? Thinking of this, Vivi immediately looked at Usopp's arm, and there was indeed a bracelet. No, it's different. The bracelets that Chu Feng gave them all had their own names printed on them, and the styles were also different. You are not Usopp, who are you? Vivi took out her weapon with a vigilant look on her face, and at the same time gently kicked Karoo with her foot, signaling him to get up quickly. Oh, Mr. Tu changed his face back to its original appearance with some surprise and said, "It's exposed. How did you find out?" Mr. Zero gave me the information that they both wear the same bracelet, so I shouldn't have worn the wrong one. He looked at Vivi's bracelet and then at his own, and found that the difference was not particularly big. Unless you look closely, you can see the problem. Hehe, Usopp knows Karoo's name. Vivi said coldly, besides, Chu Feng's technology is not something you can copy. As expected of Chu Feng, he had thought of this a long time ago. Tisk, it doesn't matter. Mr. Tu jumped off the horse and kicked him hard. Anyway, you have to die here today. Take my ballet boxing. Bang! He kicked the ground and almost kicked Vivi. Vivi rolled to the side and shouted, "Karoo, go!" Hearing this, Karoo immediately got up from the ground, rushed to Vivi's side, dragged him up, and ran away. This is it, isn't it better to die obediently? Mr. Tu chased after him. Why should I endure the fear of being chased? Don't worry, I can send you to hell with one kick. It won't hurt at all. How do you know it won't hurt? Wai Wei shouted angrily. Why don't you try it yourself? Humph, after all, the people who were kicked to death by me didn't say they were in pain. After hearing her words, Wai Wei immediately gave up the idea of communicating. This is a psychopath. Hey, Kalu, you're running to the wrong place. Wai Wei was a little dumbfounded when she saw Kalu running towards the rock wall. Ga Kalu shouted, but he didn't turn around, but ran at full speed, and finally rushed to the top of the 5.5 rock wall. This is the most correct route for Kalu. Normally, he may not be able to outrun that person, but it's different here, he can definitely get rid of him. Mr. Tu was a little dumbfounded. How can it be like this? But when he noticed that Kalu, who climbed to the top, stepped on the air, he laughed. Ha 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 ha, what a fool! Come on, fall down, I will use ballet boxing to send you two to the road. Karoo. Wai Wei looked at Karoo with some worry, now they have no way to escape. Karoo gritted his teeth when he heard it, thinking of what the king told him before he disappeared, and the time he spent with Wai Wei. Incredible power suddenly emerged from his body, and he flapped his wings and rushed up. Karoo. Wai Wei was full of surprise, she didn't expect Karoo to have such a skill. Don't even think about escaping. Mr. Tu immediately rushed up from under the rock wall when he saw this. He wanted to stop him with a mere 90 degrees. Run! Ga! Karoo gritted his teeth and quickly shuttled through the battlefield in front. Countless people were shouting and fighting, and stray bullets would fly by from time to time. Passing through this battlefield, Karoo was hit at least 5 or 6 times. But he still sent Wai Wei out of the battlefield with one breath, and then fell to the ground. Hey, Karoo, stand up! Wai Wei looked at Karoo, who fell down and couldn't stop crying. Don't scare me. Karoo responded weakly, but he couldn't stand up at this time. Ha 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 ha, you can't escape now. Mr. Tu rushed up with a big laugh, and then jumped up and kicked with a flying kick. Go to hell! At this critical moment, a long black leg stretched out from the side and kicked Mr. Tu in the face fiercely, kicking him out. What are you going to do to my princess? Chapter 79, Chu Feng's special adrenaline second gear activated in advance. Sanji. Vivi looked at Sanji with surprise, she didn't expect that he would come to save her. Sorry I'm late. Sanji saluted Vivi like a prince, leave it to me. Hey, green algae head, Princess Vivi is in your hands. He wanted to take good care of this androgynous plaything. Azoro, who came out of another alley, glanced at Sanji, and then said unhappily, I know. Let's go, Vivi. Oh, I'm coming. Vivi looked at Kalu distressedly and said, "Can you still stand up?" Kalu gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, but his physical condition didn't allow him to do so. "I know, you should rest here." Vivi carried Kalu to the alley beside and said, "I will find Chopper to save you soon. Let's go. If we waste time here, he might die." Zoro turned and walked away. Really, they can get lost even when walking on the right road. What are these people thinking? Wei, who was following behind him, twitched her mouth. Is there a possibility? No. Oh. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the distance. Boom. Then all kinds of missiles were seen flying in the sky, apparently chasing someone. Is that Chu Feng? Wei said curiously. Is he attacking someone? I don't know. Let's go over and see. Zoro said as he ran forward. This time, there was a voice to guide him. He won't get lost. Probably. On the other side, Chu Feng was flying in the air looking for Mr. 1's figure. What a tricky ability. After turning his whole body into a blade, the heat disappeared. After a brief fight just now, Chu Feng found that his fists couldn't kill Mr. 1. And Mr. 1 also found that his blade couldn't break Chu Feng's defense, so he hid. Prepare to find an opportunity to see if he can launch a sneak attack. What if Chu Feng got out of the wild wolf armor? Although this possibility is not great, what if it is? Anyway, Mr. 1 will not risk proving the danger to go up and test the power of these shells. Hey, Chu Feng 27, what are you doing? Hearing Zoro's shout, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Zoro. You're here just in time, I'll leave this to you. The enemy I was talking about is right here. Oh, Zoro's eyes lit up when he heard this, showing an excited expression. Really? Then I'll leave Vivi to you, and I'll take care of the enemies here. After killing this enemy, he can enter the realm of cutting iron. Chu Feng controlled the wolf armor to fly in front of Vivi, picked her up and flew towards the palace. Vivi was a little dumbfounded. Don't care about them. Trust your partners, they can solve the enemy. Chu Feng said with a firm face, compared to this, I'm more worried about Luffy's situation. What if Nico Robin helps Crocodile to deal with Luffy together? No one can say, what if she does this? Chu Feng doesn't dare to gamble, he can't afford it. Vivi was silent for a moment, and sighed as she watched the armies roaring and fighting each other in the distance. If you want to end this war, you must defeat Crocodile. Chu Feng knew what Vivi was thinking. Now even if you go over there, no one will listen to you. To put it bluntly, they might be so angry now. Let alone Vivi, even if their friends come, they might be chopped down. Chu Feng, who was flying in the air, saw a strange thing on the table of the palace. What is this? Why does it look so much like Luffy's clothes? Could it be Luffy? Thinking of this, Chu Feng immediately flew over, and after landing in front of him, he found that it was actually Luffy. What's the matter, Luffy? Why are you like this? Chu Feng got out of the wolf armor with an anxious face and shouted, Hey, cheer up! Water! Luffy said weakly. Meat. Okay, I'll give it to you. Chu Feng immediately took out his inventory from his pocket and put it next to Luffy. Luffy immediately got up from the ground and drank the water from the bucket. Chu Feng watched Luffy recover from his mummy state to his normal size, but he still looked a little sluggish. What's wrong with you? Did you get defeated by Crocodile? Poisoned? Luffy gritted his teeth. I don't know why I lost my strength when I came in. Then he pierced my body and threw me here. Otherwise, how could he lose to Crocodile? He refused to accept it. After eating all the food in a hurry, Luffy recovered some of his spirit, but he still felt a little weak. After all, his physical injuries were there, and he was poisoned. Chu Feng, help me! Looking at Luffy's eager eyes, Chu Feng was silent for a moment, then took out a special adrenaline from his pocket and said, Luffy, think about it. If this thing is stuck in your body, you will only have 1 hour. After one disappears, you will fall into an extremely weak state, and all the injuries suffered during this period will burst out. If it goes wrong. Come on. Luffy said without hesitation, I want to beat Crocodile. Chu Feng was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and inserted the adrenaline into Luffy's body, pushing all the potions in. A few seconds later, Luffy stood up again, and unlike before, this time his skin was red, and white smoke was coming out of his body. This scene made Chu Feng dumbfounded. Is this learning the second gear in advance? Yes, the special adrenaline stimulated Luffy's potential and accelerated the blood flow. But it shouldn't flow so fast. Is it a chemical reaction with the toxins in Luffy's body? Why are you smoking? Wai Wei was a little dumbfounded. Hey, are you okay? It's okay, I feel better than ever before. Luffy clenched his fist and laughed. Chu Feng, can you find Crocodile's location? Now he is confident that he can defeat Crocodile. By the way, Chu Feng, give me another pill. Luffy scratched his head. Just when I wanted to eat it, I found that I had lost it. The attack on Crocodile had no effect at all. This made him very unhappy. Chu Feng was speechless after hearing this. If you put it this way, even if Crocodile didn't use poison, you can't do anything to him. He shook his head, took out a small bottle from his pocket and said, Hey, this is the last one. If you lose it again this time, there will be no more. What is the time limit? It's the same as the time you have left now. Luffy ate the surface liquid ball without hesitation after hearing this, and grinned. In that case, let's bet on the victory or defeat in this hour. Vivi, where is the place where the kings of your country sleep? Chu Feng glanced at Vivi and said, they are probably in this place now. Only that place has the historical text. Really? Vivi looked in the direction of the palace and said, if that's the case, let's go. Hey, Luffy, we will win, right? Luffy pounded his fist and said, we will. Looking at the backs of the two, Chu Feng's eyes showed a trace of worry. Luffy now. Will he be burning his life? Forget it, let Chopper check him after the battle is over. It's here, where the kings of all generations sleep. Nico Robin said lightly, tell me, where is the historical text? Cobra looked at Crocodile standing beside him and sighed in his heart. Slowly walked to the mechanism on the side and opened the door of the cemetery. Crocodile said with interest, there is still a mechanism. Interesting. It seems that the so-called historical text is in here. Crocodile was a little excited when he thought that Pluto was about to fall into his hands. That's Pluto. Nico Robin glanced at Crocodile and didn't say anything. She was thinking whether she should tell this ambitious man the news if it was really the location of Pluto. Let's go. Cobra walked to the entrance and said, the historical text is downstairs. Most people don't know the historical text, how could you? You don't need to worry about it. Crocodile said lightly, go. If he didn't know the situation below, he would have wanted to rush down again. Soon the three of them came to the underground and saw the so-called historical text. Go, Nico Robin. Crocodile said lightly, you know what I want. Nico Robin nodded, walked to the front of the historical text and read it. After a moment, she frowned. I didn't expect it to be the location information of Pluto. Can it destroy an island with one shot? No. This kind of weapon cannot fall into the hands of an ambitious person like Crocodile, otherwise the world will surely fall into endless war. What's wrong? Looking at Nico Robin's frowning face, Crocodile said, what's written on it? Nico Robin did not answer Crocodile's words, but looked at Cobra and asked, is that all? There are no other historical texts? Crocodile frowned, what does it mean? Is the information of Pluto not here? Thinking of this, Crocodile's eyes became fierce, hurry up and say it. What do you want? Cobra did not care about Crocodile's threat, I have kept my promise and brought you here. This is all the historical texts of our country, there is nothing else besides it. Is it? Nico Robin nodded, then glanced at Crocodile and said, there's nothing here. No, Crocodile's face gradually became ferocious. How could there be nothing here? He has been collecting intelligence for so long. How could there be nothing here? Are you lying to me? Interpret the text above for me. Nico Robin looked at Crocodile calmly, turned around after a moment and said, "Okay." Cassira conquered Alabasta in the 239th year of the Tenchi. In 260, Peter Yin dynasty was ruled by Dima. In 306, Elmer completed the construction of the Laf Cathedral. In 325, the hero of Oryati, ma'am. Enough, Crocodile interrupted Nico Robin coldly. Is there really no news about Pluto here? I'm not interested in knowing this shitty history. No. Nico Robin looked at Crocodile without flinching and said, there is no word of Pluto on it, there are only some history. Looking at Nico Robin's expression, Crocodile was silent. After a moment, he said, really? Haha, after planning for so long, there is actually nothing. Crocodile shook his head, then looked at Nico Robin coldly and said, although you are a good partner, I will still kill you here. The agreement we reached 4 years ago has been completed here. I will take you to the front of the historical text, and you will tell me the location of the weapon. Unfortunately, I fulfilled the agreement, but you didn't. Crocodile walked towards Nico Robin step by step with a gloomy face. Is there no record of this country at all, or do you not want to tell me? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Crocodile looked at Nico Robin with a grin. To be honest, I never believed you from the beginning. So whether you are willing to tell me the news or not, I will kill you. It doesn't matter if Nico Robin is unwilling to say that 057 takes this country in his hands, and then finds someone who can read the historical text. Anyway, he will not let someone who may know the whereabouts of Pluto live. Sure enough, you've been wanting to do this for a long time. Nico Robin looked at Crocodile coldly and said, I knew it when I first met you. In your heart, no one is trustworthy. Crocodile slowly disappeared from the spot. You are really good at judging people. Pucci. What? Nico Robin's pupils shrank, and she lowered her head to look at the golden hook that pierced her body, her face full of horror. Why was it so fast that she couldn't even take out the prepared water attack? What are you expecting? Crocodile took the bottle of water from Nico Robin's body, and said indifferently, do you think you can defeat me with a bottle of water? What a joke! Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are facing? I am a man who dares to challenge Whitebeard. Cobra, who was sitting not far away, witnessed all this, and he felt stupid. Aren't they in the same group? Why did they suddenly kill each other? Forget it, no matter what, since he chose to come here, he had no intention of getting out alive, and then took down a small pillar beside him. The next moment, the ground began to shake, as if it would collapse at any time. What's going on? Crocodile looked up and saw that small stones were falling down. Hey, Cobra, did you do something? It's impossible for the bomb in the square to explode at this time. It's not time yet. Nothing, I just pulled out a small pillar of the underground temple. Everything has lost its center of gravity, and it will collapse soon. Then we will all sleep here forever. I bet on the name of the 12th king of the Nefertari royal family, and I will never hand over Alabasta to you. Looking at Cobra's serious look, Crocodile felt that he couldn't help but applaud him. You are really a model of a king. Are you going to bury me alive and bury me with you? Crocodile said disdainfully, don't dream. Who do you think I am? I am Crocodile who ate the sand fruit. Want to crush him to death with stones. It's really hilarious. You can't kill me. I can turn all the stones into gravel and escape. You are just dying in vain, Cobra. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Crocodile's arrogant look, Cobra was a little desperate. Is there no point in doing this? That's not necessarily true. Chu Feng and Luffy broke the wall and rushed in. We won't hand over Vivi's country to you, a bastard. You don't deserve it at all. The little author is already working hard to write. Please subscribe. Chapter 80, burning life the last rubber machine gun. I caught up with you, Crocodile. Luffy looked at Crocodile not far away viciously, wanting to take the country away completely. You are dreaming. Straw Hat Boy. Crocodile's face suddenly darkened when he saw the person coming. I have already sucked them dry, why can they catch up? And you, Chu Feng, can't you just wait for me to kill them all? I am very optimistic about you. Chu Feng. Did you misunderstand something? Chu Feng looked at Crocodile speechlessly. When did I say that they would join you after you killed Luffy? It seems that you have been self-indulgent from the beginning to the end. Crocodile was choked, and it seemed to be true after thinking carefully. But there was no way, he was more eager for Chu Feng because he couldn't get Pluto. He felt that the weapons made by this kid were very scary, and one day in the future, he might be able to make weapons like Pluto. Thinking of this, Crocodile snorted coldly, only the strong are worthy of having high-end talents. Well, it can be regarded as saving his face. Straw Hat Boy, if you are willing to give up this kid, I can leave here. Crocodile glanced at Luffy and said, I can also let your friend's country go. Since Pluto can't be found, there is no point in taking over this country. After getting Chu Feng, take this historical text away. A broken country in exchange for a high-end talent, Crocodile thinks it is worth it. If the annihilation cannon can be increased in size, Whitebeard can be killed with one shot. Thinking of this, Crocodile's heart became even hotter. I refuse, Luffy said without thinking. Chu Feng is my partner, I will not give him to you. Besides, I don't need your kindness, I came here just to beat you up. Let him give up his partner. That's absolutely impossible. Even if he dies, Luffy is unwilling to give up his partner. Tisk, don't eat the toast and drink the penalty wine. Crocodile spitted, if that's the case, then kill you first, and then take over this country. Don't you want to resist me? Then I will destroy everything you have. I won't let you succeed, Luffy roared with a ferocious face. I will take back Vivi's country for her with my own hands. Recalling Vivi's performance along the way, she didn't feel happy at all that she returned to her own country. What Luffy has to do is to make this country completely return to Vivi's hands and let his partner show the most sincere smile. After saying that, the whole person rushed towards Crocodile. Looking at Luffy rushing over, Crocodile's face gradually became ferocious. Kid, it seems that you still don't remember. In that case, I will kill you first. Chu Feng, let you watch how your captain dies with your own eyes. Crocodile's words haven't been finished yet. Luffy's big foot kicked Crocodile in the face and kicked him out directly. Swoosh! Boom! Smashed the wall in the distance heavily. How is it possible? Crocodile looked at Luffy in disbelief. How could you possibly touch me? Could this kid be domineering? Impossible, how could this kid be domineering? The most important thing is that he didn't see the shadow of armed color domineering. Wait! Crocodile suddenly noticed a flash of light on Luffy's body and was stunned for a moment. He unconsciously recalled the first time he fought with Chu Feng, and there seemed to be this flowing light on his mecha. Thinking of this, Crocodile's face darkened. Water flow. It really restrains my invention. If there is flowing liquid on the surface of the body, it can indeed attack his body. Unless he can react to the elementalization in advance. But the speed of this kid. Kid, what's the matter with the steam on your body? Crocodile noticed just now, why is there steam on the Straw Hat Boy's body? And the color of his body turned red. Did he use some medicine? Nothing, Chu Feng just gave me an injection. Is that so? Crocodile nodded as if it was just what he said. This kid's strength was not so strong before. It turned out that Chu Feng gave him a potion. Hehe, it looks like he's overdrawing his life. Crocodile said disdainfully, this kind of means of relying on external forces is not your own strength at all. Chu Feng, after I crush him to death, you will be mine. You can do it first. Chu Feng walked to Cobra and said lightly, besides, I don't think you are much better at relying on external forces. You are ready to rely on Pluto, what qualifications do you have to say this? Only after experiencing this failure can you cheer up again. Shaking his head, Chu Feng glanced at Cobra and said, Uncle, can you still move? We are Wai Wei's friends. Ah. Cobra nodded, gritted his teeth and stood up. Although my arm is a little sprained, it's still no problem to escape. Okay. Chu Feng nodded, then looked at Luffy and said, Luffy, I'll take Vivi's father away first. Ah. Luffy pointed at Nico Robin without looking back and said, take her out too. Nico Robin. Why? Why? Luffy was stunned for a moment, then said indifferently, no reason is needed. Chu Feng. Got it. Chu Feng said impatiently, really, you only know how to order people around. I'll leave this guy to you. If you can't defeat him, don't come back. Humph, that's impossible. Let's go. Chu Feng quickly put on the wolf armor, then grabbed Nico Robin and Cobra and rushed out. Is Straw Hat Boy really okay by himself? Cobra, who was on the arm of the wolf armor, looked at the two people behind him worriedly. I can take this woman away. Compared to his own injuries, he was more concerned about whether he could defeat Crocodile ER. If he doesn't die, this country will not be at peace. After all, he is the user of the sand fruit. Don't worry, Luffy is very strong. Chu Feng said confidently, he will definitely defeat Crocodile. Not only because he knows this story, but also because of the feeling of being with Luffy during this period. Not only Luffy, he is full of confidence in all his partners. When he came outside, Chu Feng put the two people in his hand on the ground and walked out of the wolf armor. However, he did not put it away, but stood it upright at the entrance of the cave. He had to watch over the two wounded here and prepare to treat Luffy at the same time. After this guy defeated Crocodile, he might not have the energy to rush out. Why save me? Nico Robin looked at Chu Feng with a puzzled face. Wouldn't it be better to let me die in there? I am an enemy to you. Nico Robin was a little confused. Why did they save themselves? You can ask Luffy about this kind of question yourself in the future. Chu Feng said lightly, I just did what the captain said. At this point, Chu Feng looked at Nico Robin meaningfully and said, is there really no trace of the ancient weapons on it? Nico Robin's face froze, and then she said nonchalantly, what do you mean by that? Literally. Chu Feng cast his eyes to the sky in the distance, and finally said a few words lightly, Wano country. Nico Robin's pupils shrank, and she looked up at Chu Feng in disbelief. How can there be people in this world who can read the text of history? Is it strange? Chu Feng crossed his arms and looked indifferent. There are not only you O'Hara who can read the text of history in this world. It's just that you are too arrogant. Isn't it you are studying the text of history in a big way? I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death. Do you really think that world conquest won't kill you? They won't even blink when they use knives. Nico Robin understood Chu Feng's words, closed her eyes and said no more. She knew it. But those old men didn't listen to advice at all. How did Wai Wei know you? Cobra looked at Chu Feng with some curiosity. Wai Wei ran away secretly some time ago and there has been no news since then. Could it be that time? I guess so. Chu Feng thought for a while and said, in fact, we haven't known each other for too long, less than a month. We met in the Twin Gorge under the Upside Down Mountain. Speaking of which, the girl was still dressed like a little gangster at that time. Thinking of Wai Wei's appearance at that time, Chu Feng laughed unconsciously. It felt like looking at his non-mainstream sister. Really? Cobra was silent for a while, and then said with some emotion, you are willing to risk your life and fight Crocodile for Wai Wei after knowing each other for such a short time. Paused for a while, and finally turned into two words, thank you. Thousands of words are not as real as these two words. Chu Feng smiled, who said we are friends? Friends? Nico Robin chewed the two words carefully in her mouth, and looked up at Chu Feng. She didn't expect that this group of people would be such a group of people. In her cognition, Pirates are a group of evil guys who can do anything for the sake of profit, and betraying their companions is commonplace. And they have never seen or even heard of risking their lives for a friend they have just met for less than a month. Maybe. At this moment, Nico Robin had some other thoughts. Now we just need to wait for Luffy to defeat Crocodile. Chu Feng said lightly, I will give you a big gift later. It can be regarded as a gift to partners. Really? Cobra smiled, thank you very much. To be honest, he didn't care too much about Chu Feng's words. After all, he is the king of a country, what else can he lack? As long as he can defeat Crocodile, it will be the biggest gift for him. Chu Feng didn't explain when he saw this. Some things will naturally be understood after seeing them. Luffy. You only have 1 hour, so you have to make it quick. You're really fast, Straw Hat Boy. Crocodile said with a sullen face as he looked at Luffy standing in the distance, and then he took off the outer shell of his golden hook, revealing the poisonous steel hook inside. Luffy was shocked when he saw the steel hook dripping with poison. The poison could even corrode the rocks on the ground. How terrible is this poison? Straw Hat Boy, I can kill you in just one blow. Crocodile looked at Luffy with a grin, come on, show your speed. He didn't believe it. If he took out this thing now, would Straw Hat Boy dare to attack him at such a fast speed? If the skin is scratched, he will be poisoned to death soon. Then will Luffy be afraid? The answer is no. Rubber pistol. Luffy punched out his fist at a very fast speed and hit Crocodile's face hard, which almost made him lose consciousness directly. Forcibly enduring the severe pain in his body, Crocodile hit Luffy's arm with a hook backhand, directly piercing the skin. The erosion of the venom made Luffy scream, and the whole person fell on the stone not far away. Pa! Crocodile spit out a mouthful of blood foam, and stood up with blue veins on his face. This country should not have what you want, right? For the goal of irrelevant people, what can you get by just going to die in vain? It's just 1 or 2 companions. As long as you ignore them, you won't get into trouble. Why are you so persistent? Just like an idiot in Crocodile's eyes, Luffy, who was poisoned, could no longer survive. That's why I said you didn't understand. Luffy struggled to get up from the ground, forcibly enduring the pain brought to his body by the poison. That Vivi guy clearly said that she didn't want anyone to die. But she always gave up her life first to save others. If she was left alone, she would have died. She would have been killed by you, a bastard also. I won't give Chu Feng to you. Luffy looked at Crocodile with a ferocious face and roared, he is my favorite partner, how could I let you take him away? Then he kicked him hard. Rubber tomahawk. Crocodile transformed into an element in advance to avoid Luffy's attack, and roared with an angry face, what a stubborn guy, just give up them, can't all the problems be solved? I don't want to give up on them, we are partners. Luffy turned his head and roared, as long as Vivi doesn't give up this country, as long as Chu Feng doesn't say that he wants to go with you, then I won't stop fighting. Even if you die here. Crocodile looked at Luffy fiercely, you don't regret it even so? If I die, there is nothing I can do. That only shows that he is a man who is not like that. For the belief in his heart, he will not retreat even if he dies. Humph, in that case, I will send you off. A lot of yellow sand began to fly around Crocodile's body, and then a weapon condensed in his hand, go to hell, desert sword. Puff! The stone was cut directly, but Luffy himself was not cut. What? Crocodile looked at Luffy, who dodged his attack and was a little surprised. You are poisoned and you still have the strength to do such a move? Crocodile didn't understand what was supporting him. This is a poison that is enough to kill an elephant. It only takes 1 drop. Because I still have to defeat you. Luffy roared and rushed forward. I will never fall down before I hit you again. Rubber machine gun. Luffy waved his arms wildly and hit Crocodile. Naive. Crocodile curled his lips in disdain, and then his lower body turned into an element and flew into the air. As long as I stay in this state, you can't hit me. That's not necessarily true. Luffy roared and changed the direction of attack, then hit hard in the air. But this time, Crocodile was unable to open all his fists, and was hit in the face by Luffy. This punch was so heavy that Crocodile was forced to cancel the elemental state. Luffy seized this opportunity and punched Crocodile one after another, and each punch was so heavy. It directly broke the two ribs that he had just connected. Crocodile screamed violently, gritted his teeth and wanted to elementalize his body to avoid it, but Luffy's attack frequency was too fast, coupled with the severe pain from his body, he had no way to escape Luffy's attack. He could only be pushed against the ceiling by this wave of attacks and kept getting hammered. Luffy roared, screamed, and hit his fist with all his strength. There is no time, this is the last rubber machine gun. Chapter 81, The Wolf Armor That Is Ready to Die, The Price of Victory. The moment when Luffy's wildly dancing fist hit the top, Crocodile's heart calmed down. I was defeated by a little devil. His eyes slowly turned, and he glanced at Chu Feng standing next to Cobra in the distance. Crocodile smiled self-deprecatingly, it seems that your choice is right. Then he rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. The Straw Hat Pirates, who were standing in the capital with the rebels in the distance, noticed Crocodile in the air, and all shouted excitedly, "That's Crocodile, Chaos!" Chopper said with a somewhat ugly face, "I can't find it at all." "Really?" Sanji gritted his teeth, then thought of something and said, "Chopper, you go find Chu Feng. He has so many strange things, he should be able to find the bomb. Now we can only pin our hopes on Chu Feng." On the other side, after Luffy defeated Crocodile, Chu Feng returned to the underground king's tomb, smashed the fallen boulder, and came to Luffy's side. Chu Feng." Luffy rolled his eyes and looked at Chu Feng and said, "I can't move." "I know." Chu Feng sighed. After being poisoned twice and weakened by adrenaline, it was a miracle that Luffy was still alive. Should we say that he is worthy of being a cockroach? After picking up Luffy, Chu Feng took a last look at the historical text, thought about it, and put it in his pocket. It is better not to release this historical text that records Pluto. A powerful weapon that can destroy an island with one shot is similar to a certain bomb he knew in his previous life. After returning to the outside, Chu Feng saw Chopper rushing over, looking extremely panicked. "What's wrong, Chopper?" Chu Feng was a little confused. Why was he so panicked? Chu Feng, go find that bomb." Chopper took a breath and said, "Crocodile prepared a bomb that can raise this city to the ground. If we don't find it, everyone will be finished." Chu Feng frowned when he heard this. He actually forgot about it. "Is there another bomb?" "Okay, I know." Chu Feng nodded, then put Luffy on the ground and said, "You treat them." Chopper was a little dumbfounded when he saw Luffy's appearance. Why did Luffy become like this? Judging from his physical condition, it seems that he was poisoned after exhaustion. What exactly did Luffy go through? "Leave it to you, Chopper." Chu Feng did not explain, but glanced at Cobra and said, "Uncle, you have a good daughter." Then he got into the wild wolf armor and soared into the sky. After watching Chu Feng leave, Cobra smiled and said, "Of course I know. How great his daughter is, doesn't he know as a father? But thank you, guys. Search for suspicious targets." Chu Feng gave orders calmly. "Target search in progress, please wait." A moment later, the voice of Wild Wolf number 1 sounded, "The target is likely to be at the commanding heights of the entire city, so that you can have a panoramic view of the overall situation and detonate the bomb at any time." Commanding heights. Chu Feng glanced at the tallest clock tower in the distance, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. "Yes, it's here." Thinking of this, Chu Feng rushed over quickly. "Hey, it's Chu Feng." Usopp on the ground pointed to the wolf armor flying in the sky and said, "He's here, so there should be no problem." The others also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they defeated the enemy, if they didn't solve this big bomb, everyone would die. After Chu Feng came to the clock tower, he saw Vivi, who also climbed up. Vivi, why are you here? Chu Feng. Vivi said with a look of surprise, I was wondering if the bomb would be here, so I came here to take a look. Since Chu Feng is here, has Crocodile been defeated? That Crocodile? Well, he was defeated by Luffy. Chu Feng looked up at the clock on the high ground and said, let's go and take a look. If I remember correctly, the bomb is at this location. When the two came near the clock, two enemies suddenly rushed out. Go to hell! We won't let you get in our way. Go away! Chu Feng slapped them aside with a slap. How dare you come out to join in the fun? Looking at the two people falling from the roof, Wai Wei shuddered. They will probably be killed by the fall. After Chu Feng moved the things in front of him, he saw the huge bomb inside. Wild Wolf number 1, confirm the power. Analyzing, please wait. If the bomb explodes on the ground, the power is enough to wipe out Alba. Chu Feng was silent for a while, and then made up his mind. Can the Wild Wolf armor withstand the power of this bomb? Unknown. What's wrong? Wai Wei looked at the upright Wild Wolf armor and said with some fear, is there no way for you to deal with this bomb? If it can't be solved, then these millions of people in the city will. No. Chu Feng walked out of the Wild Wolf armor, looked around, and then ordered, Wild Wolf number 1, take this bomb to the sky, as high as possible. At the same time, detonate the artificial rain bomb I prepared. Then he planned to return to the Wild Wolf armor. Looking at Chu Feng's expression, Wai Wei seemed to understand something, and silently walked to Chu Feng's side and grabbed his arm. Chu Feng. It's okay. Chu Feng sighed. Even if the armor can't bear it, he still has a chance to protect himself. He has been wearing that necklace all the time. I refuse. The electronic voice of Wild Wolf number 1 appeared in Chu Feng's ears. It is not clear whether the power of this bomb can blow up my body, so the master should not take risks with me. According to the mechanical code, the priority is to protect the master's safety. All. I will go by myself. The Wild Wolf armor saluted Chu Feng, and then quickly walked to the side of the bomb like a warrior who was ready to die and picked it up. Then it soared into the sky, giving Chu Feng no chance to react. Wai Wei pursed her lips, looked up at Chu Feng, and didn't know what to say for a while. Let's go, it's time to go out. Chu Feng shook his head. Since Wild Wolf number 1 chose this, he should respect him. But why is he a little uncomfortable? At this time, Wild Wolf number 1 flew into the air at a very fast speed like a warrior. 1,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 5,000 meters. Warning, high energy reaction detected, please move quickly. Please move quickly. Rejected. The cold voice of Wild Wolf number 1 sounded, deploy artificial range shells. Bang! A shell was fired by the Wild Wolf armor, and then exploded and turned into flying mist all over the sky. Soon, the clouds in the sky reacted. The clouds began to darken, and countless thunders wandered in them. Goodbye. Wild Wolf number 1 looked through the clouds at Chu Feng on the ground and whispered, my master. A dazzling light suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by an extremely terrifying explosion boom. The power was so great that it even dispersed part of the clouds in the sky. Chu Feng on the ground stopped immediately, and looked up at the sky with a sense of something. After a long silence, he continued to move forward. Will a scientist have feelings for what he created? If someone else had said this, Chu Feng might have sneered, but when it was his turn, he found that he really couldn't bear to part with his armor. But there was no way, some things had to be done by someone. Along with the terrifying roar, raindrops gradually began to fall from the sky. Then it got bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a downpour. Looking at the heavy rain in the sky, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the sky with a dull face. It's raining. It's finally raining. Great. Wow, if this rain could come earlier, my family wouldn't have starved to death. Countless people dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground crying bitterly. This rain came too late. Wei also cried miserably. Chu Feng, thank you. Haha, aren't we partners? Chu Feng smiled and patted Wei's shoulder. Okay, go meet your people. And he walked aside and became dazed. Wei gritted her teeth. She knew that she had to stand up at this time. As for words of comfort, we'll talk about it later. Everyone. Wei rushed to the high platform and shouted to everyone, the war is over. The culprit who caused this drought has been defeated. This heavy rain is the best proof. Your Highness Wei. Wei. Isn't Wei gone? Why is she here? I will explain it to you in detail later. Please put down your weapons. Wei shouted, holding back tears, we won. Did we win? Don't we have to fight anymore? Did we win? We've finally won. Listening to Wei's words, most of the people who were fighting burst into tears. If it wasn't because they couldn't survive, who would be willing to fight? The rain that's falling now will fall again like before, because the devil has fallen on the other side. Nami came to Chu Feng and hugged him in her arms without saying a word. She could feel that her big boy was in a very bad mood at this time. As his girlfriend, it was enough to just hold him in her arms at this time. Chu Feng did not refuse seeing this, and quietly lay on Nami. For the first time, he felt that having a girlfriend was such a wonderful thing. Nami, Wild Wolf number 1 exploded. I know. Nami said softly, I saw it. Just now, she had noticed the Wild Wolf armor holding the bomb and flying into the sky. Combined with Chu Feng's performance, it is not difficult to guess why he did this. Just at this time, Chu Feng heard a strange sound. Tsitsizi. Tsitsizi. Master. I am back. A small ball flew in front of Chu Feng, and the sound sounded intermittent, as if it would be damaged at any time. Chu Feng immediately raised his head with a look of surprise and said, Wild Wolf number 1. It's me. I used the last energy to save the data core. Great. Chu Feng grabbed it and put it in his hand and said, you go into hibernation first, and then I will replace you with a better body. Yes. As the voice fell, the blue light on the ball disappeared, and only some faint light could be seen occasionally. Did he survive? Nami looked at the ball in Chu Feng's hand and said. Yes. Chu Feng nodded, although I don't know why Wild Wolf number 1 has self-awareness, it doesn't matter anymore. It's good to be alive, after all. This is also his partner, isn't it? Putting it in his pocket, Chu Feng looked at Nami and said, let's go find Luffy and the others. After arriving at Sky Island, make the Gundam and use it as the body of Wild Wolf number 1. It just so happens that he doesn't want to change the combat assistant Al, and Wild Wolf number 1 is the most convenient to use. Okay. Nami smiled and nodded. Although she didn't understand it very well, it was enough for her big boy to be happy. I didn't expect Crocodile to be defeated by these guys. Smoker looked at the person lying in the square in the distance with surprise. Was he defeated by the Straw Hat Boy? The 7 warlords of the sea were actually defeated by a fledgling boy. Is the strength of the Straw Hat Boy so strong? At this moment, Smoker felt that the sky was going to change. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was defeated. This is not a simple matter. This sea may change unpredictably. Colonel Smoker, are you going to arrest the Straw Hat Pirates? A soldier walked up to Smoker and asked. Now is a golden opportunity. They were already wounded after this battle, and it shouldn't be difficult to catch them. Smoker was silent for a moment, then sighed, not for now. They did what our navy dared not do. If this world takes action, he would look down on himself, not to mention that the Straw Hat Kid had someone save him. Now he can't do it anyway. Really, have you already calculated this step? Smoker snorted coldly, his face full of dissatisfaction. I'll let you go this time. even if it's just a favor to you. But you won't be so lucky next time. I won't show mercy. Everyone go find the people in the Baroque studio in the city and arrest them all for me, Smoker said coldly, and that Crocodile, handcuff him with sea stone handcuffs. He actually dared to usurp a country, he is really brave. At the beginning, he felt that these 7 warlords were not good birds, and it was the biggest mistake to appease them. As expected, what did Chiao Chiao do? Yes, after hearing the words, the Marine saluted and ran to convey the order. Colonel Smoker, that Roranoa. Dashiki gritted her teeth, I must catch him next time. Although what they did this time was indeed a good thing, they are pirates after all. The famous sword should not be placed in his hands. Really? Smoker glanced at Dashiki and said lightly, then you have to work hard. If you want to defeat that pirate hunter, you are still a long way off. Maybe the man has already entered the ranks of swordsmen. A swordsman in his teens. Such talent is rare even in this sea. Unfortunately, he is a pirate. Next time, we will catch them all in one fell swoop, so as not to grow to an irreversible point. After looking at the distance where Crocodile had been caught with sea stone handcuffs, Smoker stood up and walked away. Let's go back to the warship. Don't we report the situation here to the Navy headquarters? Tashigi asked with some doubt. This is a big deal that the 7 warlords of the sea have been defeated. This is not a small matter, even if it is suppressed, it cannot be suppressed. Smoker stopped when he heard it, and said in silence, let's talk about it in 3 days. Tashigi was stunned for a moment, then she thought of something and nodded in understanding, I know. As Smoker's adjutant, she could understand what Smoker meant. Smoker took a puff of cigar and glanced coldly in the direction of the palace. If you are caught by us in 3 days, you will be unlucky. He will not show mercy at that time. Let's go. Guang. Chapter 82, Shocking, the latest bounty of the Straw Hat Pirates. You've also seen the news from Smoker, right? Sengoku glanced at the people in the office and said, tell me, what do you think? Humph, I've said it before. The scum of the 7 warlords of the sea are not trustworthy at all, Akainu said coldly. Now, they're going to seize other people's countries. If it weren't for the Straw Hat Boy defeating that Crocodile, their navy doesn't even know about this matter. They may even lose a navy captain. Akainu knows Smoker, and he may not be a match for Crocodile, that scum. What's the point of saying this now? Sengoku said angrily, do you think I don't know? But this is an order issued by World Conquest, what can I do? Doesn't he, as a marshal, know the harm of this matter? His old friend Zephyr is very dissatisfied with this matter. If he is not concerned about the future of the navy, Sengoku even doubts whether Zephyr will leave the navy directly. Akainu snorted and stopped talking, but his fist under the table clenched quietly. World Conquest. What does world conquest mean? Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced at Sengoku and said, they should have issued the latest order. Yes. Sengoku sighed, they are going to give the credit for rescuing Alabasta to Smoker and others. World conquest will not admit that the member states were rescued by a group of pirates. That would be another slap in their face. Hat. Garp said sarcastically, it really fits their personalities. Then he picked up the things on the table and walked out. I'll go first, you decide. Akainu stood up without saying a word and walked out with Garp. He really didn't want to discuss such shameful things. Sengoku frowned, glanced at Kizuru who was still planning to go with him and said, sit down. Akainu Kujo-san and Garp, forget about the 2 of them, but how can you, a guy who likes to slack off, still want to leave? Kizuru pouted, but still sat down obediently. It's just right, I can listen to the marshal's handling of the Straw Hat Boy. I guess Smoker won't agree with this. Aokiji said, he's not the kind of person who likes to take credit. It can even be said that this credit is a shame for Smoker. There is no way to consider his thoughts now. Sengoku sighed. This is a death order issued by World Conquest. We have to do it. Aokiji nodded. If that's the case, then I have no problem. However, he estimated that Smoker's reaction should be very big. His matter is settled. Let's discuss the problem of the Straw Hat Pirates next. Sengoku glanced at the position where the old friend was sitting just now and said, after defeating Crocodile, his strength is enough to reach a bounty of 100 million. After all, Crocodile's bounty before becoming a Shishibukai had reached 80 million Baileys, and now it will only go up, not down. At the end, Sengoku added, this is what world conquest means. It would be best if a bounty hunter could target the Straw Hat Boy's head and kill him. In this way, the Alabasta incident will be completely buried in the long river of history. Anyway, as long as the truth is in their hands, it is enough. 100 million Vice Admiral Tsuru thought for a moment and nodded, no problem. 100 million Baileys is just right, not too much and not too little. It won't arouse suspicion, nor will it seem too low. Besides him, there are two more people I want to talk about. Zhang Guo put two photos on the table. One is this pirate hunter from the Straw Hat Pirates. He has become a swordsman at a young age. His future achievements will definitely not be low. So I plan to offer him a bounty of 60 million Baileys. This scientist Chu Feng, according to intelligence, this person and Crocodile fought a big battle outside the capital of Alabasta, Alba. Directly created a lake with a diameter of 1 kilometer in the suburbs. I suspect this was not done by Crocodile, but by this Chu Feng. Zhang Guo took out another piece of information and put it on the table and said, you know, before arriving at the Grand Line, this man was good at playing with bombs. I even suspect that he is a devil fruit ability user like bombs. Plus his brain, the degree of danger is far greater than that of this pirate hunter. So I plan to set his bounty at 88 million Baileys. This is already a very conservative bounty amount. The most important thing is that I'm afraid he can develop a more powerful bomb. Sengoku looked very cautious. If he gets other branches by then, the consequences are disastrous. The 16th branch in the East China Sea is the best example. No problem, the bounty is reasonable. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded, and then said, who is near Alabasta now? Colonel Tina and Smoker. Then let them catch the Straw Hat Pirates. Vice Admiral Tsuru said coldly, although this is shameful, we can't let them grow. Vice Admiral Tsuru has a hunch that if the Straw Hat Pirates continue to grow, it won't be long before something shocking the world happens. So it must be before that strangle this seedling to death. That's right, in the eyes of Vice Admiral Tsuru, the Straw Hat Pirates with a bounty of 100 million is just a seedling. Aokiji's eyes flickered when he heard this, but he didn't speak. Based on his understanding of Smoker, it might be meaningless to issue this order. He might not necessarily attack the Straw Hat Pirates. Forget it, it's none of his business. Sengoku nodded, thinking that Vice Admiral Tsuru was right. At the same time, this is the last chance. If the Straw Hat Kid can be caught, at least he can ensure that his old friend's grandson is still alive. But after growing up to become a real pirate, even he, the marshal, can't suppress this matter. As for the bounty order, the order has been issued and will soon spread throughout the world. What listening to what Sengoku said in Den Den Mushi, veins popped up on Smoker's face. Are you kidding me? This matter has nothing to do with me. Why should we take credit for it? Are you disgusting me? Smoker was about to explode. He reported this matter not for the sake of seeking credit, but just to make world conquest aware of the dangers of the 7 warlords of the sea. It would be great if they could all be brought down in one fell swoop. The Navy actually needs to rely on pirates to suppress this sea. What a joke! This is an order from above, and I have no choice. Sengoku said helplessly, anyway, you just follow the order. Smoker was silent for a while, and then said viciously, Marshal Sengoku, please say hello to those old guys for me later. I won't take the credit, I'll go back and catch them. But whether I can catch them or not is not up to me. That's it. Smoker hung up the phone after he finished speaking, not giving Marshal Sengoku any face at all. This thorn. Zhangguo said with a headache. He was put in Rogue Town in the hope that he could restrain his character, but it became worse. Haha, isn't he like this? Vice Admiral Tsuru smiled. She had seen through this kid a long time ago. Of course, it would be better if he could be caught. On the other side, after Smoker hung up the phone, he threw the den mushi into the hands of his subordinates. If there is another call, just say I'm not here. Yes. You should also understand Marshal Zhangguo. Tina sighed, it's not easy for him. After all, there is a world to conquer above. Of course I know, so I will go. Smoker snorted, but whether I can catch them is not up to me, right? Looking at Smoker's departing back, Tina sighed, then looked at her subordinates and said, hurry up, move the supplies, and wait for Colonel Smoker to catch the Straw Hat Pirates before setting off back to the Navy headquarters. Yes. At this time, at the gate of the Alabasta Palace, Gaga was looking at the Navy in front of him with an impatient look. We received intelligence that the Straw Hat Pirates are in your palace, please let us go in and search. Gaga was immediately unhappy, I don't know. You were not here when Crocodile wanted to seize this country, but now you are coming to catch our benefactor. What a joke, can you have some shame? Gaga felt like he was about to laugh out of anger. Seeing that the Navy was still not giving up, Gaga said impatiently, I said I didn't know, can't you hear me? Go back. Lying is not good for this country at all. Hiding pirates is a serious crime. He didn't believe that this country really dared to do this. At this time, Sanji and Usopp, holding food, came over from the side, looked at Gaga with a smile and said, Yo, you've worked hard. Well, welcome back. Gaga greeted the two with a smile, and then looked at the Navy fiercely and said, do you have evidence to prove that the pirates are here? This. If you don't have it, leave quickly. Gaga said coldly, don't block the door here and hinder others. This is already an order to expel guests. There is no way, the Navy can only leave here. Chu Feng, who was behind the door, witnessed all this and almost laughed to death. Hey, Chu Feng, why are you here? Usopp greeted Chu Feng, is Luffy awake? Awake? Chu Feng smiled, he's probably yelling for food in there now. After all, he's been in a coma for several days. If Chopper hadn't given him nutrient solution in time, he would have starved to death. That's true. Sanji smiled, then opened the door and walked in. As soon as he entered, he heard Luffy yelling ah! Eat! And where's my hat? Eat, hat! Eat, hat! You're so noisy just after you wake up. Chu Feng looked at Luffy helplessly, then returned the straw hat to him, here you go. It was a little damaged before. I have fixed it for you. It was probably touched accidentally during the battle with Crocodile. He saw it and helped Luffy fix it. Otherwise, this kid would be distressed again after he got up. Really? Luffy took the hat with a look of surprise and said, thank you very much. This is his treasure. Great, Luffy, you are finally refreshed. Wei breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Luffy's appearance. Luffy's appearance before scared her to death. Fine. Luffy was a little confused. Am I not always energetic? When did he lose his spirit? Don't mention it. Chu Feng said unhappily, you had a high fever before, and almost scared us to death. If it weren't for Dr. Chopper's superb skills, you would be buried now. The mixture of multiple toxins and the outbreak of injuries. It is a miracle to be able to survive. At this moment, Chu Feng had to thank the old man Garp. If he hadn't trained Luffy so much when he was a child, Luffy would probably have died. Even if you praise me like this, I won't be happy. Bastard. Chopper twisted his body happily when he heard Chu Feng's words. He praised me as a great doctor. I'm so happy. Seeing Chopper's shy look, everyone laughed happily. Hey, Luffy, you're awake. Zoro, who came in from outside, greeted with a smile on his face. Ah, long time no see. Luffy said subconsciously, and then realized something was wrong. Long time no see. Why long time no see? Hey, Zoro, you bastard went to exercise again. Chopper rushed to Zoro with an angry face, you should pay attention to your body. What, this is my freedom? Shut up, I said no, it's no. Chopper shouted angrily, I'm the ship's doctor, don't remove the bandage, bastard. Okay, this guy won't die. Chu Feng said unhappily, when has he ever cared about his body? He is very strong, don't worry, Chopper. Then he glanced at Luffy with a puzzled face and said, Luffy, you have been unconscious for several days, of course it's been a long time since we last met. Luffy. What? Luffy jumped up from the bed, if that's the case, I haven't eaten more than 20 meals. Chu Feng. How did you calculate it? 5 meals a day. Chu Feng's mouth twitched, what a weird calculation method you have. I feel relieved to see you so energetic. Delacorte walked in from outside and said with a smile. Uncle, you are still alive, Luffy said in surprise, looking at Delacorte who looked exactly like a Kalem. You really have this hobby? Zoro was a little dumbfounded. He actually really likes women's clothing. No, everyone misunderstood. Vivi explained awkwardly, this is Miss Delacorte, a Kalem's wife and the chef of this palace. Your Highness, Vivi and my husband are all taken care of by everyone. Delacorte smiled, I heard that you can eat a lot, so can you eat some fruit before dinner? Luffy glanced at the fruit and nodded, I know. Then he ate all the fruit in less than a second, which made Chu Feng dumbfounded. Are you doing magic tricks, bastard? At least give a process, my goodness, I just blinked and it was gone. Aren't you afraid that a devil fruit will sneak in? Auntie, I want to eat for a few days. No problem. Delacorte waved his hand, eat as much as you want. After all, you are the benefactors of Alabasta. They are willing to eat what they made, and Delacorte is more than happy. Oh, by the way. Delacorte took out a bounty from his arms and said, this is a bounty order that has just been issued. We got it in advance. I saw your name on it, so I took it. As he said that, he handed the bounty order in his hand to Chu Feng and said, wait here for a while, the banquet will start soon. I'll send someone to call you when the time comes. Bounty order. Chu Feng looked at the bounty order in his hand and said, has my bounty increased again? Hurry up, check if I'm there. Sanji rushed up excitedly, he must suppress the bastard with green algae head. Chu Feng's mouth twitched, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. After spreading the bounty order on the bed, he said, Straw Hat Boy Luffy, the bounty is 100 million Baileys. It's increased by 50 million, Luffy. Ha 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 ha, isn't this natural? Luffy didn't seem surprised at all. Maybe in his opinion, he was worth this price. Mechanical maniac Chu Feng Chopper was a little dumbfounded when he saw Chu Feng's bounty order. 88 million Baileys. Mechanical maniac Chu Feng was a little dumbfounded. Why did he change his name? Isn't he a scientist? Compared to this, I really want to know why the bounty of green algae head is 60 million Baileys. Sanji shouted angrily. Chapter 83, Super Large Seawater Purifier. Sanji felt that he was going to die of anger. It was fine if there was no bounty for him, but this green algae head actually just offered a bounty of 60 million. This is a treatment that Luffy doesn't even have. Humph, I'm different from a certain perverted chef. Zoro said proudly, you still have to keep training. What did you say? Sanji exploded instantly and kicked Zoro hard. What are you doing? Do you want to fight? I'm afraid of you. Looking at the two people fighting again, Chopper was a little dumbfounded. Hey, stop it, don't fight anymore. Fighting like this won't. No one will die, Chu Feng subconsciously replied, and after seeing several people looking at him, he coughed lightly and said, well, after all, they are almost healed, so they can move around if they want. He accidentally said what was in his heart, there was no way, the scene of the dance battle in the rain was too profound. Nami glanced at Chu Feng speechlessly, and then said with some concern, "Since Luffy has woken up, should we leave here as soon as possible? There are navy everywhere outside now, if we are discovered. This is causing trouble for Vivi and the others, and if it goes wrong, it may lead this country that has just recovered a little vitality to the abyss." "It's okay," Wai Wei said quickly, "you just need to stay in the palace and there will be no problem. My father will go back to deal with the navy." After finally defeating Crocodile, she didn't want her friends to leave here. At least they have to stay for a few more days. "Let's do this." Chu Feng thought for a while and said, "I'm almost done with what I'm going to do. After I finish, we'll leave. It won't take too long." "Okay." Luffy nodded, and didn't ask Chu Feng what he was going to do. Since he wants to do it, let him do it. This is Luffy, so pure. "Okay, everyone come out." Delicata came over from outside and said with a smile, "The food is ready, everyone can take a seat." Great Luffy rushed out and said, "Eat, eat." A cart of fruit went into his stomach and he didn't feel anything at all. He 27 was going to eat several carts of meat today. "No one is competing with you." Chu Feng was a little speechless, and then pulled Nami beside him and walked out. "Let's go, let's enjoy it." "Yeah." Nami nodded obediently and followed Chu Feng out. "Humph, green algae head, my bounty will definitely be higher than yours next time." Sanji adjusted his tie and said, "Definitely. It would be best if the initial bounty exceeds that of green algae head." "Humph, then you have to work harder." Zoro said disdainfully, "But I don't think you have a chance. After all, my bounty will continue to increase." "Ha ha 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 ha." Looking at the Straw Hat Pirates who were noisy all the way out, Wai Wei laughed. She likes this atmosphere very much. Soon, the banquet began, and the Straw Hat Pirates showed their amazing ability, that is, they can make any dinner party very happy. Luffy's hands turned into countless phantoms to grab food on the table, causing Usopp and Zoro to have nothing to eat. Chopper was so scared that he frantically shoveled the food in the plate into his mouth, fearing that Luffy would eat it all if he was late. However, Chu Feng and Nami were relatively calm. Every time he stretched out his hand, Chu Feng would slap him, causing him to not dare to stretch his hand here later. After a quarrel, Luffy, who was full and satisfied, began his performance. Luffy inserted 2 chopsticks between his nose and mouth, and performed a strange dance on the table. "Uncle, you also join." Cobra glanced at the 2 chopsticks on Luffy's face, thinking that if he followed suit, he would probably be killed by chopsticks. "Hey, Chopper!" Chu Feng looked at Chopper who jumped on the table and was a little dumbfounded. "You don't want to? Ha ha ha, isn't this interesting?" Chopper happily inserted chopsticks into his nose. "Is that so, Luffy?" Yes, ha ha ha." This action made everyone laugh, even those serious guards. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng couldn't help but think of the historical text he saw in the desert for the first time. Nika. Interesting. Well, anyway, today is for relaxation, just have fun. Is this the machine you mentioned? Nami looked up at the several huge machines piled up not far away and was a little dumbfounded. What is this? You mean this? Chu Feng threw down the wrench in his hand and wiped it. Sweat dripped from his forehead and said, "This is a super large seawater purifier. With this thing, all the seawater pouring in from underground can be converted into usable fresh water. This is the most important thing." Wai Wei was stunned for a moment, and then she was a little dumbfounded. "Is the super large mechanical snake you made before prepared for this?" "Of course, otherwise, why do you think I made it so big?" Chu Feng rolled his eyes. If it was just to solve the problem of water shortage in Yuba, he didn't need to do this at all. Looking at Cobra who came with the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, Chu Feng smiled and said, "Uncle, do you remember that I said I would give you a big gift?" "That's it." Chu Feng pointed to several huge machines of the other party not far away and said, I will place these things in designated areas underground later, and all your cities will have inexhaustible fresh water in the future. Under Chu Feng's instructions, the mechanical giant python not only opened up all the underground passages, but more importantly, it created a huge reservoir in the outer part of each city. This reservoir can be used for irrigation and can also be used for drinking. And because the water comes from the sea, it will never be evaporated by the sun. This. Cobra's heart vibrated, and then his eyes became moist. How should I thank you? Hey, it's too formal to say that. Chu Feng waved his hand. We are friends with Vivi. Besides, this thing is nothing to me. It just takes a little more time. If it weren't for the fact that this is a long-term use, Chu Feng would not have made it so fine. But there is no way, Alabasta is too big to allow him to be careless. This is related to the lives of millions or even tens of millions of people. After a moment of silence, Cobra said, "You will always be friends of the Kingdom of Alabasta, and guests of honor forever." Then he looked at Vivi and opened his mouth, and finally sighed, "Vivi, do it according to your own inner thoughts." How could he, as a father, not see what his daughter thinks? Well, anyway, he is not very old. If it doesn't work, just try to have another one. Looking at Cobra's slightly lonely back, Vivi was silent for a while. Now she was asked to make up her mind. If she really couldn't make a choice. On one side was her own country, and on the other side was an unknown adventure. It was really difficult to choose. What are you thinking about? It's too early for us to leave. Nami smiled and deliberately patted Vivi's shoulder, then looked at Chu Feng and said, "What are you waiting for? Show your results to our princess." Okay. Chu Feng waved his hand, walked to a position not far away and pressed the button. Issue the order and move forward according to the preset position. After arriving at the destination, start the operation immediately. Buzz. The order has been received and started to execute. A blue light quickly lit up on the body of one of the huge machines, and then a huge drill appeared below. It dug the sand in front of it at a very fast speed, leaving a deep pit, and then disappeared. The other machines were emitting flames from the bottom and quickly flew to the horizon. Why are they flying? Usopp was stunned. Shouldn't they drill into the ground together? It's too slow to go underground. Chu Feng said lightly, "If everything goes underground, it will take more time. Flying from the sky is different. Half a day is enough to solve all problems. But this one in front of you doesn't need it. You will see fresh water rushing out soon." Chu Feng crossed his arms and his face was full of confidence belonging to a scientist. "By the way, Vivi." Chu Feng glanced at Vivi and said, "If someone asks you why Alabasta has become like this, don't say there is something underneath, just say it is naturally formed." Got it. He didn't want his technology to fall into the hands of others. Although this thing is not specifically used for fighting, it is also equipped with weapons. What if it is found out about him? At least the current Straw Hat pirates can't protect him. Well, I know. Although Vivi didn't know what Chu Feng was worried about, she would still keep her partner's words in her heart. Chu Feng nodded, as long as he could keep it in his heart. Then he looked at the time and said, "It will take about an hour. Just wait a moment." Everyone walked aside and started doing their own things. Soon an hour passed. At the moment when the time was up, the earth began to shake, as if some ferocious beast rushed out from the ground again. Boom! A thick water column sprayed out from the ground and rushed directly to a height of dozens of meters. It was extremely spectacular. Then a rainbow was formed in the sky. At this moment, everyone in Alba who saw this scene shed tears. God bless you. Sure enough, after defeating Crocodile, all good luck will come to them in Alabasta. What is the most lacking in their country? Is it money? Is it food? No, neither. It is water. As long as they have water, they will have everything. Thank you, Chu Feng. Wei Wei's face was full of tears at this time. She grew up in the kingdom of sand and couldn't describe her feelings at this moment. With this, no one in their country will die of starvation or thirst in the future. Ha 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 ha, my invention is great. Chu Feng raised his thumb and said, I'll tell you quietly, I'm going to be the god of technology. Nami looked at Chu Feng with a face full of second-year students and held her forehead. This girl didn't mean that. Forget it, anyway, the general meaning is almost the same. Well, second-year boys and so on, she can accept it, right? At this moment, a Karam ran over from a distance, holding a Den Den mushi in his hand and shouted, Princess Vivi, Straw Hat Boy. There is a Den Den mushi here, saying it's your friend. Friend? Chu Feng's eyes flashed with doubt. Do we have any friends here besides Vivi? He said his name is Xiao Feng. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, and then his mouth twitched. It was him who? It should be the Mr. Tu you met on the ship. Chu Feng handed the Den Den mushi to Luffy and said, I guess there is something going on. Luffy took the Den Den mushi and answered it and said, Hello. Oh, this voice is from the little straw hat. Ah, it's me. Luffy said in doubt, what do you want? He had an impression of Mr. Tu that Chu Feng was talking about. After all, there was no other person who could change into other people's faces except this guy. Well, to be precise, Luffy can remember those interesting people. You are so awesome, I am scared. Oh, by the way, don't call me Mr. Tu, it will be over if the Navy hears. Listening to Mr. Tu's teeth-aching voice, Chu Feng said with an unhappy face, Can you not talk in this way? Hey! 9. This voice is Chu Feng-chan, don't be so cold. Talk to me about business. Chu Feng opened his shark mouth and roared, also, don't call me like that. What the hell is Chu Feng-chan? I am not Chu Feng-chan. I got goosebumps. How did this bastard know his voice? Did he let Crocodile hear his roar when he was fighting that day? Oh, right. Xiao Feng remembered the business, your pirate ship is in my hands. Straw Hat Pirates, 760, what a joke. What do you want to do, you bastard? Usopp yelled with an unhappy face, where are you now? How dare you take away his golden Mary? How brave! No, you misunderstood. Xiao Feng reflected, I didn't steal the ship. Really, aren't we friends? Xiao Feng said in a unique voice, I found that the Navy was heading towards Elmer, and I happened to find your pirate ship there. So I took him away to prevent the Navy from destroying your ship. How about it? I'm fine. Ah ha 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 ha. Oh, by the way, I'm in the upper reaches of the Santa Dora River now. Remember to come to me quickly. Xiao Feng threw a kiss to the Den Den mushi, otherwise it will be bad if the Navy finds out. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Chu Feng looked at the silent Den Den mushi and his eyelids twitched. That bastard just blew a kiss, didn't he? I really want to kick him. I agree. At this moment, the Straw Hat Pirates reached a consensus. Okay, in that case, let's go. Chu Feng waved his hand. Do you have anything else to pack? If not, let's go now. I'm afraid something will happen if we take too long. If the Navy sends a vice admiral to block them, they will be dead. Well, if Luffy's grandfather comes, it should be fine. I still have some books to pack. Nami raised her hand and said, Vivi's father gave me a lot of books. And I haven't taken my cookbook yet. My meat. Luffy stretched out his hand and said, the food here is so delicious, please give me another portion. Come on. Chu Feng punched Luffy on the head and roared, you bastard, stay here honestly. If you want to eat, let Sanji make it for you later, no problem, Sanji. Ah. Sanji nodded, took a puff of cigarette and said, wait for me to get the recipes and seasonings. Then you can make the dishes here. But Sanji had to admit that the food here tastes really good. Well, it's also a good enjoyment to eat without doing it occasionally. Chu Feng took out the RV, put it not far away, opened the back door and threw Luffy in. You guy, stay in there for Mistai here. Then he planned to walk into the cab. Chu Feng. Wai Wei walked to Chu Feng and said, "Will you come back to see me in the future?" Looking at Wai Wei's expectant eyes, Chu Feng was silent for a while, then smiled, "If possible, we will come back." This made the girl smile. "Let's do this." Chu Feng handed a laptop to Wai Wei, "This is for you." "What is this?" "This is something that can contact us." Chu Feng taught Wai Wei how to operate it, and after teaching her, he said, "If you miss us in the future, just give us a video call. This is solar powered. Remember to take it out and dry it when it runs out of power." "Yes." Chapter 84, Weapon Cube Terrible Annihilation Ability. After leaving Alba, Chu Feng drove the RV towards the upper reaches of the Santa Dora River. After turning on the RV's automatic driving, Chu Feng and Nami came to the back. "Can that guy be trusted?" Sanji, who was stirring the spoon, frowned slightly. "I always feel suspicious." Before, the two of them had a life and death duel in Alba. If he hadn't been more skilled, he would have been kicked to death by that bastard. "Well," Luffy said with a frown, "let's just call him a friend." They played together on the ship, and the relationship was pretty good at that time. "You seem to get along well with him, which is really scary." Zoro looked at Luffy with a surprised face. It was outrageous that this bastard could chat with that she-male. "Anyway, we have to go and take a look," Chu Feng said lightly while sitting on a chair. "We have to get the Golden Mary back no matter what. That's not just their ship, it's also their partner." "Then, juice." "Thank you." Chu Feng rubbed Little Chopper's head with a smile on his face. "This child is so sensible." Little Chopper smiled and ran to the side to eat marshmallows. This is a marshmallow making machine that Chu Feng installed on the car because he took into account the fact that this little guy likes to eat marshmallows. "That's right." Usopp stood up and said, "The ship must be taken back. That's the ship that Kaya gave them. No matter what, it can't fall into the hands of others." "Then go." Sanji put a plate of meat on the table and said, "If he dares to plot against us, well, deal with him then. At that time, I will kick him in the face with a 50-yard Bigfoot to let him know why the flowers are so red." Then Chopper suddenly raised his head and said, "Will Vivi go with us?" As soon as this was said, everyone was silent. "We gave him 12 hours. If she doesn't show up before then, it means she won't go with us." Zoro said lightly, "In fact, it's good for her to stay in her own country. At least she is treated like a princess. The most important thing is that her identity is too sensitive. If she is a pirate—" "What did you say?" Sanji was immediately unhappy and kicked Zoro directly. "Green algae head, you bastard! I'm looking forward to Vivi-chan going with us." Asshole! Zoro was furious and immediately prepared to fight this guy. Nami, who was thinking about something, looked up at a few people and then walked over expressionlessly. Bang! Bang! Looking at the two guys who fell down with smoke coming out of their heads, Nami said with an unhappy face, "The RV is so big, what do you two want to do? If you fight again, I'll throw you out. Really, can't you just be quiet for a while? You look like you're worried." Chu Feng pulled Nami back and said, "Why, can't bear to part with Vivi." Nami was silent for a moment, raised her head and looked at Chu Feng with tears in her eyes and said, "The 1 billion can't be taken." Chu Feng. "Others? You really plan to take this money? Are you a devil?" Chu Feng was dumbfounded. He thought she was reluctant to part with Vivi, but after all this time, she was reluctant to part with the 1 billion. Nami rolled her eyes and said, "Of course I know I can't take it, but I just think it's a little credible." "Well, I can't bear to part with Vivi either." "You're not convincing now." Usopp's mouth twitched. "If you hadn't said that just now, I would have believed it." "The one in front is our ship, right?" Nami, who was sitting in the co-pilot, looked at the shadow of the suspected Golden Mary in the distance and asked. "Well?" Chu Feng pushed his glasses. "Not only that, Xiao Feng is also there." "He's really there?" Nami held her forehead. Isn't he afraid that we will hit him? After all, they were enemies before. Chu Feng hesitated and said, he shouldn't be afraid. I guess we are so-called friends in his eyes. But if you think about it carefully, Xiao Feng's character is still good. At least when he pushed into the city, he tried his best to save Luffy's life. He even almost lost himself. It counts as Chu Feng shook his head and shouted to the back, get off, we're already there. After everyone got off, Chu Feng kicked the RV into his pocket. Hey, you guys are here. Xiao Feng waved his arms on the pirate ship. You guys are here, long time no see. I didn't expect Chu Feng-chan to be a devil fruit user. Please don't call me that. Chu Feng put his hands together and said, give me a way out. It was really uncomfortable to be called that by this guy. Chu Feng admired his character, but it didn't prevent Chu Feng from feeling uncomfortable. What? So cold? Xiao Feng pouted, it's not like treating a friend at all. I was so kind to bring your pirate ship here. We were enemies before. Sanji said unhappily, you broke one of my ribs. Yes, what friends, you lied to us before. Seeing Luffy's angry look, Xiao Feng was helpless. I didn't lie to you. I didn't know the truth at that time. But don't mention that matter anymore. Baroque Studio has closed down anyway. We are no longer enemies. Even if you are not enemies, why did you appear on our ship? Luffy looked at Xiao Feng with suspicion. You are such an inhuman guy. What did you say? Luffy opened his shark mouth and roared, want to fight? Seeing Luffy rushing up to fight with himself, Xiao Feng immediately stretched out his hand to stop him and said, okay, listen to me first. Didn't I say before that I saw a navy ship on the sea? If they hadn't boarded your ship and drove it away, do you know what would happen to this ship? That would be a very serious consequence. It should be taken away by the navy. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, it can even be said that if the navy finds it troublesome, they can just fire a cannon. At that time, the Golden Mary will turn into debris in the sea and sink to the bottom of the sea. This is unacceptable to them. In general, this guy did a good thing. Humph, finally there is a sensible guy. Xiao Feng snorted and said, do you know what the situation is on this island now? Now this island has been completely blocked by navy warships. The purpose is to catch you guys who defeated Mr. Zero. Xiao Feng even suspected that if the royal family of Alabasta was not willing to protect them, the navy would have rushed in to catch people. Don't underestimate the determination of these guys. This is the pirate group that defeated the 7 warlords of the sea. Luffy reacted at this time, in that case, you helped us save the Golden Mary from the navy. This guy is actually a good person. Why? Usopp and Chopper's faces were full of confusion. Weren't they enemies before? Hey, you actually asked such a question. Tears flowed from Xiao Feng's eyes, and he raised his thumb and said, because we are friends. As soon as this was said, Luffy, Chopper and Usopp were captured. The 4 of them ran directly to the deck and started dancing. Looking at the 4 idiots dancing on the deck, Chu Feng covered his face with his hand. Well, although the development of things is a bit weird, it is developing in a good direction after all. At least the Golden Mary is fine, isn't it? Chu Feng, everything is in your pocket, right? Yeah. Chu Feng nodded, do you want it now? No need. Sanji shook his head, thought for a while and said, please put it in the kitchen for me. Okay. Unlike others, Zoro did not let down his vigilance against Xiao Feng. That is to say, Mr. 2, you can't leave this island due to the siege of the navy, so you want to increase the number of companions. Zoro narrowed his eyes and said, is that so? In Zoro's opinion, Mr. 2 probably wanted to gather together for warmth, and then find a way to rush out together. Xiao Feng hit his head against the wall when he heard Zoro's words, but he didn't care about his pain at all. Instead, he said with tears on his face, yes, it's this time, it's this era. Let's fight together in the name of friendship. Okay. Oh. Looking at the idiot trio who joined them again, Chu Feng's mouth twitched. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, this Xiao Feng really didn't mean to hurt them. If something really goes wrong, there is still me, right? Looking at the sea in the distance, Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. I guess the Navy will be here soon. It's best if it's smoker. He made a large smoke absorber. This time, he can move around a little more. Report to the Colonel, the traces of the Straw Hat Pirates have been found on the sea. Oh, Tina's eyes lit up. Finally they showed up. They have been waiting here for so long. I suspected that the royal family of Alabasta hid them before, but now it seems that they are hiding in the suburbs. Thinking of this, Tina waved her hand and said, "Chase." Yes. Tina strode into the distance, muttering, "Really, smoker, that bastard, doesn't want to do it. Forget it, it's the same with her around. What if Crocodile was defeated? Don't even think about escaping in front of her." Soon, the Navy's warships caught up with the Golden Mary. "Listen, pirates in front, stop moving, lay down your weapons and surrender, or we will open fire." Luffy turned his head and looked at the warships chasing behind him, a little dumbfounded. So fast, how long have they been out to sea? The warships have already caught up with them. Do you like to play this game? Chu Feng was speechless. Surrender, go to the undersea prison with you. Chu Feng would rather die in that dark and broken place. Don't surrender, Tina snorted, and then waved her hand. Use special shells to sink their pirate ship. Yes, with the roar of the cannon, all members of the Straw Hat Pirates were on alert. 3 swords style, 360 troubled winds. The flying slash cut off several shells that had turned into javelins, but the others pierced the lower half of the Golden Mary, which made Luffy dumbfounded. He was ready to take action just now. If Chu Feng hadn't pulled him, the javelin would have pierced him. No, why are there shells? This thing, the ability user of the Lan fruit. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, "Special shells made with the power of the fruit. I just don't know if her fruit power has awakened. What should we do if we are continuously attacked by this kind of iron gun? It is only a matter of time before the ship sinks." Sanji shouted anxiously, "Quick, go to the basement of the cabin and check if there is a leak. Chopper, you and Usopp go together." However, the warships in the distance will not give them time to breathe, and the next round of bombardment has begun. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and took out a cube from his pocket. "What is this?" Xiao Feng looked at Chu Feng's actions with a puzzled look. "Humph, something that allows us to break out of the encirclement." Chu Feng sneered and said, "Weapon cube, start attack mode. Target, all surrounding warships and special shells fired." Instructions received. The weapon cube made a mechanical sound and then quickly flew into the air. Then the color of the entire sky changed. Countless small missiles flew out of the weapon cube and bombarded the surrounding warships. Several warships were sunk almost in the blink of an eye. All the others, except Tina's warship, which was protected by black bars, were on fire. "Ah! Help! Quick, put out the fire! Why did we become like this when we surrounded them? Damn it!" Tina looked at the Golden Mary in the distance with anger. "Why do they have such weapons? Wait, was it invented by that mechanical maniac Chu Feng? Damn, the Navy headquarters underestimated him." In the end, Tina could only watch the 2 pirate ships flee into the distance. "Contact the Navy headquarters for me, I have something important." "What is that?" Tina was interrupted by her subordinates before she finished her words. Why did that cube start to emit blue light? Tina was stunned for a moment, then looked up into the distance, and her pupils shrank immediately. "Damn, that thing looks like it's going to explode." Her hands moved quickly, protecting the warship tightly. Now she can only pray that this will be of some use. From the outside, you can see that there are black iron rods moving on the warship, obviously to thicken the defense. The next moment, the weapon cube vibrated, and then turned into a dazzling blue light. Boom! The Straw Hat Pirates, who had already escaped far away, looked back and froze in their place. "Chu Feng, what kind of weapon is this time? It looks like a wide range. I guess all the Navy were killed." "Weapon cube?" Chu Feng sighed. "This thing is a one-time item. It will explode after launching an attack. That's why I urged you to leave here quickly. This thing is a dangerous item. If the wild wolf armor is still there, he will not use it. However, the situation just now did not allow him to think too much. If he was attacked by that special shell a few more times, the ship would sink. What a terrible man! Xiao Feng looked at Chu Feng and his mouth twitched. He couldn't even do his signature moves. Fortunately, I am friends with you. If he was hit with this during the battle in the city, his bones would probably be blown away. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng shuddered. Since we have escaped the encirclement, it is time for us to leave, Xiao Feng said to Luffy, Little Straw Hat, we will meet again. Seeing Xiao Feng's tearful face, Luffy was not much better. Xiao Feng, take care of yourself. Little Straw Hat. Xiao Feng. The two hugged each other and cried bitterly, which made Chu Feng's mouth twitch. Is the feeling between idiots so simple? Forget it, there is no navy now anyway, let them play. On the other side, Tina, sweating all over her head, knelt on the broken wooden board. Although she was trying her best to protect the warship, half of the warship was destroyed in the end. The remaining half was gradually dismembered and turned into wreckage on the sea. But the good news is that not many Navy soldiers on this ship died. Chu Feng. Tina's roar resounded through the sea. I swear, I must catch you. It was because of that bastard that so many of her subordinates died. Tina was so heartbroken. Wait, she will apply to the Navy headquarters immediately, and chase the Straw Hat pirates with Smoker. They must be defeated. I, Tina, swear not to be a human being if I don't catch them. Warning. Chapter 85, Clown Smoke Bomb. Tina fainted. Chu Feng looked back at the sea behind him thoughtfully and said, Is someone calling me? It seems to be a woman. Nami, what did you say? Ahem, it should be an illusion. Chu Feng coughed lightly and said, By the way, it's almost the agreed time now. I accidentally said what I was thinking, which was really embarrassing. Humph. Nami snorted, raised her arm and looked at her watch and said, If Vivi will come at this time, she should be here soon. If she doesn't come. Whether she comes or not, she is also our partner, isn't she? Chu Feng smiled faintly, right, Luffy? Yet. Besides, you have seen the situation in this country. If Vivi leaves now. Chu Feng didn't finish his words, but others also understood what Chu Feng meant. That is not only irresponsible to the country, but also irresponsible to her position. That's not right, Chu Feng. Usopp came up and said, Hasn't the biggest problem been solved by you? I guess so. Chu Feng sighed, but it's not something that can be done overnight to recover. It depends on Vivi's choice. In any case, they are willing to respect this strong girl. Looking up at the sea in the distance, Chu Feng's heart was very calm. Go to the designated location. Luffy waved his hand. If Vivi is willing to go with us, we must pick her up. Oh. I hope Vivi-chan can come with us. Sanji twisted his body and ran back and forth on the Golden Mary, looking at Zoro with disgust. You will die on a woman sooner or later. Humph, what do you know? Sanji looked at Zoro with disdain, as contemptuous as he could be. So, the two of them fought again. Well, this is already one of the daily activities of the Straw Hat Pirates. Standing on the high platform, Vivi looked at the crowds of people below and fell into deep thought. These are all her people in Alabasta. Your Highness, you have grown up. Your Highness Vivi. Princess Vivi. Listening to the call from below, Vivi came back to her senses and felt a little severance in her heart. The conversation with Akalem last night also made her determined that this country needs her. Picking up the microphone beside her, Vivi said, I took a little adventure for a while. That was a day when I crossed the dark sea and looked for hope. The sea far beyond the country is very vast. There are some incredible islands there, and there are creatures that have never been seen before. A dreamlike scene, the waves can even play music. Listening to Vivi's words, Cobra slowly lowered his head and looked at the wine glass in his hand. and sighed faintly, I hope there won't be too much commotion. If his daughter is willing to go out and take risks, he can support her. At least he is relieved that Vivi is following such a group of people. But as a father, he hopes that his daughter can live a stable life as a princess in Alabasta. Forget it, make your own choice. Cobra glanced outside and smiled. If his daughter is willing to pursue her dreams, what reason does he have as a father to stop her? Wei paused and continued, in the dark storm, I met a small boat. The boat pushed my back and said, can't you see the dawn? Even in the dark, the incredible boat that never loses its way, dancing across the waves. Never fight against the sea, but the bow still moves forward bravely. Listen, it's Vivi's voice. Chopper shouted on the bow, it's Vivi's voice. Is Vivi coming? Chu Feng glanced at the coast in the distance, sighed in silence. No. She won't come. As if she felt the gaze of her companions, Vivi's voice became passionate. They pointed to the front and told me, look. Finally found the dawn. Although history will one day turn this into an illusion, for me only that is real. Listening to Princess Vivi's words, the people were a little confused. What is this talking about? It must be the unknown battle experience of the Navy. Navy. Some people nodded. It turned out that Princess Vivi was talking about other people's adventure stories. But is it really like this? No. Vivi was talking about the adventure stories of her and her friends. She's really not coming. Usopp said a little sadly, it's rare that you get along so well. This is just a ceremony played by Alba. She has decided not to come. Sanji sighed, although he also wanted Vivi to come with him. But he respected Vivi's choice. No, it just sounds more like Vivi. Luffy said with a look of unwillingness to believe. Vivi will definitely come. Let's go. It's past 12 o'clock. Chu Feng patted Luffy on the shoulder. She has decided not to come. But this is also good. Her country needs her. The adventure of this sea belongs to free people like them, not to royals like Vivi who have heavy responsibilities. How is it possible? Luffy looked unconvinced. Why don't we go find her? Luffy. Chu Feng said seriously, we have to respect Vivi's ideas, don't we? Luffy was silent for a moment, then stood up and adjusted his hat and said, I know. Let's go. The Golden Mary turned around and was about to sail towards the Wish. At this moment, Vivi's voice came from a distance. Everyone. Hearing Vivi's voice, the Straw Hat Pirates immediately regained their vitality. Vivi. Luffy jumped onto the deck and shouted, you're here. Vivi-chan. Sanji turned into a twisted man and moved frantically on the deck, are you going with us? Quick, quick, turn around, we'll go back to pick up Vivi. Oh. Looking at the Golden Mary in the distance, Vivi was silent for a moment, and finally shouted out her thoughts, I'm here to say goodbye. What? Usopp, who was about to wave the rudder, was stunned in place, aren't you going with us? I'm sorry, I can't go with you. Vivi picked up the phone and said, thank you so much so far. Although I really want to go on an adventure, I really love this country. So I can't go. Tears flowed down Vivi's eyes, and the pain of separation made her unable to control her tears at all. Although I have to stay here, if we meet again one day. Can you call me a partner again? At the end, Vivi was already crying. The pain was indescribable, but her identity was destined to bear all this. That was when Luffy was knocked to the ground by Chu Feng before he could shout, you want to hurt Vivi? What's wrong? I don't know. When a few warships appeared in the distance. Chu Feng looked at the distance with an ugly face, especially the woman standing at the bow. She looked very unhappy. I didn't expect there would be warships. What a mistake. What if the Navy got evidence of Weiwei's relationship with us? Nami's face was a little ugly. The consequences will be disastrous. If she was willing to go together, it would be fine, but the problem now is that she has to stay. We can't leave her with hidden dangers. Looking at the people who didn't answer for a long time, Wei knelt on the ground with tears on her face. It's true. Is it not possible? At this moment, a voice came from the tablet that Chu Feng gave to Wei. Hey, Wei, look ahead. Vivi was stunned for a moment, then raised her head and looked into the distance. After seeing the situation clearly, she couldn't hold it back anymore, raised her arms, and cried loudly on the coastline. Because all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates stood at the stern and raised their right hands high, and some of them wore bracelets that proved their identities. Each bracelet has their own words on it, and Vivi's is a word Wei. This is the symbol of their partnership, and it is also the best expression of acknowledging Vivi's identity. Vivi, take care of yourself from now on, ha 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 ha. Yeah, Vivi wiped the tears from her face and said, you should take care of yourself too. Ha ha, brothers, be ready, you are ready to escape. Luffy jumped up and shouted at the approaching warship, otherwise you will be caught. Run, run. Looking at the Golden Mary gradually going away, Vivi silently held the tablet in her arms. Although she couldn't go on an adventure together, they were always partners. Let's go, Kalu. Alba still needs us. Go. On the other side, after the warship found that the Golden Mary had turned around, it accelerated to catch up. Damn Chu Feng, damn Straw Hat Pirates. Tina, standing on the bow, said angrily, I must catch you. She actually destroyed her fleet directly. If there were no warships from other branches nearby, she would have no way to chase. Colonel, your injuries are not healed yet, or first. Shut up, Tina said viciously, if I don't catch that bastard Chu Feng, I won't even be able to eat. Full speed ahead, catch up with them, we must catch them today, yes. Looking at the warships getting closer and closer, Sanji glanced at Chu Feng and shouted, Chu Feng, do you still have that thing? If you do, give them another one. Getting out of the current situation is the most important thing. No more. Chu Feng shrugged, I only made one such dangerous suicide weapon. But I have a more interesting thing that can help us get out of danger. Oh, everyone's eyes lit up when they heard it, take it out quickly. Chu Feng smiled and took out a sphere the size of a human head from his pocket. Yes, this is it, the clown smoke bomb. Although it has no lethality, the opponent is probably a frightened bird now. It's still okay to hold them back. Then click the button above to start it, go to the sea area behind and detonate in front of the warships. The order has been received. Looking at the clown smoke bomb flying out, Chu Feng laughed unscrupulously. Navy girl, I hope you like my gift to you. On the other side, looking at the sphere flying from a distance, Tina's face suddenly changed. Is it this thing again? Her fleet was blown up by that bastard's weapon before, and now it's coming again. I won't let you succeed, Tina roared. Black bar rainforest. Countless black bars rushed out of Tina's hands, and formed a huge shield in front of the fleet at a very fast speed, protecting the warships firmly behind. After doing all this, Tina fell to the ground with exhaustion, and her body was full of sweat. Who? Tina panted and roared, don't let your guard down, prepare to meet the shock wave. Seeing Colonel Tina like this, others also felt like they were facing a great enemy, and looked at the black bar shield in front of them with a vigilant face. Although they couldn't see the situation outside, it must be a very terrifying attack. The next moment, bang! Ha 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 ha! A very funny voice came from outside the black shield. The voice was extremely sarcastic, just like a clown laughing at these cowardly guys. Tina released her fruit ability and immediately saw the situation outside clearly. At this time, the sea outside was shrouded in smoke, and it also formed a clown's face. The laughter came from the clown. Tina understood it immediately, she was fooled. Chu Feng. Tina was so angry that she fainted. Colonel Tina! Come quickly! It's over, Colonel Tina is dead. What, is this smoke poisonous? However, the fact is that Tina had already lost her strength when she activated her fruit ability before, and she fainted because of her anger. Listening to the roar again, Chu Feng said in surprise, I hope you can still eat. Now he confirmed that it was this woman's roar before. It seems that she was very angry. Will she be so angry that she loses her temper? You are really bad. Nami covered her face, she didn't know what to say. The Navy must be so angry that they thought it was a high-powered bomb, and they had already fully released the fruit ability to create a defensive shield. In the end, what was thrown here was not a bomb, but a smoke bomb. Ha 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 ha, so interesting. Luffy laughed very happily. Chu Feng, your inventions are getting more and more interesting. That's right. Chu Feng said proudly, but the more interesting ones are still to come, you will know later. Really, Chopper said expectantly, I'm looking forward to it. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Hearing the unfamiliar female voice, Chopper was immediately furious. Who are you? Nico Robin. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment. When did you come up? How come he didn't notice it? I was in the house the whole time. Nico Robin shrugged, she nodded. R.2 came even faster. If it wasn't Mr. 2 who moved the ship, it was her who did it. After all, she had planned to stay on this ship. Is it to stop revenge? Zoro held the hilt of the knife and looked at Nico Robin with a vigilant face. Why are you here? Nami was a little dumbfounded. What a beautiful big sister. Chu Feng glanced at his companions and said, did a strange thing sneak in just now? Nico Robin smiled, then looked at Luffy and said, monkey. Luffy, you won't forget what you did to me, right? What? Sanji immediately exploded. What did you do to this beautiful big sister? Don't lie. Luffy pulled Sanji's hand away and said, I didn't do anything. Ah, I know. Chu Feng clapped his fist and said, is it because Luffy said he saved you too? That's it. Nico Robin smiled, since you gave me a reason to live, you have to be responsible to the end. I have nowhere to go, so let me stay on this ship. Is that so? Then there's nothing I can do. Luffy nodded and said, no problem. Hey, Luffy. It's okay. Luffy smiled, this guy is not a bad guy. Nami gritted her teeth and said, do you trust others so easily? I'm different from them. If you dare to do anything, I won't be polite. His position is too unsteady. Of course, I'll be good. Oh, by the way. Nico Robin took out a bag of gems from her arms and said, I brought some Crocodile's gems with me. I love you so much, big sister. Aren't you the same? There are still big guys urging me to update, so I'll add one more update. He. Chapter 86, Materials for Making Time Machines. Colorful Mist. After a quarrel, the Straw Hat Pirates finally accepted Nico Robin, the uninvited guest. However, Zoro always remained wary of Nico Robin. Woman, don't think I will let my guard down easily. If you dare to do anything bad, I won't be polite. Looking at Zoro holding the hilt of the knife, Nico Robin shrugged indifferently, don't worry, I'm just a poor homeless person, and I won't pose a threat to you. It's better. Looking at the companions who had been completely captured by the other party, Zoro grabbed Chu Feng and said, we too can't trust her so easily, understand? I know. Chu Feng said helplessly. Forget it, just go along with this guy, his words are too pitiful. Anyway, from now on, we have one more person on the ship, right? Usopp coughed and said, Yoshi, today, Uncle Usopp will tell you the story of my adventure. Hey, Nico Robin said with a smile, I'm happy to listen. This guy. Zoro looked at Usopp with disdain. He was captured so easily. His willpower was not strong enough. Chu Feng smiled, patted Zoro on the shoulder and said, don't worry, I'm here. Yet. Hey, what's the next island for Nami? Listening to Luffy's words, Nami shook her head and said, I'm not sure. Maybe it's an island without records. Nico Robin said, but follow the record pointer, it's definitely right. That's right. Nami nodded. No matter what, just follow the record pointer. Unknown adventure, Luffy said excitedly, I'm looking forward to it. The three idiots immediately put their hands on their shoulders and danced on the deck. Adventure, adventure. Nico Robin laughed unconsciously. She felt the peace and happiness she had never experienced on this ship. This might be a good choice, isn't it? I say, what's wrong with this group of Navy? Zoro, who was rowing hard, shouted with an unhappy face. Why did they target us as soon as we came here? Is this something a human can do? I provoke you? Well, I think we are pirates, and it's normal to be targeted. Luffy tilted his head and said, when can we eat? Why do you only know how to eat? Chu Feng said unhappily, it should be normal to be targeted. Our bounty is not low now. The most important thing is that we sank more of their warships when we left Alabasta. To be honest, Chu Feng doesn't find it strange that a vice admiral of the navy is sent here now. The reason why there is no reaction now is probably because of Luffy's grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp. The so-called want to show mercy. Okay, stop talking nonsense, row the boat quickly. Nami said unhappily, if you are caught up, you may be killed. Also, Chu Feng, don't do it again. If they blow up some more warships, their bounty will increase again. What if the navy sends a monster? Okay. Chu Feng said. He put his hand down with a look of pity. He had planned to set off 2 fireworks. Finally, with the efforts of everyone, they successfully escaped from the pursuit of the navy warship. This made Chu Feng's eyes flash with doubt. Did he let us go on purpose? The strength of the man standing on the bow just now should be quite strong. Forget it, no matter what, as long as we can escape from danger. I don't know when we can have something to eat. Luffy said weakly while crawling on the ground. Others were not much better, after all, they were rowing as hard as they could just now. There is a tall tower. Chu Feng leaned on the railing and looked at the distance and said, there is a city ahead. Really? Luffy shouted with a look of surprise. Great, if that's the case, there should be food to eat. He has been hungry for a long time. How dare you say that? Sanji looked at the back of Luffy's head with an unhappy face and yelled, if you weren't such a big eater, would we still be hungry? If it weren't for the compressed nutritional pills developed by Chu Feng, they would probably starve to death. Ha ha ha, don't worry about such a small matter. Everyone was speechless, but they didn't care too much. After all, Luffy, this bastard, has been eating so much for a long time. They are used to it. What did Chu Feng say? Oh, that's right. If you follow Luffy, you will go hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. Hey, you guys! A soldier with a weapon came over. In our Lulu fake island, if a ship wants to dock at the port or the outer coast, it needs to pay a port fee. Chu Feng looked at the other party in surprise. Is he blind? Don't you know this is a pirate ship? What is the port fee? Chopper was puzzled. Oh, you just want us to pay. Usopp touched his nose. As for the details, he didn't understand. Hey, why do we have to pay for stopping the ship? Nami's housekeeper attribute is online. We won't stay for too long. This is an obligation. The soldier raised his weapon and said, do you pay or not? Put down the gun, right? Chu Feng's face darkened, and he slowly walked in front of Nami and said, do you know what the consequences of raising your weapons against pirates are? What? The soldier swallowed his saliva and said with some trembling, no matter what, you must pay. You. Before Chu Feng finished speaking, Luffy rushed out. Eat, eat! He directly stepped on the other party and fainted, and rushed away. Tisk, it seems that there is no need to pay. Chu Feng said lightly, and then put the golden Mary into the dimensional pocket. Let's go, I'll take the ship first. It would be bad if this group of people destroyed it. At that time, there would be no point in killing them. Let's go. I want to see if I can buy paper for making nautical charts. Nami lifted her hair and said, the man I met on the sea before sold it too expensively. Chu Feng's mouth twitched. He wasn't selling anything, he was robbing. Whose paper is selling for tens of millions of berries? Robbery is not as profitable as this. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared on the cliff and said, hey, you guys! Have you seen the colorful fog? Colorful fog. Usopp looked puzzled. Are you talking about a rainbow? When he was in Alabasta before, the thing Chu Feng made did make a rainbow. Well, it looks pretty good when I think about it. What, it turns out to be a fool. Hanzo said with a look of disgust, and then he was ready to leave here. I care. Hey, is this the attitude of asking people questions? Usopp roared with a shark mouth, wishing he could go up and punch him. Can you tell me more about it? Nico Robin stopped Usopp from continuing. She was interested in the colorful mist in the old man's mouth. Colorful mist. Chu Feng, who was standing next to Nami, thought for a while, and then remembered something. Is it that thing? If it is, he must go there. Maybe he can use this thing to develop a time machine. Chu Feng did try to study the time machine before, but he always felt that something was missing. Without 100% certainty, Chu Feng did not dare to try the time machine himself. What if he couldn't come back? But with the things about time in this world, it's different. Thinking of this, Chu Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of heat. It happened that he made a smoke absorption bead that could absorb all the colorful mist. Hanzo was silent for a while, then nodded. It's a good opportunity to find someone to tell his story and get a meal by the way. Listening to what Hanzo described, Chu Feng nodded thoughtfully. Uncle, do you know where to find the 7-colored fog now? If I knew, I wouldn't be here. Hanzo snorted and said, I'm looking for it now. As long as he finds the colorful fog, he can rescue his old friends. Decades. He has been running around for decades to rescue his old friends. If he can't find it in the next 2 years, maybe he can't run anymore. Is that so? Chu Feng nodded, feeling a little pity. It would be great if he could encounter the colorful fog. If he can't encounter it, he has to think of other ways. Guest, it's best not to believe what this person says. The chef came over with a plate of food, and then looked at Hanzo with disgust. He is the dog raised by Mayor Witten. Dog? Yes, a fake scientist who receives research funds from the mayor but lives a leisurely life every day. Listening to their words, the people of the Straw Hat Pirates subconsciously glanced at Chu Feng. It seems that they also have a scientist here. Although our scientists seem to be very relaxed, they are not necessarily just wasting their time. Chu Feng said lightly, or are you jealous? I am jealous. The citizen who spoke was stunned for a moment, and then said viciously, how could I be jealous of this guy who works as a dog for the mayor? Chu Feng smiled and did not respond. He could see clearly what was in this person's eyes. Isn't it because others can easily receive a large share of the salary that makes him feel unbalanced? Human nature-esque tisk. At this time, a drum sound came from outside, attracting everyone's attention. What's wrong? Is there a band to entertain you when you eat? Usopp was a little confused. Hurry, eat everything. Don't let them find out. Looking at the other guests who were eating with all their strength, Usopp was a little dumbfounded. Hey, there is no need to be so anxious. Could it be related to the drum sound outside? Usopp soon understood what was going on, because this country even needs to pay taxes for drinking and eating. Usopp was stunned. Who is this guy? Why can he forcibly collect taxes? He is the son of Mayor Witten, Phillips. This annoying guy always comes to us to forcibly collect taxes. Listening to the chef's words, Usopp showed a disgusted expression. Isn't this a scumbag? Philip noticed Hanzo and walked over with a smile on his face. Isn't this Dr. Hanzo? My dad is looking for you. I want to ask you how your research on the colorful fog is going. It's the same as before. Hanzo said lightly, because I don't know when and where the fog will appear. If he had made any progress, he wouldn't stay here. Is that so? Philip nodded, and then said half-threateningly, your research is all taxpayers' money. If your research doesn't progress, it will not benefit anyone. You can take care of yourself. After saying that, Philip turned around and walked outside. Halfway through the journey, he noticed Luffy eating a large plate of noodles, and immediately revealed a sinister smile. "You are eating a large plate of macaroni, right?" "Yes, I'm hungry." Luffy nodded. People who eat large plates need to pay large plate taxes. Listening to Philip's words, Zoro frowned and subconsciously put his hand on the hilt of the knife. "Is this guy here to cause trouble? Why, do you still want to resist?" Philip's face suddenly darkened. "In this case, I have a reason to shoot you to death." The soldiers behind also knew the situation and rushed up together, pointing their weapons at the Straw Hat Pirates. "Well, don't get excited." Chu Feng patted Zoro's hand and stood up, then took out a pocket watch and said, "Come, look here." Phillips and others subconsciously looked at Chu Feng, or more precisely, the pocket watch in his hand. Chu Feng smiled and then started hypnosis, hypnotizing all the people in front of him. "We have already paid, let's leave here." "Okay." Watching Phillips and others leave, Nami looked at Chu Feng with admiration and said, "Well done. She has to pay for a meal, isn't this asking for her life? You know, all the money of the Straw Hat Pirates belongs to her, hers." "No big deal." Chu Feng smiled, then noticed Luffy with circles in his eyes and was silent for a moment, then punched him hard on the head. "Why are you hypnotized? I just chose an angle that won't be seen by my own people." Luffy, who was punched, got up and said, "Is it dawn?" Then he noticed the food on the table and said in surprise, "Eat, eat." Chu Feng's mouth twitched. "This guy. Ha ha ha, you guys are really funny." Hanzo laughed. "I've disliked that guy for a long time. It would be great if I could teach him a lesson." Usopp was a little dumbfounded. "Are you not in the same group with him?" "No, if I didn't need their financial support, I wouldn't bother with them," Hanzo said with a look of disdain, as if he hated being with that group of people. But there was no other way, for his companions, he had to do this. After having a good meal, Nami took Chopper out shopping, Sanji went to buy food, and Chu Feng and his friends followed Hanzo to the beach. 2.0 I don't know when I can see the colorful fog again. Hanzo sighed, then glanced at the sea, and froze in place. That colorful fog. Chu Feng's eyes flashed with brilliance, and then he pressed his eyes and said, "Analyze the colorful fog for me." "Analyzing, please wait." After a while, the result appeared in Chu Feng's eyes. Unknown components, but the magnetic field in it is abnormally disordered, and it may change time and even space. Entering it may be affected, and it is not recommended to enter. Chu Feng nodded as if it was just like that. "That's it. A magnetic field that can affect time and space. Interesting as for this suggestion. Ignore it. He came here for this, didn't he?" "Uncle, aren't you going to the colorful fog?" "Let's go together." Chu Feng waved his hand and said, "I'm also interested in this thing." Hanzo hesitated. Last time they experienced this and got separated. "These little guys. Without us, you can't get close, right?" Chu Feng said with a grin. "We have a pirate ship." "Okay." Hanzo sighed and accepted Chu Feng's suggestion. What else can he do? He can't swim over. If something unexpected happens, his old friends won't come back. When everyone came to the beach, they took out the Golden Mary under the exclamations of the people. "Let's go! Let's go in there!" Chu Feng's eyes flashed with brilliance. "Colorful fog, right? Let's turn it into nutrients for me to make a time machine." Ha 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 ha. I've fulfilled my promise to add one more chapter. Please subscribe. Chapter 87, Timeline Speculation. The feasibility of a time machine. Is this the inside of the colorful fog? Chu Feng calmly pushed his glasses and looked around. He could feel the abnormal magnetic field here. Even his glasses had a problem, which was enough to show how scary it was. There are so many pirate ships here. Luffy looked around with surprise and said, "It's so interesting. Will there be treasures here? With so many shipwrecks, there might be treasures or something." Chu Feng said lightly, "It's just that the time here is a little bit wrong, and it's hard for treasures to be preserved. Of course, gold will be fine. After all, High-purity gold will not rust. Let's go quickly. Usopp walked to the side of Chu and grabbed his arm and said, "What if a ghost ship pops up? It's scary to think about it." However, Luffy was even more excited when he heard Usopp's words. "Where are you, Captain Ghost? Come out." "Shut up." Ha ha ha. Looking at the two people playing around, Nico Robin smiled, then took out a book and said, "Beyond the colorful fog is the Eternal Kingdom, the last paradise on the surface of the earth. There are gold and silver treasures everywhere, people are immortal, will not starve, and gain eternal life." After closing the book, Nico Robin glanced at Chu Feng and smiled, "This is what the book says." Book Henzo was a little helpless. "I said it a long time ago, it's just a rumor. In fact, it's not that exaggerated, it's just that the time here is weird. The rest is just nonsense." Zoro narrowed his eyes and looked around and said, "I don't think so. This place gave him a weird feeling, maybe it's all true." Nico Robin looked at Henzo in confusion. Did the doctor know from the beginning that this was the grave of the ship? "Yes." Henzo said calmly, "I once had a glimpse of this place 50 years ago. Since you know why, I should have said that I persisted in studying the colorful fog in order to rescue my friends who broke into the fog. It doesn't matter if people say it's Witten's dog." Henzo clenched his fists, "As long as I can rescue my friends. As long as he can succeed, it doesn't matter even if he bears all the infamy. Anyway, it's been like this for decades, isn't it?" Then, Usopp Luffy said, looking into the distance, "Let's go find the treasure. Didn't Robin say that there are gold and silver treasures everywhere here?" Well, Usopp hesitated, looked around, and found that there was nothing suspicious of ghosts, so he mustered up the courage to say, "Okay, let's go." Soon the two found a large number of boxes on the surrounding hull remains, and they were all full of gold and silver treasures. Usopp said in disbelief, "It's really there." Then, "Luffy, let's carry him back to the ship." "Oh." Chu Feng, who was observing the surroundings, saw the two people struggling to carry a box back, and was stunned for a moment. Could there be treasure in it? Yes. Luffy fell down without standing firmly, and the treasure chest in his hand was opened, and the gold, silver, and jewelry inside were scattered all over the ground. "It's amazing, there are still many inside. I will go explore again. Didn't Nami always say that he ate too much and didn't have enough money to spend? This time he got so many good things, let's see what Nami said about him." Luffy, with a strong momentum, rushed out again with Usopp. Chu Feng touched his chin and looked at the jewelry on the ground, then looked into the distance and squinted his eyes. "Interesting. It seems that the gold, silver, and jewelry everywhere are not fake." At this time, a strange voice came from the surroundings, "People who disturbed the dead, unload the goods and leave immediately. Otherwise, the curse of the dead will befall you." "Humph, playing tricks." Chu Feng calmly glanced at the children on the high ground and said, "You are so young and you have learned to lie. Do your family members know?" Then the whole person disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was holding a few children in his hands. What it turned out to be children. Usopp stopped trembling when he saw this, and walked over with an unhappy look on his face. "Why are you scaring us? This has nothing to do with you." Longo struggled to get out of Chu Feng's hand. "Let me go." "Who are you?" Rabani looked calm, not panicking at all because he was caught. "Just a passing traveler." Chu Feng said lightly, "Little ghost, you are actually going to shoot us with bows and arrows. Do you know who you are facing? We are pirates." Pirates. Isoka, the only girl in the team, was stunned. How did they encounter pirates? Are they going to die all? Extremely fierce pirates. Zoro showed a terrifying expression and said, "Are you afraid?" Rabani was stunned for a moment, then took out the bomb in his pocket and said viciously, "Let me go, otherwise, we will all die together." "I'm so scared." Chu Feng pouted disdainfully, but still let go and threw them to the ground. "It's not good to bully children. You guys." Henzo stretched out his hand tremblingly and said, "Rabani, it's you." Harabani glanced at Henzo, his face full of doubts. "Does he know this old man?" "It's me, Henzo." "Impossible." Rabani looked at Henzo with a vigilant face. "How could you, an old man, be Henzo?" "Henzo is about the same age as them, only a few years older at most. There should be a limit to lying." "Okay, it's really me." Tears flowed from Henzo's eyes, and then he thought of a way to prove himself, and walked towards Rabani step by step. "Stop right there." Rabani raised his hand nervously and said, "If you come any closer, I will detonate the bomb." "It's okay. It's okay." Henzo stretched out his hand and held Rabani's hand and said, "This thing is not a bomb at all, it's just a prop to scare people. I invented this, how could I not know?" Then he opened it, and everyone found that it was indeed a prop for a prank. "What? It's for scaring people?" Usopp breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at these naughty kids a little strangely. Why did he see his own shadow in these people? Rabani looked at Henzo with a dull face. Could this old man really be? No, it's impossible. How could Henzo be an old man? Thinking of this, Rabani immediately threw a smoke bomb to block his sight and quickly fled outside. Go. He needs to calm down now. Chu Feng watched this scene calmly and did not make a move to stop it. After all, his goal was just the colorful mist here. Oh, now there are more gold, silver, and jewelry. Well, I can make a good humanoid mecha. Let's make a set of armor this time. The combination of armor is exciting just to think about it. Thinking of this, Chu Feng waved to the few people and said, "You guys chat first, I'll go take care of something first." Then, without waiting for the few people to speak, the whole person quickly disappeared from the spot. What did he do? I don't know. Forget it, ignore him, let's continue. Oh. On the other side, Chu Feng had come underwater and looked at the situation under the water carefully. It is indeed a place where a lot of treasures are buried. Chu Feng said with emotion. He felt that the underground gold reserves were almost catching up with the Sky Island. Maybe it was because of hundreds and thousands of years of accumulation. While thinking, he searched for gold, silver, and jewelry below. Well, with these and Enel's golden ship, it is enough to create a Kryptonian warrior-level Gundam. It took a long time for Chu Feng to put all the things underground into his pocket, and then he took them to the Golden Mary. Looking at the 4 extra ghosts on the ship, Chu Feng was a little surprised. Why did you come back by yourself? Aren't you afraid of us? Or did Luffy catch them? Thinking of this, Chu Feng looked at Luffy with a strange look on his face. He shouldn't be so idle. Hey, Chu Feng, you're back. Usopp greeted Chu Feng. Come here, let's eat together. Usopp put a pile of food on the ground and said, I'm a little hungry. Did you make this? Chu Feng walked over and took it and tasted it. Oh, it's not bad. That's it, Usopp said proudly. I also lived alone for a long time. Where did you come from? Isoka asked innocently. Twin Gorge, Usopp said proudly. We encountered a whale as big as a mountain there. Really? Akibi's eyes were full of stars. Is there such a big whale? I really want to see it. Hey, that's nothing. Usopp waved his hand and said disdainfully, I also encountered a sea monster that could eat an island. But in the end he was defeated by Captain Usopp. Ha 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 ha. As soon as these words came out, he gained several little fans. Chu Feng glanced at Usopp speechlessly. This guy really likes to lie to children. At this time, Henzo threw down the things in his hand, knelt directly in front of Labani and said, Labani, forgive me, I, a useless thing, have been researching for 50 years to save you from the colorful fog. Now I finally broke in, but I can't leave because of my negligence. I am not qualified to be called pirate doctor. I am not ashamed to ask you now. If you know, please tell me how to leave here. Then let's go back to our hometown together. Looking at Henzo's tearful face, Labani finally softened his heart. Although I am sad to see you like this, I can tell you clearly that there is no way to leave here. We have been here for a long time and have been looking for a way to leave here. But we haven't found any way. Labanese sighed. How could he not want to leave here? He has been here long enough. Chu Feng, who was eating, looked up at a few people and said, You want to leave? You should have said it earlier. Isn't it a simple thing to leave here? Others. Do you have a way? Henzo looked at Chu Feng in shock. By the way, this guy's partner said he was also a scientist. Is there really a way? Chu Feng curled his lips and said, This is just a special magnetic field. Although I can't explain the principle, as long as one of them is destroyed, the space-time channel can be opened. Okay, let's eat first. Do you really have a way? Luffy, who was stuffing something into his mouth, looked at Chu Feng curiously. Although he didn't know what was going on here, he seemed to have an uncomfortable feeling. That's natural. After having a good meal and a good drink, Chu Feng took out the smoke absorption bead and walked aside to activate it. A magical scene appeared. The surrounding fog suddenly moved and turned into colorful light and rushed towards the smoke absorption bead in Chu Feng's hand. More and more, more and more. Finally, a huge space crack was torn out in the distance. Looking at the large amount of colorful fog in the smoke absorption bead in his hand, Chu Feng pushed his eyes and said, Let's go, head towards this crack. There is the exit of this world, and it is also the location of their timeline. You said that a pirate group with straw hats painted on it entered the fog. Nami was stunned in place. What are these idiots thinking? Didn't that person say, what if they can't get out? What should I do? Chopper said anxiously, should I rush in to find them? Nami thought for a while, and finally gritted her teeth, I'll go in to find them, but I need to tie a rope. In this way, even if she can't find the way back, she can rush out along the rope. At this moment, a strange roar suddenly came from the distance, and then 180 people saw the colorful fog in the distance collapsed. That's right, it collapsed. One of the pieces exploded directly, and from the outside you can see the unusually strange light inside, but you can't see the specific appearance clearly. Yes, Chu Feng and the others. Chopper raised his head with a look of surprise and shouted, Chu Feng and the others are back. Sure enough, the Golden Mary soon appeared in everyone's field of vision. You can clearly see Luffy standing on the bow. That's good. Nami breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Feng is still reliable. Just now it was the right decision not to take him shopping with me. Why? Henzo knelt on the ground with a dazed look on his face. Why did they disappear? The moment they rushed out of the colorful fog, they all disappeared. They had clearly come out. Did they die after they got out of here? Did I hurt them? Thinking of this, Henzo's face was filled with painful tears. I think it should be a problem of timeline. Chu Feng thought for a while and said, they should not be dead, but just return to their own timeline. After all, there should not be two identical individuals in a world. In order to avoid childhood and adulthood from meeting each other, the children were sent back directly. And the time machine should also start from this aspect, mainly the problem of timeline. Is that so? Hope reignited in Henzo's heart. If that's the case, can I see them again? Of course. Chu Feng said, touching his chin. I guess they are about the same age as you. As for where they are, you need to find them yourself. If I remember correctly, these children seem to have survived, and some of them even joined the Navy. I don't remember it clearly, but it should be like this. Is that so? Henzo nodded. I see. Thank you. Chu Feng waved his hand. He also got what he wanted, didn't he? However, looking back at the colorful mist that was gradually disappearing behind him, Chu Feng said with some emotion, if things go wrong, this thing will never appear again. I destroyed his balance, and if things go wrong, it will disappear, but it doesn't matter. I have already got enough colorful mist, and that's enough. At this moment, there was a commotion from the coastline. Why did the colorful fog disappear? Is it because of the pirate ship on the sea? Damn it, it actually ruined my plan. Captain Witten looked at the Golden Mary fiercely and shouted, catch them for me. They can get out of there, they must have brought countless treasures on the ship. These should all be his. Roar. Zoro listened to the shouting in the distance and raised his mouth. There is a fight to fight. Well. Others have come to the door, we can't just sit and wait to die. Chu Feng smiled and said, get them. As for the time machine, just wait until we defeat these guys before studying it. Chapter 88, Obedient Broad Beans, Cruel Punishment. Damn it! Mayor Witten looked at the Straw Hat Pirates with a ferocious face and shouted, it's all your fault, you bastards, all my treasures are gone. Why did he come here to be the mayor? Is it to get the countless treasures in the colorful fog? Otherwise, who would come back to such a broken place? But his ambition was shattered today, just because of these pirates. What does this have to do with us? Sanji, who was standing on the shore, said with an unhappy face, that thing is obviously formed naturally. It can't be that Chu Feng blew up that thing with a bomb. Thinking of this, Sanji suddenly froze for a moment, turned his head to look at Chu Feng standing next to Luffy, and twitched his mouth. Why did he suddenly feel that this possibility was very high? What does it have to do with you? Mayor Witten glanced at Sanji, and said with a grim face, this colorful fog was broken and disappeared because of you, and it has nothing to do with you. I have been waiting for decades for this day. Forget it, why did I say so much to you? Mayor Witten shook his head and said, catch them for me. Anyway, there must be a lot of treasures on their ship, as long as we get those things. It seems that we can only take action. Nami held her forehead and said, Chopper, leave it to you. Oh, Chopper turned his head and looked at the soldiers who surrounded him, and quickly became a fighting state. Come on. Haha, Monster Raccoon Phillips, wearing a special combat suit, came over and sneered, no matter how powerful you are, you can't be my opponent. He was wearing the highest level of electric combat suit in the city, which had high voltage electricity that was enough to kill people. As he said that, he hit Chopper hard with the weapon in his hand, and Chopper was electrocuted all over and fell to the ground. Chopper Nami's pupils shrank, her face was full of disbelief, and then she was extremely angry, what did you do to my partner? Then she took out the weather stick and planned to teach this bastard a hard lesson. Isn't it obvious what you did? Phillips sneered and said, don't worry, it's your turn next. Then he walked towards Nami step by step. Nami glanced at the Chopper, who was on the road that Fang had to pass by, took another look at the weapon in his hand. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward. If Chopper was stepped on, he would probably be seriously injured. Looking at Nami, who took the initiative to rush over, Phillips was stunned for a moment, and then showed a trace of a grim smile. She actually took the initiative to deliver herself to the door. Well, it saves him the trouble. After killing this woman, go and kill all the other pirates. By then, all the money on this pirate ship will be theirs. After Nami picked up Chopper, she saw the blue electric light from the corner of her eye, and her heart was suddenly shocked. It's over, it's too late. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared here and kicked Phillips' machine hard. Swoosh! Boom! It hit the stone in the distance heavily. What are you going to do to my woman? Chu Feng looked at Phillips viciously, his eyes full of murderous intent. Chu Feng, Nami said with a look of surprise, and then breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, there were some doubts. How did you get here? Just now, the Golden Mary was still a few hundred meters away from the shore. I feel the call of love. Chu Feng smiled, then looked at Chopper with some heartache and said, you take Chopper on board first, and leave this to me. Okay. I'm fine. Chopper struggled to stand up, I can continue to fight. You'd better stay here obediently. Chu Feng looked at Zoro, who was brought ashore by Luffy, and said, there are only a few of us. Do you want to kill me? Zoro covered his head and opened his shark mouth and roared, sooner or later, I'll chop you. Why did this bastard have to take me with him? We're about to reach the shore. Sorry, ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed insincerely. Sorry, you may not be able to leave. Phillips climbed up again and walked over with a ferocious face. Boy, don't think you can defeat me by sneaking up on me once. Really? Chu Feng looked at him with contempt, and then waved to Luffy not far away. Luffy, he called you. Oh. As for me. Chu Feng glanced at Witten, who was already wearing combat uniforms, and walked over step by step. Hey, you are the mayor, right? Boy, are you looking for death? Witten glanced at Chu Feng and said, you have committed the crime of insulting the mayor. If you pay 50 million Baileys now, I can spare your life. Chu Feng. Did he say any bad words? Forget it, there is no way to reason with such a person. Then he quickly rushed towards the other party. Little devil, since you are really looking for death, don't blame me, Witten said with a grim smile. Go to hell. 2 tongues of fire spurted out from the machinery in his hands and hit Chu Feng in the distance. There was no thought that the citizens and his soldiers might be hurt. What a cruel guy. Chu Feng murmured softly, but you are brave to play with machinery in front of me. After that, his legs quickly exerted force and the whole person disappeared from Witten's sight. Where did you go? Witten was shocked and began to look for Chu Feng with a horrified face. Are you looking for me? Chu Feng, who was standing behind him, took out a wrench and said, I really don't know why this rough machinery gives you so much confidence. Shaking his head, his hands moved quickly. In just a few breaths, the combat uniform was disassembled into parts. And Witten also lost his support and fell to the ground. How? How is it possible? Witten's eyes were full of horror. Is there such a terrifying person in this world? Wait. Your face. Witten looked at Chu Feng's appearance, and a bounty order unconsciously appeared in his mind, with Chu Feng's appearance on it. Are you the mechanical maniac Chu Feng? Why did this pirate appear here? Wait. And that straw hat boy? Witten fixed his sight on Luffy's straw hat, and his pupils shrank suddenly. You are the straw hat pirates who defeated the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. Why did this group of people appear here? Ah, it's us. Chu Feng said with a playful look on his face. Surprised or not? I didn't expect to hit the wall this time. Looking at his funny look, Chu Feng felt funny. Humph, if I was a pirate back then, you little brats wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes, Wilton said coldly, and then waved his hand. Everyone, come on. Take them down. Oh. Pfft, after you can't beat them, should we just fight in a group? Chu Feng grabbed the other's chin and lifted him up. Do you think these weaklings can pose any threat to us? Let go of the mayor. A soldier pointed his flintlock rifle at Chu Feng, trembling, otherwise, I'll shoot. Boy, don't point such a dangerous weapon at me. Chu Feng glanced at him. The soldier said indifferently, it's easy to die. The soldier swallowed his saliva and then gritted his teeth. As long as the mayor was saved, his future would be. Thinking of this, the soldier immediately said, I'll say it again, let the mayor go. Before he finished speaking, an attack suddenly flew over from a distance, bombarding his face and exploding directly. Humph! Gunpowder Star Usopp raised the corner of his mouth. The sniper's home field is to cover under his nose. He still wants to use a gun on his partner. Are you kidding? Look, I said it would kill people. Chu Feng exclaimed in surprise. You don't believe it? Shaking his head, he continued to focus on Witten. To be honest, I think you are quite pitiful. Busy for decades, but in the end you made a dowry for others. If it weren't for their group of people, it is estimated that all the treasures in the colorful mist would fall into the hands of this old man. It's a pity that you don't have this life. Witten's pupil shrank, and he turned his head to look at the Golden Mary and said, have you moved all the treasures on board? Guess. It must be Captain. Witten's face became ferocious. That's mine, mine. You low-level pirates don't deserve it. Why? The money he has spent his whole life on is going to fall into the hands of these pirates. Low-level pirate. The smile on Chu Feng's face disappeared. and he threw it to the ground fiercely. What a bad name! This brought back some bad memories for him. Someone once told him that he was an inferior person, a low-level foreigner, etc. Ha, it's ironic to think about it. They are in the same country, but in the end they are divided into different levels. You made me angry. Chu Feng showed a ferocious smile. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Then he took out a broad bean from his arms and stuffed it into Witten's mouth for him to eat. Aren't you a pirate? Just stay in the city of Impel down obediently, ha ha ha. Killing him would be so easy for him. Chu Feng wanted to make him want to live but not to die. If the Navy asks about your identity, remember to tell me all your previous experiences as a pirate, Chu Feng ordered. Yes, Witten subconsciously stood up and nodded, and then he realized something was wrong. Why did he obey the other party's orders? What did you do to me? Secret. Chu Feng laughed and walked away. Obedient broad bean. After eating this thing, the other party will unconditionally execute Chu Feng's orders within 1 day, and it's still when the other party is conscious. This is the most cruel torture. After solving the situation here, Chu Feng quickly joined the battlefield on the other side to help his partners clean up these garbage soldiers. They who helped the evil will not live in this world. Major Labani, the Lulu fake island is ahead. A soldier ran over and said. I know. Labani nodded, then looked at Isoka on the side and sighed. Henzo is now on Lulagia Island. I didn't expect that after parting, 50 years of time would be directly crossed. Yeah, Isoka also sighed. I don't know what his expression would be when he saw us. Ha 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 ha. Will he be very excited? Or very shocked? After all, in his eyes, this group of people might disappear directly. The moment they left the colorful mist, they disappeared from the Golden Mary. Crossing the long river of 50 years, they returned to their own timeline. Report, we have arrived at Lulu Fake Island. Well, Doc. Labani nodded. Yes. Isoka looked at the situation on the shore and was stunned for a moment. What happened? Why were all these people knocked down? The two looked at each other, quickly rushed to the shore, came to the only person still standing and asked, what happened? Henzo was stunned for a moment, turned his head and looked at Rabani, his pupils shrank suddenly. You, how painful it is. But it must not be a good memory. After parting with you, we returned to our own time and space, which spanned about 50 years. Rabani sighed. In that case, why didn't you come to meet me in advance? There is no other way. In order to defeat Witten, who hides under the umbrella of power, we can only rely on other forces. So Isoka and I joined the Navy, and then we didn't have time to come back. Rabani said helplessly. After that, we have been carrying out missions and trying to climb up. It took him 50 years to get back here. Henzo nodded and accepted this statement. But what they didn't realize was that all this was because of the timeline repair problem. 50 years, they are not allowed to meet, otherwise, there will be some problems in time and space, so they will meet today. Oh, right. Rabani glanced at the soldiers lying on the ground and said, what's going on? It was done by the Straw Hat Pirates. Henzo raised his head and said, Wilton was going to forcibly seize the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates. But they were defeated by the other side. But they are gone. For some reason, Henzo concealed the fact that the Straw Hat Pirates might have treasures. Is that so? Rabani nodded, then touched his chin and said, the Straw Hat Pirates. That group of people is not a simple character, he can't fight against them. Oh, right. Henzo suddenly remembered something and said, that Mayor Wilton is actually a pirate. Pirate Rabani was stunned for a moment, then his face sank. Tell me in detail. You should ask him yourself. Ask yourself. Rabani was a little dumbfounded. Can he tell if I ask him? Are you stupid? You will know if you ask Le. Okay. Rabani sighed, but out of trust in his friend, Rabani still walked up to Witten and said, are you a pirate? Witten, who was kneeling on the ground, raised his head and was stunned when he saw the other party's clothes. Are you a navy? Yes, I am a pirate. Witten said with a strange look on his face, I am the famous pirate on the sea decades ago, Witten. That look, as if he was trying his best to restrain something but was helpless. Rabbani, did he really say that? If he had known this earlier, why would he be a navy? Wouldn't it be over if he just reported it directly? Angry Rabbani raised his foot to hit Witten, but seeing his old appearance, he finally gave up this plan. Come on, take him away. Yes, a team of navy came over, arrested Witten and walked towards the warship. Asshole, although I am a pirate, I am the mayor now, Witten roared. You can't catch me, you can't catch me. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. Thank you for your hard work. Rabbani looked at Henzo and sighed, then 50 years it's worth it. Henzo wiped his tears and said, as long as you can live, everything is worth it. What about 50 years? Even if it's 100 years, he will do it. Besides, we don't need to say too much about our feelings, right? Rabbani and Isoka were silent for a while, silently looked at Henzo, and then laughed. Yes, their friendship doesn't need to be said too much. Chapter 89, The Machine That Shuttles Through Time. Time hourglass. After leaving Lullagia Island, Chu Feng began to study the colorful mist in his hand. Hey, Chu Feng, what are you doing? Looking at Chu Feng squatting in the corner swinging a hammer, Usopp asked curiously. Me. Chu Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up, saying with some pride, I'm researching something that can overturn the whole world. Nico Robin, who was sitting on the deck, looked at Chu Feng and frowned slightly. Is Chu Feng researching some kind of weapon of mass destruction? It must be very terrifying to overturn the world. What is that? Chopper also came up and took a look at a funnel behind Chu Feng. Is this the funnel you mentioned that can overturn the world? Hey, don't underestimate this funnel. Chu Feng said unhappily, have you heard of a time machine? Time machine. Hearing Chu Feng's words, everyone put down their work and came up. Has Chu Feng also made this terrible prop that only exists in stories? No, is this reasonable? Usopp looked at the hourglass he made, traveling through time or something. Can it really be done? Have you forgotten what happened to us in the colorful fog? Nico Robin took a deep breath and said, Chu Feng, if I'm not mistaken, you should have developed this thing based on the colorful fog. That's right. I developed it based on the colorful fog, the time hourglass. Chu Feng touched his chin and said, I felt strange when I was in it, and now it seems to be true. Relying on a strong and powerful magnetic field to distort time, thus forming an area out of time. And what I have to do is to amplify this effect and then control it. Chu Feng took it away and glanced at everyone, took a deep breath and said, well, then I have a question. Is there anyone you want to see in particular? Someone you want to see? Yes. Chu Feng pushed his eyes and said, but I have to say in advance that the effect of this time hourglass is only 3 days. Whether we go to the past or people from the past are brought to the present, once the sand in the time hourglass reaches the bottom, it will be pulled back to the original time and space. Although we have the memory of our existence, there is no way to change the time and space trajectory that has become history. In other words, the past cannot be redeemed, but the future can be changed. At least that's the case now. Someone you want to see? The Straw Hat Pirates fell into a strange silence. Is there anyone they want to see? Of course, Nami's adoptive mother, Robin's mother, Zoro's childhood sweetheart, Sanji's mother, Luffy's brother, Usopp's mother, Chopper's adoptive father. These are the people they want to see the most. Really, can I really see them again? Nami's eyes flickered, and she looked at Chu Feng with both expectation and fear, fearing that she would say no. Yes. Chu Feng nodded, and then sighed, but you can only bring back one person at a time, and you need to wait until he returns to the original time and space before you can continue to summon the next person. Who will come first? Nami and others were silent for a while after hearing this, and looked at each other. Are we going to see them now? But why do I feel scared? Are you really afraid that he/she will find out about your current situation? Forget it. Nami pretended to be relaxed and said, if Belmel knew that I became a pirate, she would definitely beat me up, ha 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 ha. Let's go see her after we sail in this world for a week. Looking at Nami's appearance, Chu Feng felt a little distressed, and walked up to her and hugged her in his arms. Then he looked at the others, what about you? Me too. Me too. Wait until I become the Pirate King, then I'll go see Sabo, ha 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 ha. Listening to his companion's words, Chu Feng felt a little complicated for a while. I know. Chu Feng put the hourglass in his pocket, then wait until we complete our dreams together, and then stand in front of them with dignity. Oh. By the way, Chu Feng, don't you have anyone to meet? Nami looked up at Chu Feng and asked. Me. Chu Feng was stunned when he heard this, and shook his head after a moment. I don't have any relatives in this world. His relatives are in another world, so it is not wrong to say so. But Nami obviously misunderstood, looking at Chu Feng with a distressed face, stretching out her hands and hugging Chu Feng's waist tightly. It's okay, you still have me. Yet. Others also walked to other places tactfully, quietly fiddling with their own things. Well, of course, except Luffy. Hey, look, what is that in the sky? Luffy looked at the huge ship falling from the sky and was a little dumbfounded. Get out of the way. Chu Feng looked up and was stunned when he heard it. Ship. Why would such a huge ship fall from the sky? Oh, I remember, we are already near Gaia Island. Countless debris fell on the sea, raising large waves. Quick, grab the things around you, Zoro shouted, don't be thrown off. If you are thrown off at this time, there is only one way to die. Fortunately, everyone was lucky and was not hit by the biggest wreckage, but they were also soaked by the waves. No. No strength. Luffy immediately lay on the ground and paddled away along the sea. It was Nico Robin who quickly activated the fruit ability to save Luffy from falling into the sea. Devil fruit ability users are really troublesome. Zoro took Chopper away from his face and said, Hey, Chopper, don't hug my face. Hold, sorry. Chopper was a little embarrassed. He was too scared just now and rushed directly to Zoro's face. There was no way. At that moment just now, he felt that only by doing this could he feel safe. Why did the ship fall from the sky? Luffy looked up at the sky with a look of surprise. It's so strange. But there's nothing in the sky. Zoro looked at the sky carefully and there were no suspicious fruit ability users or the like. Not good. Nami from Chuhi broke free from Feng's arms and said in horror, the record pointer is broken. It's pointing to the sky now. No, it's not. Nico Robin said, I think it was attracted by the island with stronger magnetic force. That's why it changed to a new record. Since the pointer is pointing up and not moving, it can be seen that the pointer was taken away by the Sky Island. After all, in the Grand Line, only the record pointer can be trusted. Since it points to the sky, there must be a Sky Island. Sky Island. Others were a little dumbfounded. How is this possible? There are islands in the sky. Isn't this nonsense? No, there are. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said lightly, there are indeed sky islands in this world. They are islands composed of special clouds, and there are more than one. Is he about to meet the Thunder Fruit ability user? Chu Feng's mind became active. He had to get this devil fruit and use it as a source of energy for the Gundam. And it's a pity to put this powerful ability in the hands of Enel. Is there really an island floating in the air? Luffy shouted with surprise. Nami, hurry. Turn around, aim for Sky Island. Incredible island, he must go and see it. Are you an idiot? Nami opened her shark mouth and roared, how can a ship sail to the sky? Isn't this asking too much? She can't do it, okay. To be honest, I haven't seen Sky Island either, but... Nico Robin glanced at Chu Feng, how did you know about the existence of Sky Island? Ah, Chu Feng is from the New World. Usopp jumped out and said, he knows a lot of things we don't know. Listening to Usopp's words, Nico Robin nodded thoughtfully, is that so? No wonder. This makes sense, no wonder Crocodile was defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates. Who would have known that such a small pirate group would have a capable person from the New World? There are 2 ways to get to the Sky Island now. Chu Feng held up 2 fingers and said, one is that I will put away this ship, then take out the RV and modify it, and use the flight mode to rush to the Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The second is to modify the Golden Mary, and then ride the upwelling current all the way up. Luffy, you choose. Listening to Chu Feng's words, Nami instinctively felt something was wrong. Why let Luffy choose? If he said it, he would definitely choose the most dangerous one. Before she could speak, she heard Luffy say upwelling current. Yes, upwelling current. Chu Feng took a look at the Golden Mary that had been repaired many times and sighed. He probably knew Luffy's decision. A special ocean current formed by the movement of the seabed can rush directly from the ground to the sky, connecting to the sea of clouds above the sky. It sounds so interesting, Luffy said with shining eyes. Let's take this, let's take the rising current. Sure enough, Nami shed tears of pain and punched Chu Feng on the shoulder. Why do you give Luffy the opportunity to choose? Wouldn't it be better to just say to take the RV up? The second method is dangerous no matter how you look at it. RU09 SHUI 75 FEI 63 LU2 XIA 041 SAY 0. Haha, this is more interesting, isn't it? Chu Feng smiled and patted Nami's head. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Okay. Then you have to protect me. Of course. Chu Feng nodded, then looked at Luffy and said, since you choose the second way, you need to find someone. Who to find? There is a descendant of Roland on Gaia Island. He knows when the upwelling current will appear. Listening to Chu Feng's words, Nico Robin was stunned for a moment, and then said in disbelief, is the Roland you are talking about the big talker Roland? Big talker? Chu Feng said disdainfully, he is not a big talker. He personally landed on Sky Island and became friends with the people there. What a pity, his king doesn't want to believe him. 0, 0. SHH, there are countless gold on it, and it is known as the Land of Gold. If he were to say, Rolando should not have obediently returned to the kingdom. No one believed in you, so why did you go back? Going back to die. The Land of Gold. Hearing these words, Nami was no longer afraid. Brothers, hurry up, let's go find the descendants of Rolando. The Land of Gold, there must be gold that she has never seen in her life. Just thinking about it makes me excited. These will all be hers, hers. Chu Feng's mouth twitched, as if she had found a way to motivate Nami. As long as there are a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry waiting for them, Nami will automatically ignore the terrible dangers. A complete money grubber, but Chu Feng didn't think there was anything wrong with this, because it was her own. Where's my girlfriend? As for Gaia Island? Nami looked at the map and thought for a while and said, it shouldn't be far from here. Okay, I'll leave this to you. Chu Feng waved his hand and said, I'm going to level up and will be back soon. Level up? Ah, level up. Chu Feng took out the time hourglass and smiled, go meet an interesting person. Who is the interesting person? Chu Feng did not answer, but pressed the button on the time hourglass. A light curtain flew out of the time hourglass and fell in front of Chu Feng and turned into a door. Chu Feng strode in and left 3 words. Pirate King. See Pirate King. Hey, Chu Feng, take me with you. Luffy rushed over directly and wanted to leave with Chu Feng. But unfortunately, the light curtain disappeared the moment Chu Feng entered. 0 really? Luffy stood up with an unhappy look on his face. Why don't you take me with you when you go to see the Pirate King? He still wanted to see what kind of person the Pirate King is. Forget it, let Chu Feng take you next time. Nami said helplessly, our current mission is to go to Gaia Island to find the person Chu Feng mentioned. Don't you still want to go to Sky Island? Ah, yes. Luffy recovered his spirit at once. Brothers, go to Gaia Island. 3 days passed quickly, and Chu Feng also returned to his own timeline from the past time and space. These 3 days have greatly improved his strength. The most important thing is that with the help of potions, he has learned the armed color domineering. After all, not all natural ability users are afraid of laser weapons, but domineering is different. Domineering can capture the flowing body of natural ability users. Any natural system is the same. This is the best way to deal with natural systems. Chu Feng, who returned to the boat, looked at the gorilla not far away and was stunned for a moment. Gorilla. Hey, you have good vision. The gorilla gave Chu Feng a thumbs up and smiled. Not bad, very promising. After saying that, he felt something was wrong. Hey, no, who are you? Why are you on the Straw Hat Boy's ship? I am Chu Feng, a partner of the Straw Hat Boy. Chu Feng thought for a while and said, where are the Straw Hat Boys now? They should be with my dad. The gorilla pointed to the huge villa in the distance and said, if you want to find them, go there. Okay, thank you. Chu Feng, who jumped off the boat, looked at the pirate ship that had been modified in half and shook his head. Forget it, it can be used like this, so let's do it this way first. Then he walked towards the villa by the sea. I didn't expect the Pirate King to be such a generous person. There was a hint of smile in Chu Feng's eyes. His heart was so broad that he accepted him directly and let Rayleigh teach him armament haki. Well, I guess this time I went there to say hello in advance. While thinking, Chu Feng walked to the so-called villa. Is this a villa? Chu Feng looked at the huge drawing board and his mouth twitched. How idle is this man? Ah! Chu Feng Chopper rushed out of the room. It's him. He smelled Chu Feng's scent in the room just now, and when he came out, he was back. Chu Feng hugged Chopper, who rushed over and smiled. How is it, did you find out? Yeah. Chopper nodded. Uncle said that there will be an upwelling current at noon tomorrow, so we just need to wait. Oh, by the way, Uncle's 2 family members are helping us to transform the ship. I know this, I just got off the boat. Chu Feng rubbed Chopper's head, glanced at the companions who came out and said, I'll go back. What's wrong with your faces? Chu Feng frowned as he looked at the wounds on Luffy and Zoro's faces. Feeling the anger emanating from Chu Feng, Nami recounted what happened today. Is that so? Chu Feng nodded, and then said with a smile, then Luffy, the matter of the compass bird will be handed over to you. I have something to go out for. Then, without waiting for the few people to answer, Chu Feng instantly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 90, Wolf God Armor Fusion. Ha 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 ha, those pirates today are really naive. Bellamy said with a mocking face, they actually believe that there is an island in the sky in this world. Isn't this a joke? Are there still pirates holding such naive dreams now? It's really funny. That's right, he didn't dare to fight back after being beaten by us, it's really hilarious. He must have been scared by our boss, after all, the boss's bounty is 55 million Baileys. That's right, a mere 50 million rubbish didn't dare to fight back. It's normal to take action. Humph, just a bunch of trash, don't worry about it. Bellamy sneered and said, when I become a cotter of the Don Quixote family, my bounty will definitely be more. Dream. One Piece. Sky Island. What kind of shit is that? Only status and money are the most important. And in Bellamy's opinion, his strength is definitely more than 5,500 Baileys, so he looks down on Luffy. Boss is awesome, boss will definitely become a cotter. Ha ha ha, that's right. Yo, it looks like you are very happy. A man's figure sounded in the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. Bellamy was stunned for a moment, and then his pupil shrank. When did this man sit next to him? Who are you? Bellamy said with a sullen face, do you know who I am? I know. Chu Feng waved his hand calmly, Mad Dog Bellamy. A man with a bounty of 55 million Baileys. Haha, since you know who I am, you still dare to be so arrogant? As if he had regained some confidence, Bellamy said coldly, boy, if you kneel on the ground and kowtow a few times now, I will not pursue the matter of your sudden appearance. Ha ha ha, that's right. Kowtow quickly, kowtow quickly. Boss, why waste time talking to him? Kill him quickly, and then we still have to rob gold. That's 490, I heard that the old man on the beach has a lot of gold. Listening to their words, the cold light in Chu Feng's eyes became stronger. You are really a bunch of scum. Boy, don't be shameless. Bellamy's face sank. Don't think I dare not kill you. If he hadn't been a little confused about this person's depth, he would have made the other party kneel on the ground long ago. But he was not worried that he could not beat the other party. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty of more than 55 million. To be honest, I look down on you. Chu Feng looked at Bellamy with a sneer on his face and said, what's the difference between you who have no dreams and the walking dead? Dream? Bellamy was stunned for a moment, then he thought of something, and a trace of sneer appeared on his face. I know, you are the partner of the Straw Hat Boy. Why, are you lining up to get beaten? What a weird hobby. Tisk, in this case, I will kindly fulfill your wish. Chu Feng did not answer Bellamy's words, but said to himself, it's your business to have no dreams and be willing to be a frog in the well. But the last thing you should do is to mock other people's dreams. At this point, Chu Feng's face darkened. Luffy is a man who wants to become the Pirate King. I don't allow anyone to mock his dream. So what if you mock? How? Chu Feng smiled softly, and then disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Bellamy. He stretched out his hand and grabbed his face tightly and pressed him to the ground. After sliding outside, he threw him out fiercely. After everything that happened last night, Chu Feng walked out calmly. Hey, you bastard dared to do it. Go, kill him. Don't worry, you have a share. Chu Feng stretched out a finger and made a shushing gesture, then walked towards Bellamy. What do you mean? The people in the room looked at Chu Feng's back in confusion. Scare them. Don't care what he says, hurry up and kill. Before he finished speaking, dazzling sparks exploded in the room. Boom! The house was instantly destroyed by a high-powered bomb. No one in the house was spared. What? Bellamy climbed up and his pupils shrank, and then he became furious. You bastard, what did you do? What did you do? Chu Feng said lightly, I just did what a pirate should do. Isn't it normal for pirates to kill each other? Pirates? Bellamy was silent for a moment, then stood up silently. You're right, we are all pirates. But... Bellamy looked up at Chu Feng with a ferocious face and roared, I will sacrifice their blood with your blood. After that, his legs turned into two springs, and the whole person quickly jumped back and forth between the towers. Boy, I'll let you see why I'm called Mad Dog Bellamy. Bellamy roared as he flew, bury them with them. As soon as the voice fell, the person appeared not far from Chu Feng. He raised his spring arm compressed to the extreme and hit Chu Feng. Frog in the well. Chu Feng said softly, then protected his long legs with his armed color domineering, and whipped the opponent's face with a whip kick. Bang! Crack! A sound of bones breaking was heard, and Bellamy rolled his eyes and flew out. Boom! Directly smashed the building tower in the distance. It was at this time that two bounty orders floated in front of Chu Feng. Looking closely, isn't this the bounty order when they just arrived at the Grand Line? Oh, that's it. Chu Feng understood immediately. Is it because you didn't see our latest bounty that's why he acted so recklessly? 55 million Baileys gave you such great confidence, what a mockery. Shaking his head, Chu Feng walked slowly in the direction he came from. Halfway through, he saw an unexpected figure. Blackbeard. Ha 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 ha, kid, you are the mechanical maniac Chu Feng of the Straw Hat Pirates. Blackbeard said with a crazy laugh, I like you very much, come with me. There is really no future for following the Straw Hat Kid, I can give you an unimaginable status. Hearing his words, Chu Feng's face became strange. You know, you're not the first one to talk to me like this. Oh, Blackbeard was a little surprised to hear this. What about the others? They were beaten half to death. Really? Blackbeard was not afraid when he heard this, but became more excited. That proves that you are very strong. Ha 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 ha, others may not know your ability, but I know very well that as long as you are given a bigger stage, you will definitely be able to show more terrifying technological power, am I right? Chu Feng. Blackbeard said sincerely, join me. I'll give you the position of vice captain. This is his greatest sincerity. Vice Captain Basha, who was standing on the roof in the distance, was immediately unhappy. Why does this kid become the vice captain as soon as he arrives? In terms of seniority, he is the most qualified one. The captain naturally has his own ideas. Lafitte said calmly. He didn't care about the vice captain or something. But this kid named Chu Feng does have some unique features. A scientist with strong personal strength. Interesting. Chu Feng did not answer, but said with emotion, to be honest, I think this is the person who is most like a pirate in this world. He knows how to be patient, and he will do whatever it takes to get what he wants when he has the chance. Really, there is no one else except him. Thief, ha 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 ha, I will take it as a compliment to me. Blackbeard laughed. How about it? Have you thought it through? I am very sincere. Chu Feng looked at Blackbeard, and after a moment, he said with a sneer on his face, you are not worthy. Blackbeard was not angry, but asked back, is it because of that straw hat kid? It doesn't matter, I can kill him, and then you follow me. Then he waved his hand and said, brothers, go find the straw hat boy and kill them. He could just take the straw hat boy's head in exchange for a position in the 7 warlords of the sea. Oh! Chu Feng frowned, why do you guys like to talk to yourselves? Forget it, why should I be angry with you? Chu Feng shook his head, and then his face became serious, I can't let you disturb Luffy and the others. Then he put his hand on his glasses and said lightly, Wolf God Armor Fusion. As soon as the voice fell, a dimension hole as high as a person suddenly opened behind Chu Feng, and a set of armor flew out of it and assembled on Chu Feng's body. Armor fusion. With the voice broadcast, a set of golden special armor appeared on Chu Feng's body. This set of armor is upgraded on the basis of the Wild Wolf armor, which not only reduces the size but also increases mobility. More importantly, it has powerful melee capabilities and laser weapons. Hearing the voice behind, Blackbeard looked back and froze in place. This is Blackbeard, I won't let you disturb Luffy and the others. Chu Feng took a fighting stance and said, so I plan to kill you here. Ha 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 ha, interesting, really interesting. Looking at Chu Feng's combat armor, Blackbeard could no longer hide the excitement on his face. This is the scientist he needs, and only people like him are worthy of such a scientist. In that case, I will defeat you. Blackbeard walked towards Chu Feng step by step. Stay away from you guys. Don't interfere with our fight, it would be bad if our companions are hurt. He didn't want to accidentally hurt his own people during the fight. Chu Feng didn't care. As long as he killed Blackbeard, the others would naturally disband. Well, except for Bashes, that person might come to take revenge when he killed Blackbeard. As for whether he could kill Blackbeard, to be honest, Chu Feng himself had no idea. How strong this guy was still a mystery. Anyway, let's give it a try. Thinking of this, Chu Feng immediately activated the combat mode of the Wolf God armor, and a golden light appeared all over his body. I respect you very much for starting with the big one. Really, that's great. Come on. After saying that, Chu Feng disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Blackbeard, with armament haki covering his right hand, and punched him hard. Bang! Swoosh! Boom! The powerful kinetic energy sent Blackbeard flying, smashing the house in the distance. Captain Bashes was a little dumbfounded. How could he be knocked away in an instant? I'm fine. Blackbeard stood up from the ruins, patted the dust on his body and said, "Boy, you actually know armament haki. This is rare in the Grand Line." It seems that he was not injured. Chu Feng was not surprised. After all, this was a fierce man who could hurt Shanks. "Ah, I just met some interesting people," Chu Feng said lightly. "By the way, I asked for the armament haki, and then I learned it." "Is that so?" Blackbeard nodded, and then said helplessly, "Boy, are you really unwilling to follow me? To be honest, I really don't want to fight with you. What if I beat you to death?" "You can do it first." Chu Feng laughed, and the whole person flew into the air. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a circular roulette with various high-explosive weapons on it. "Your body is a bit weird, it can absorb attacks, right?" Chu Feng raised his finger and waved it down, "but can you take such an attack?" As Chu Feng's voice fell, countless rays of light flew out of the disc and hit Blackbeard. Chu Feng did not let go of the other members of the Blackbeard pirates who were watching the battle around him. It would be even better if they could be blown to death. Boom! Boom boom! This time Chu Feng was firing at full power, with no intention of holding back. The bombing lasted for a full minute, and Chu Feng stopped attacking after throwing all the bombs. Not dead yet. Looking at the twisted darkness below, Chu Feng frowned. Such an attack is ineffective against him. "Ha ha 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 ha, it's really powerful." Blackbeard dispersed the smoke in front of him and looked at Chu Feng excitedly. "Anything else? Keep going. Let me see what you can do." "The power of these bombs is enough to destroy the Navy's warships. If they are equipped on pirate ships, wouldn't dozens of them fire together to destroy the Navy headquarters?" Thinking of this, Blackbeard was extremely eager to get Chu Feng. With these things, wouldn't it be easy for him to become a 7 warlords of the sea? "Tisk, monster!" Chu Feng spat. Ordinary people would have been blown to slag in the face of such an attack. Is it because of the dark fruit? It's really a disgusting devil fruit ability. "Aren't you coming?" Blackbeard stretched out his hand and said, "If you don't come, I'll do it." Dark Claw. A large amount of dark matter spurted out from Blackbeard's hand and grabbed Chu Feng directly. Chu Feng had already dodged the opponent's attack with a backflip and landed on the ground in the distance. "Can't be caught by this thing." Chu Feng glanced at the stone that was compressed into a block after being swallowed by darkness not far away, and his face was very cautious. The devil fruits in this world are too weird, and many of them are simply the power of laws. He didn't dare to guarantee that his energy protection layer could withstand the pressure. Finally willing to come down 0.7, Blackbeard grinned, "Then you stay for me." Dark A Cup Ointment Road. Boom! A large amount of black matter spread from Blackbeard's feet and grabbed Chu Feng at a very fast speed. But Chu Feng's speed was also not slow. When the firepower was fully opened, the wolf god armor could reach the speed of sound. The body disappeared in an instant, and came to Blackbeard not far away and shouted, "Go to hell!" Laser gun. He raised the laser gun in his hand and threw it out fiercely. Blackbeard's pupils shrank, and he felt the threat of death from this attack. He immediately turned around and placed the ability in front of himself, trying to block Chu Feng's laser weapon attack. Clang! Puff! What? Blackbeard's pupils shrank, and he looked at his pierced abdomen with disbelief. Didn't he block it with the fruit ability? Why can it still hit him? By the way, this guy's attack is not a fruit ability. Blackbeard reacted, maybe this kid's attack is a pure physical attack. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Blackbeard stretched out his hand and pressed on the wound, forcibly suppressed the injury and said, "Let's go." Too careless, he can't get seriously injured now, otherwise, the subsequent plan will not be implemented at all. If he continues to fight, although he can capture or even kill people, he may have to lie down for a while. This is not in line with his plan. Thinking of this, Blackbeard did not remove the dark matter in front of Chu Feng, but immediately used the dark fruit to roll up all his companions and then fled far away. Chu Feng, who was flying in the air for a long time, did not see the other party take action, so he used laser weapons to destroy the dark matter in front of him. Only then did he realize that he was gone. Did he escape? Forget it, if he wasn't killed, then he wasn't killed. Let's go back first. Chapter 91, Rocket Thruster, the last life-saving straw. After leaving the place where he fought with Blackbeard, Chu Feng went to deal with some things. It was the next day when he returned to the beach. Oh, is this transformation completed? Chu Feng, who was standing next to the Golden Mary, touched his chin. It's a very unique shape. There are wings on both sides that can help with flight, and the head is decorated into a chicken head. I say, whose taste is this? Chu Feng was speechless. You can even make a lion head. You're back. How about it? Handsome Usopp gave a thumbs up. The flight equipment of the Golden Mary, this was built overnight by the gorillas. Usopp was very grateful to them. Gorillas and whatnot. You can also compliment people, ha ha ha. I'm not complimenting you. Nami's mouth twitched. He really couldn't understand the taste of this group of people. What did you do yesterday? Yeah, I met a guy who was targeting Luffy's head and my people, and I solved it. Chu Feng waved his hand and said. Nami took a deep look at Chu Feng. I'm afraid it's not that simple. But at this time, she would not expose Chu Feng. A qualified woman would not make trouble for her boyfriend outside. Nami knew this very well. Luffy, who woke up and walked out, rushed over with little stars in his eyes, so handsome. Then, Chu Feng, can this really fly? So Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, objectively speaking, there is no way to fly without a power source. But there is an upwelling current where we are going, which will have a strong propulsion force. At this time, this set of equipment will work, but it mainly plays a balancing role. After all, in that situation, the rudder has no effect. So if you want to avoid deviating, the balance wings on both sides are very important. Nami looked at the three idiots who were excited, and after a moment of silence, she said, Chu Feng. This should be no problem. Maybe, Chu Feng said uncertainly, to be honest, I don't know. After all, this is not something I modified. Nami hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and turned to look at Wen Bran. Kulik said, Uncle, how long will it take for the upwelling current to appear? Wen Bran. Kulik looked up at the sky, thought for a moment and said, there are about 5 hours left. We need to set off 2 hours in advance. Why, do you have something else to do? That's good. Nami wiped the non-existent sweat on her forehead, stepped forward and grabbed Chu Feng's hands and said, Chu Feng, please. Chu Feng's mouth twitched, okay. Then I'll add some insurance measures. Chu Feng walked in front of the gorilla and the monkey and said, you two, your transformation is very beautiful. Right, the gorilla gave a thumbs up and said, this is our very proud work. Yeah. Chu Feng nodded, such a beautiful work, I think we should add some decorations. But you are tired all night, leave this kind of small matter to me. The monkey hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and looked at the gorilla. The gorilla thought for a moment and said, can you do it? Now that the main equipment has been installed, adding other things is likely to affect the balance. Don't worry, this kind of thing is still no problem for me. Chu Feng smiled and then took out the wrench and pliers. Seeing Chu Feng's confidence, the two said helplessly, well, after all, this is also your pirate ship. But don't touch the things we made, otherwise, if something goes wrong, don't blame us. Don't worry, I won't touch it. That's good. The two nodded, this kid is quite sensible. Looking up at the time, the gorilla walked to Wen Bran. Kulik said in front of him, Dad, let's go to the sea to check the situation first. This is also to prevent the rising current from appearing in advance. The sea is unpredictable, and no one knows whether there will be other changes. Okay. Wen Bran. Kulik nodded. After watching the two stupid sons leave, Wen Bran. Kulik silently watched Chu Feng hammering at the bottom of the Golden Mary. After a long while, he said in shock, I didn't expect this kid to have this skill. To be honest, Wen Bran. Kulik was shocked. Because Chu Feng in the distance only took 2 tools, a board and a pair of pliers. In a short period of time, there was something he couldn't understand on the rear bottom of the Jinmialai, but from his point of view, this thing would not affect the balance of the entire ship. From this point of view, this kid is quite powerful. Chu Feng is very powerful, Luffy said proudly, he is a scientist on my ship. Isn't it simple to just transform the ship? Scientist Wen Bran. Kulik nodded when he heard it, and then looked at Chu Feng's back thoughtfully and said, then he must have invented many powerful things. Luffy was no longer sleepy when he heard this, and immediately talked to Wen Bran with excitement. Kulik talked about the things Chu Feng had invented along the way, and directly told Wen Bran. Kulik was stunned when he heard it. In the end, he was dumbfounded, muttering, is there such a powerful person in this world? Because Chu Feng is a person who ate the devil fruit. Nami came up and added, I heard that Chu Feng's consciousness is the scientist fruit. After that, Nami glared at Luffy. How come you tell everything out loud? Luffy was so scared that he immediately covered his mouth. Did he do something wrong? Ha 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 ha, that's it. Wen Bran. Kulik smiled indifferently. Scientist fruit. Well, is it really not important anymore? Don't worry, little girl, I have no interest in exploring your secrets, nor in telling others. Wen Bran, who is old and cunning. How could Kulik not see what Nami meant? I only want one thing. If you really arrive at that dreamy island, please ring the golden bell. Wen Bran. Kulik said with a complicated expression, then I will know that you have really arrived at Sky Island. The most important thing is, he can wash away the shame of his ancestors. His ancestors did not lie. The Golden Country and Sky Island really exist. Looking at Wen Bran, Kulik's expression was full of desire. Nami was silent for a moment and nodded, no problem, right, Luffy? Luffy adjusted his hat and said, we will definitely reach Sky Island. Chu Feng said that Sky Island exists and Golden City also exists. Then all of this must exist. Wait, we will reach Sky Island soon. Time soon reached the departure time, and the gorilla and the monkey returned to the coast again. Wen Bran. Kulik recalled the things that Bellamy had ridiculed him, and the unwavering look of these guys in their dreams. After a moment of silence, he looked at his own people seriously and said, Saruyama United Army. Don't take it lightly. Even if the sky falls, we must escort these guys to the end. Now they are carrying their own dreams. Oh, since Dad said so, they must complete the task even if they risk their lives. Luffy looked at Wen Bran with a smile on his face. Kulik waved his hand and said, ha ha ha, brothers, let's go. Oh. Sky Island, I'm excited just thinking about it. Chopper hugged Zoro's legs and said, will there be any creatures on it that I haven't seen before? I'm so looking forward to it. Wen Bran. Kulik watched the ships gradually go away, and after a moment of silence, he ran to the shore and shouted, little brother. Let's say goodbye here. Ah, Uncle Diamond, take care of yourself too. Luffy waved with a smile on his face. Wen Bran. Kulik smiled, I have one more thing to say. There is one thing you must understand. No one has confirmed the existence of the Golden Bell and Sky Island in the past. You still have time to regret it now. No. Luffy grinned, I must go to Sky Island. Really, Wen Bran? Kulik smiled, and he laughed very happily, be careful, don't fall from it. Got it, Uncle Diamond. Remember not to mess around anymore. Looking at Luffy waving at him, Wen Bran. Kulik also waved and shouted, I don't want you to mind your own business, ha 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 ha. After the pirate ship was no longer visible, Wen Bran. Kulik murmured, maybe someone will laugh at me and say that this is a fabricated fallacy, but what's wrong with it? This is the romance of men. Little guys, take care. May you arrive at Sky Island safely. I hope the uncle won't jump into the water again. Chopper sighed and said, if his body continues like this, it will easily be in danger of his life. That kind of disease is either not to break out, or once it breaks out, it may be fatal. This time it was me, but next time. Although I also left him some special medicine, but after all, it is not a long-term solution. Don't worry, we will take care of Dad. The gorilla stood on the bow and shouted, hey, Straw Hat Boy. I am very grateful that you are willing to go to Sky Island. After all, Dad doesn't allow them to try. But Dad's dream has always been. Originally we are going to go, you don't need to thank me. Luffy said with a smile, I should thank you instead. After all, it was this group of people who helped them. Okay, now I will tell you about the precautions. The gorilla looked ahead and said, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. According to the current calculation, it is estimated that it will arrive near the current at 12 o'clock in the morning. Just like what my father told you, it is a current from bottom to top, and the location of each outbreak is different. So we must arrive in advance, this way we have time to accurately detect where he is. The gorilla talked for a long time and found that no one answered. He turned his head and looked at the Golden Mary, and suddenly exploded. Hey, are you guys listening, bastard? What's the point of running there to play with birds? What's the fun of a broken compass bird? Well, don't be so excited. Chu Feng walked to the bow and said, don't worry, I'm listening. Really? The gorilla was speechless. This is important information about whether you can get up there. The most important thing is that if there is a slight deviation, the Straw Hat Boys may lose their ship and die. This is not what he wants to see. It's okay, you can relax a little. The monkey waved his hand. After all, everyone's nerves have been tense for several hours. It's okay to relax before reaching the destination. That's right. The gorilla nodded. In that case, brothers, go at full speed with a relaxed mood anyway. There is no point in being anxious, so why not relax now? Chikichichio, is it okay? Zoro's mouth twitched. He always felt that it was a little unreliable. Don't worry, it's okay. Chu Feng smiled and said, after arriving at the destination, they will be nervous. The atmosphere of everyone's team is actually similar. When something happens, everyone will be tense and do their own job to solve the problem. In normal times, we just do whatever we like. Well, this is good, isn't it? Soon everyone arrived at the designated location, and the gorilla skillfully directed his men to go underwater to investigate the situation. Soon there was news. One by one, the men came out from the water and shouted, a large current was found at 12 o'clock. A large creature was detected at 9 o'clock, it should be a sea king. There are waves in the opposite direction of the current at 10 o'clock, which may be a huge whirlpool. Hearing what the younger brother said, the gorilla immediately understood, that's it. Turn the boat to the 10 o'clock position. That's a sign of an explosion. Move towards the whirlpool, don't retreat. Oh. Everyone moved in an orderly manner and moved forward to the explosion site. The waves are rising. Nami looked at the waves rushing in from a distance with a nervous face. Are they going to such a dangerous place as 490? This should be the foreshock of the eruption. Everyone, be careful and don't get thrown off. Chu Feng grabbed Nami and held her in his arms and said, if you are thrown out in this situation, there is only one way to go. Now there are not only a lot of waves on the sea surface, but also turbulent waves under the water. Once you fall down, you will definitely die. Nami, how is the record pointer now? It's right above that cloud. Nami looked at the jitty cloud in front and said, Sky Island is probably on that one. The wind direction is just downwind now, and the jitty cloud is moving towards the center of the vortex. As long as they can ride the rising current at this time, they will definitely reach Sky Island. The gorilla looked at the waves in the distance with excitement and shouted, "Brother, it seems that this time it will definitely be right." Ah, the scale of the eruption is also very large, and all the conditions are in place. The monkey was also excited. It must be possible. Hearing what they said, Luffy said excitedly, "Can it go to the sky?" "Yes, it must be possible. The next step is to follow the current." After that, the monkey and the gorilla commanded their men to leave the current and watched the Golden Mary drift towards the whirlpool. "Is it really okay?" Usopp said tremblingly. This is a huge whirlpool, especially when he saw a huge sea king being sucked into the whirlpool and screaming to death. He was so scared that he almost lost his soul. "Hey, Chu Feng, is it really okay?" Chopper was so scared that he jumped directly into Chu Feng's arms and shouted, "That's a huge sea king, and the sea kings were all killed. Will their small pirate ship really not be defeated by the current?" Chu Feng patted Chopper's little head helplessly and said, "It's too late for you to say these words now. Do you think Luffy will give up?" When he said this, Chu Feng glanced at Luffy, who was looking around excitedly, muttering, "Great adventure, this is a big adventure. This guy obviously won't give up. Accept your fate, young man. Don't move the rudder, just follow the current." Chu Feng said calmly, "It will calm down soon." Sure enough, when they were about to reach the center, the vortex disappeared completely, as if it had never appeared. The next moment, Chu Feng looked up and said, "Here it comes." Boom! A huge stream of water rushed up to the sky, directly pushing the Golden Mary into the sky. "Go, Golden Mary!" Luffy shouted excitedly. "This is flying in the sky." At this moment, a huge sea king smashed into the hull of the Golden Mary, directly knocking it out of orbit, scaring everyone silly. "Hey, Chu Feng! Got it!" Chu Feng immediately started the rocket thrusters that had been installed before. Rocket thrusters, start! Buzz! Boom! The powerful thrust directly pushed the Golden Mary back to orbit, and at the same time moved towards the sky at a very fast speed. Chu Feng looked at the approaching Emperor Cumulus with excitement and thought, "Thunder fruit, here I come." Chapter 92, Environmental Adaptation Pills. The charm of science. With the help of the rocket thrusters, the Golden Mary flew to the sky above Emperor Cumulus, above the White Sea. This place is 7,000 meters away from the ground. After the chaos, all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, except Chu Feng, lay on the ground. Finally here," Usopp said with a heavy breath. "I almost thought I was going to die. Also, what's going on with this uncomfortable feeling? It's like lack of oxygen, it's very uncomfortable. This place is at least 7,000 meters away from the ground. The oxygen is obviously different from the ground. It will be fine after a while of adaptation." Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said lightly. "Zoro, then why are you not affected?" "Well, maybe it's because I'm more powerful." Chu Feng shrugged. To be honest, he didn't know. Maybe the super potion he took when he went to find Roger's pirate group made his body stronger. Everyone, look! Luffy, who was lying on the bow, looked at the distance in a daze. "It's all white. Where is this? Is it a cloud?" Chopper looked at the white clouds below with excitement, and thought of cotton candy unconsciously in his heart. On the cloud, Nami, who climbed up, was also a little dumbfounded. "Then why won't it fall down?" "Why not? Clouds can do it." Luffy tilted his head and said in confusion, "Don't you know?" "Chu Feng, where did you hear this heresy?" Chu Feng said unhappily. "The reason why the clouds here can hold our ship is because the components are special. If I'm not mistaken, this is the White Sea. Below the White Sea, about 7,000 meters from the ground. It's at least 3,000 meters away from the real Sky Island. In other words, this is the so-called Sky Sea." Nami looked around, and then looked at the record pointer again. Now the record pointer is still pointing up, but there is no way to go up. "How do we go up?" "You can't use the current to rush up like you did just now." "But there is no current here." "Chu Feng, do you know?" "I don't know about that. Chu Feng shrugged. I just know some things about Sky Island, and I don't know the specific route. But I remember there should be an entrance here. Chu Feng touched his chin and said, I just don't know where the specific location is. Let's go and see first. He remembered that there was an old woman here who was responsible for collecting customs duties. While thinking, he looked to the side, and then froze for a moment. Hey, Usopp, what are you doing? Hee. Usopp, who took off his shirt, said proudly, this is a brand new ocean. Captain Usopp should go down and swim. After saying that, without waiting for Chu Feng to speak, he dived down, which made others dumbfounded. Hey, this is not the sea below. Chu Feng immediately rushed to the side of the ship and wanted to grab Usopp's hand, but it was still a step too late. What do you mean? Luffy's face changed when he heard it. If this is not the sea below, why would the ship stay on it? The White Sea is composed of special clouds. Although it can hold the ship, it can't hold people, Chu Feng said while activating the Wolf God armor. Wolf God armor combination. Armor combination. I'll go down to save him, Chu Feng shouted and rushed out. Usopp on the other side was already numb at this time. Why is this thing not the sea? He had no way to control his falling body and was falling all the time. In that case, this was not the sea at all. Would he fall directly from a height of 7,000 meters? Thinking of this, Usopp's face turned green and he immediately shouted, Chu Feng, save me, here we go. Chu Feng's voice sounded like the sound of nature, not far from Usopp. You idiot, don't you know to observe the situation before making a decision? If he hadn't been equipped with a thermal sensing device, he wouldn't have found this idiot at all. Grabbing Usopp's arm, Chu Feng rushed up. And Usopp hung on Chu Feng's arm, shaking uncontrollably. After returning to the ship, Chu Feng threw him onto the deck and said unhappily, Usopp, use your brain next time you do something. If I'm not here, do you know what the consequences will be if you fall from a height of 7,000 meters? It's good to be broken into a pancake. In serious cases, it can be broken into a mosaic on the ground. I know. Usopp was still knocking his upper teeth against his lower teeth at this time. There was no way, this experience was too exciting. Chu Feng rolled his eyes. Forget it, with this experience, he can also learn a lesson. So handsome. Luffy and Chopper looked at the Wolf God armor on Chu Feng, and they were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Is this the latest mecha? I guess so. Chu Feng took off the Wolf God armor and smiled. This is an upgrade based on the Wild Wolf armor. Can we try it? No. Chu Feng shook his head. I can only wear this myself. Although it became stronger after the upgrade, I can only use it myself. What? Luffy said with an unhappy face. Stingy guy. Chu Feng. I told you, I can only use it myself. This is made according to my genetic model. Chu Feng said unhappily, forget it, you won't understand even if I explain it to you. Then he looked at Nami, who was sweating, and said, how is it, can't you adapt yet? It's a bit difficult, but I feel it should be fine after a while. Nami was not sure. Chu Feng was silent for a while, and then walked into the cabin. What are you going to do? Make some small toys. Chu Feng waved his hand and said, I will be out soon. Take advantage of this time to find a way up. Aang. Chopper, who was observing Usopp next to him, suddenly raised his head and said, an animal is approaching. Is it an enemy? Luffy immediately rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight. I don't know. At this moment, a huge octopus rushed out of the White Sea, and the huge octopus legs hit the Golden Mary heavily. Asshole, what are you going to do? Luffy was immediately angry, and punched hard, knocking his octopus legs aside. This completely angered the octopus, and the whole body rushed out of the sea of clouds, roaring at the Golden Mary. I can't let you hurt our pirate ship. Luffy pressed his hat, and then fiercely launched his attack rubber machine gun. Bang! Doin the huge octopus was directly knocked out. Oh, what a pity. Luffy looked at the big octopus that fell into the sea of clouds with a look of pity. I thought I could taste it. Why didn't he float on the sea of clouds, but sank directly? It doesn't matter, there is another one here. Sanji brought over a plate of fish meat. This was a fish he had just seen on the boat. Hey, try it. Great Luffy rushed over excitedly, picked it up and ate it. Delicious. I want it too, I want it too. Chopper looked at Sanji expectantly, he also wanted to try it. I'll make it for you when I catch a new one. Really, what's wrong with you? Nami looked at the few people speechlessly. It's still in the observation stage, how come you guys are eating it? Aren't you afraid of problems? Hey, Nami, try it too. Looking at the plate handed over by Luffy, Nami was surprised. Luffy would actually share it. After taking a bite, he was stunned. Delicious. How can this thing be so delicious? This is the first time I have tasted this kind of taste. What is so delicious? Chu Feng walked out of the cabin and said with a smile, Oh. Are you shorting fish? He has not eaten this thing yet. Yes, Chu Feng, do you want to try it? Let's talk about it later. Chu Feng waved his hand. Compared to this, you come here first. Chu Feng stretched out his hand and showed a few pills in his hand and said, This thing is an environmental adaptation pill. After taking it, no matter what kind of environment appears, our body will quickly adapt, which will not affect the combat effectiveness. You don't need this. Luffy picked up the pill and tilted his head to look at it. I feel pretty good. Hey, I think my body can adapt to this environment. Zoro said stubbornly. Relying on drugs. He doesn't look like that. It's up to you. Chu Feng shrugged, then glanced at the others and said, What about you? I want it. Give me one too. Okay, okay. Chu Feng smiled and gave them to them, then looked at Luffy and Zoro, You two really don't need it. No. Okay. Chu Feng shrugged, Don't ask me when you get beaten. Chopper, who took the pill, was obviously much more comfortable, and ran to the bow to observe the distance with a telescope. Hey, everyone, I found a pirate ship. Chopper was dumbfounded as soon as he finished speaking, because the pirate ship was destroyed by someone unknown. The ship exploded. What ship exploded? Usopp glanced at Chopper. Hey, Chopper, why are you so startled? Be like me, don't panic when encountering anything. What qualifications do you have to say this? Chu Feng's mouth twitched, You are the first one to tremble when encountering something. No, I just saw a ship, and then it suddenly blew up. Chopper said with his hands dancing, Really, you have to believe me. I think I know what happened. Chu Feng pointed to the man rushing over from a distance and said, He probably blew up the ship. What? Several people's faces changed when they heard this. So, this person is now planning to blow up their Golden Mary. Thinking of this, Luffy and Zoro immediately rushed to the bow and shouted, Stop, or we will not be polite. Wepa smiled disdainfully, and then kicked Luffy in the face hard, kicking him out. Then he did a backflip to avoid Zoro's slash, and kicked Zoro to the deck with a whip kick. Damn it! Sanji looked at Wiper flying towards him, and kicked him hard, kicking him directly from the pirate ship to the White Sea. After gliding for a while, Wiper stabilized his body and looked at Sanji with surprise. What's wrong with this Qingdao man? Why did he adapt to the environment of Sky Island so quickly? Asshole, believe it or not, I will kick you to death, Sanji roared with an unhappy face. Humph. Wiper snorted coldly and raised the barrel in his hand to aim at the Golden Mary. So what if you can fight? In this sea of clouds, as long as there is no ship, you are dead. Looking at the other party's actions, Chu Feng and Nico Robin both raised their arms. Just before they were about to take action, an old voice appeared in the air. That's it. Then an old figure riding a Pegasus appeared in front of Wiper and stabbed him hard with a shot. Cut, you come to bother me again. Wepa spat unhappily, using this force to distance himself. After glaring at a few people fiercely, he turned and left. Chu Fengjianxi put down his finger, snorted coldly and said, "You are sensible." Then he threw 2 environmental adaptation pills into Luffy and Zoro's mouths and said, "Eat it." The 2 looked a little embarrassed, but they still ate the food. There was no way, it was because they couldn't adapt to the environment that they couldn't beat that guy just now. "Didn't you see Sanji kick him out with 1 kick?" "Old man, who are you?" Luffy asked as he got up from the ground. "Me Gan." Forer smiled and said, "I am a Sky Knight." "You are from Qinghai, right? It's rare to have such a physique." "Gan." Forer said with some emotion, "The air here is very thin compared to Qinghai. Generally, Qinghai people can't even use their strength when they first come here. This is why it is very dangerous here. Even if you are strong in Qinghai, it is useless if you can't use your strength here." Qinghai Nami asked with some confusion, "What does Qinghai mean? Also, who are you?" "As I said just now, I am a Sky Knight." "Gan." For said with his weapon, "Qinghai people are our collective name for people who live under the clouds. As I said just now, the air here is much thinner than the air in Qinghai, and the Bibai Sea above it is even more so. So, I think you need a strong bodyguard. Now let's talk about business." Business. Nami's money grubber attribute suddenly broke out, "What business? To be honest, my profession is a professional mercenary. It is very dangerous here. People who don't know the situation in the sky are either targeted by the wandering soldiers just now or become food for the airfish. This is for you." Gan. For took out a whistle from his arms and threw it to Nami, "Just blow the whistle and I will come to rescue you. It only takes 5 million ik at a time." 5 million. Nami exploded immediately, "Why don't you go and rob it? My price is already very cheap, okay Gan." For was a little speechless, "Don't bargain with me, I won't lower it by a single ik. Don't make it difficult for me, I have to live too." Converted to the money in Qinghai, this is not much at all. Could it be that they are unwilling to spend such a small amount of money? So stingy. Are you really pirates? So, what exactly is the Ike you are talking about? Usopp asked with his head tilted. Could it be the latest type of money? But 5 million is really... Didn't you rush down from the top of the high-speed sky road? Gang Cole was a little dumbfounded. You must have passed at least 1 or 2 sky islands on the way. Not really. Chu Feng shrugged. Sorry, old man, we rushed up from Qinghai on the upwelling current. Is that so? Gang Cole muttered to himself. No wonder you didn't know. It's not that I didn't know at all. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, if I remember correctly, the exchange rate between Ike and Bailey is 10,000:1. In other words, 5 million Ike is only 500 Baileys. 5.500 Baileys. It's so cheap to hire this uncle. At least there is someone who knows what he's doing. Gan. Furl breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he has made some money from the 500 Baileys. But I really admire your courage. Gan. Furl said with some emotion, few people dare to ride the rising current to rush up. After all, the chance of death is too high. Either everyone dies or everyone arrives. But Gang Kur has never seen many people who can rush up alive in his life. Anyway, if you encounter danger, you can blow this whistle, and I will come back to save you soon. Gan. Furl waved his hand, jumped on his Pegasus and flew away. Hey, wait a minute, you haven't told us how to get up there. Go to the waterfall in front, there are the answers you want. Gan. For waved his hand and disappeared from everyone's sight. What a group of interesting little guys. Chapter 93, Genius is so unreasonable. He's talking about this, right? Usopp looked at the waterfall in front of him with a wide-eyed look. Can we go up to the so-called White Sea here? There's a door in front. Let me see what's written on it. Usopp took off the goggles on his head and carefully observed the words on it. Gate of Heaven. It's so unlucky, it's as if we're dead. Usopp's face showed a look of disgust. What's wrong with these people? They actually gave it such a name. Who knows, maybe we've already died. Zoro looked at Usopp with a horrible expression, which scared Usopp so much that his hair stood on end. Sanji nodded in agreement. If you put it that way, it's not surprising that this world is so strange. Of course, the two were just joking. But it still scared Chopper. Hey! Are we really dead? Nami's eyelids twitched, and she rolled up her sleeves and walked over. Ping Pong Pong punched these guys and made them have bruises all over their heads. Really, are you trying to scare me by saying this at this time? Nami hugged Chopper in her arms and turned away. Why did you hit me too? Usopp, who was lying on the ground, said weakly. He was obviously the one who was afraid just now. Ah, it was just a coincidence. It was just a coincidence, Usopp roared with a sharp mouth. How can this be? How can you just beat someone up just by chance? Chu Feng noticed the changes in the distance. Hey, someone came out. It's an old man. All the Straw Hat Pirates were lying on the bow and looking into the distance when they heard this, and they were shocked. Look, she has wings behind her. It's an angel. Do all angels look like this? Luffy looked at the mother-in-law who suddenly appeared with a surprised face and said, she looks like a sour plum. Do all the angels in this world look like this? Nami's mouth twitched. Do you talk like this? What? She was interrupted by the other party before she finished her words. I am the supervisor of the Gate of Heaven, Amazon. Are you here for sightseeing or fighting? Sightseeing and fighting. Nami's eyes showed a trace of doubt. Is there anyone on Sky Island 08 who is starting a war? Sure enough, people from all over the world will have such ambitions. What's the difference? It doesn't matter. Amazon said lightly, but if you want to reach the upper level, you need to pay the fee to enter the heaven, 10 billion IQ per person. This is the law. 1 billion. Nami's voice suddenly rose. Why don't you go and rob? One person is 1 billion. How much is 8 people? That's 8 billion. Hey, didn't Chu Feng just say that the conversion rate between Ike and Bailey is 10,000:1? We only need 800,000 Baileys for 8 people. 800,000 is not a small amount. Nami said unhappily, you don't care about money and you don't know how hard it is to make money. Usopp. How hard is it? And why does he feel like something is wrong? Is it Nami who makes money? Isn't it Chu Feng? The source of their money has always been almost all from Chu Feng. Just when Usopp was thinking, Nami looked at Amazon with a smile and said, suppose, what would happen if there is no money? You can also go in. Amazon said lightly. Usopp was dumbfounded. You can also. Then what's the use of talking for a long time? I'm neither a gatekeeper nor a guard. I just want to ask what you think. Then let's go to Sky Island. Let us in, Grandma. Nami said with a smile. We don't have money. Okay, I know. Amazon clapped his hands, summoned an express shrimp, grabbed the Golden Mary and rushed out. What is this? What a big shrimp! Looking at the rapidly receding scenery, Nami grabbed Chu Feng and shouted, everyone hold on tight, don't be thrown out. Then he looked at the very calm Chu Feng and shouted, Chu Feng, do you know something? No, not really. Chu Feng said with an unchanged smile, I don't know anything. In fact, there is really no need to pay this money, because they came here to take the gold and kill Enel. Chu Feng is determined to get the Thunder Fruit. On the other side, after watching the Golden Mary disappear, Amazon immediately said, this is Amazon, the supervisor of the Gate of Heaven. Report to the Almighty God and the priests. 8 illegal immigrants have invaded the kingdom of God. Please punish them with God. At the highest point of the distant Sky Island, a man slowly opened his eyes and showed a playful smile. People from Qinghai. Interesting, it just so happens that his golden ship is about to be completed. Before that, let's have a good time with these guys. Thinking of this, Enel disappeared instantly. He thought of an interesting idea. The Straw Hat Pirates riding the express shrimp soon arrived at the real Sky Island area, the White Sea. There is actually a forest. Looking at the scene on the beach in the distance, Nami said in surprise, I thought there would be nothing else here except Yunyi. Of course, this is Sky Island. Chu Feng said indifferently, and then jumped directly from the boat. Hey, Chu Feng, there are clouds below. I know. Chu Feng, who landed on the clouds and water, waved his hand calmly, don't worry, the clouds here are different from the ones we encountered before. Look, it can support me. You can just think of it as a beach. After that, he walked towards the shore by himself. Seeing that there was no problem, the others also jumped down together. Hurry up, we have to go on an adventure too. Oh. Soon, only Zoro and Nico Robin were left on the boat. Aren't you going? Nico Robin asked Zoro with a smile. I'll go down after I drop the anchor. Zoro waved his hand, you don't have to worry about me. Nico Robin smiled and didn't care about Zoro's attitude. Turned and walked towards the direction of the cloud beach. This feeling of unknown adventure, she never dared to think about it before. Maybe. It's hard to say whether the Straw Hat Pirates is really her destination. What are you doing? Nami came to Chu Feng and asked curiously, did you make this? Ah, how is it? Not bad. Chu Feng gave Nami a thumbs up. The plasticity of the clouds here is very high, try the cloud bed I made. Nami nodded, went up to try it and found it was really comfortable. Chu Feng, can I take this back to the ship? You want this? Yeah. Yeah. Chu Feng touched his chin and thought for a while and said, okay, leave this to me. Then he walked to the side and started to get busy. After collecting a large amount of plastic cloud, he protected it with a special method. In this way, even if he returned to the Grand Line, it would not affect the use of these things. After doing all this, Chu Feng heard a sound of piano. He turned around and looked in the direction of the sound and was stunned for a moment. Isn't this that? Ah, Sanji twisted his body and shouted, what a nice voice, hello, beautiful lady. After seeing that everyone noticed her, Konis put away the cloud piano and said with a smile, Black Soul, Japanese homonym. Black Soul Usopp was stunned for a moment, then poked Luffy on the side and said, did she say belly button just now? I don't know. I am a native of Sky Island. Konis smiled and said, are you from Qinghai? Welcome to the Angel Beach in the Kingdom of God. God's Kingdom. Luffy tilted his head and looked at Konis curiously. Didn't they come to Sky Island? Why is it God's Kingdom? Konis smiled and didn't answer this question. Instead, she looked at Luffy and said, do you want to drink this? She pointed at the coconut in Luffy's hand. Let me open it for you. After taking the coconut from Luffy, Konis easily opened the coconut that Luffy couldn't open even after biting a tooth. The shell of this coconut is very hard. There is no way to open it without special methods. She said and returned the coconut to Luffy. Luffy took a sip and almost swallowed his tongue in excitement. Is it so delicious? Drink more if you like it. Konis smiled, then looked at the others and said, my name is Konis, and this is my pet Cloud Fox Sissy. If you have any questions, I will try my best to help you. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Konis deeply. There is something wrong with this girl. Is she too hospitable? It's like she came to them with a mission. Konis noticed Chu Feng's gaze and was immediately shocked. Did this man find something? Ah! Beautiful lady, your eyes healed the burning wound in my heart. Sanji was punched aside by Nami before he finished speaking. Get out of here. There are so many important things to ask now. Why are you making trouble here, you bastard? After kicking Sanji aside, Nami walked towards Konis with a smile and said, great, we just have a lot of questions. Anyway, this place is too incredible for us. Konis hesitated, looked at Sanji lying on the ground and twitching, and then looked at Nami, and sighed at the toughness of Qinghai women. "No problem, just ask anything you want to ask." Zoro, who was observing the surroundings, suddenly noticed the situation on the sea and said, "Hey, it seems someone is coming." "Ah, it's my father." Konis waved her hand and shouted, "Father, Black Soul." "Konis, Black Soul? Black? What are you talking about?" Luffy looked at Konis with disgust. "Why do you say belly button when you greet?" Nami thought about it and thought it was probably their special way of greeting. For example, everyone has to show their belly button to each other. But what is that thing he's sitting on? "It's the Viper," Konis said with a smile. "This is a special means of transportation in the Kingdom of God. We only have it here." "Can't he stop?" Usopp pointed at the person rushing over from a distance and said, "He really can't stop." "Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm going to stop." Although he said this, Konis's father Pagia didn't stop at all, and didn't stop until he hit a coconut tree in the distance, which made Chu Feng dumbfounded. "What kind of operation are you doing, uncle? Everyone, are you not hurt?" Listening to Pagia's words, Zoro opened his shark mouth and roared, "Take care of yourself first. Why can't you understand how to use this means of transportation you made yourself?" Pagia scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. "Connie, are they your friends?" "Yes, I just met them." Connie smiled, "They seem to be from Qinghai." "Really?" Pagia said gently, "everyone must be confused about many things when they come here. Bibai scared everyone, I'm really sorry." It's okay. Looking at this polite uncle, everyone has a good impression of him. He is a good person. "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Pagia." "It's okay, it's okay." He waved his hand and then came to Pagia and said, "I want to ask, this thing has no sails and does not need to be paddled, why can it sail on the sea? What is the power source?" Konis looked at Nami with some doubts and said, "Don't you know DLAL?" DLAL. Luffy tilted his head and walked to the side of Vayaba and said, "Uncle, can you lend me this to play with?" "Yes, yes." So everyone witnessed the whole process of Luffy getting on the car, rushing out, overturning, and falling into the sea. "Well." Sanji hesitated and said, "This thing is really not that easy to operate. By the way, this is not an ordinary 490C, will it have an effect on the devil fruit ability?" "I don't know, how about trying it?" Zoro was a little eager to try, so the two of them just watched Luffy sink. "Well, it really doesn't work." "Are you devils?" Chu Feng opened his shark mouth and roared, "And, Chopper, what are you going to do? You are also a landlubber, stop right there. Really, one or two of them are idiots." He moved his feet, rushed out in an instant, dived into the seabed, grabbed Luffy, and swam back. After returning to the shore, Chu Feng pressed Luffy to the ground and beat him. "You bastard, do you know how dangerous it was just now? You almost fell out of the range of the White Sea. It would be difficult for me to save you at that time, you know. Really, do you think you are Nami? You learn transportation tools casually." "Yes. I'm sorry." Luffy, with a bruised face, said sincerely, "I won't do it again." With a snort, Chu Feng looked at Pagia and said, "Sorry uncle, I made you laugh." "It's okay, it's okay." Pagia waved his hand indifferently, "Everyone, do you want to go to my house? It just so happens that I caught a lot of fish, so I can make a hearty local meal. After all, only in this way can we." "Is it really possible?" Luffy said with shining eyes, "I want to go, I want to go. There are delicious things to eat, he likes this the most. It just so happens that I also want to try the cuisine of Sky Island." Sanji grinned, "I can help you later." "Ah. Thank you very much. Then, uncle." Nami came over and said, "Can I try this thing?" Pagia hesitated for a moment. "You. Don't worry, I'm much better than a certain idiot." "Okay." Pagia handed Viva to Nami and said, if it doesn't work, don't be stubborn, otherwise you will get hurt. Don't worry, Nami smiled, and then skillfully operated Viva, sailing freely on the sea of clouds. Luffy was so envious. Is this thing so easy to learn? Usopp was surprised. No, this thing takes at least 10 years to master thoroughly, but... Pagia hesitated again when he saw Nami skillfully operating the vibrator. I have never seen such a person. She was able to operate the vibrator skillfully the first time she came into contact with it. Is she a genius? Why, Luffy shouted with an unhappy face, why can she learn it so easily? This requires special skills. You can't learn it, Luffy. Nami on the sea said proudly, and Luffy jumped up and shouted, Stinky Nami, we are going to Uncle's house, come down quickly. Stupid Nami. You go first, Uncle, lend me this for a while. Hey, be safe. Seeing this, Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, you go to Uncle's house first. I will go to you with Nami in a while. He wanted to see if he could kill Enel with it. Chapter 94, Lightning Immunity Pills, specially for Enel. Looking at Nami gliding freely on the sea of clouds, Chu Feng did not choose to go over and play with her. Instead, he deployed a small robot to protect and observe Nami, and then looked at Arpa Yard in the distance. The so-called Forbidden Land of God. Spray, let me see if Enel will come out. Chu Feng, under the wolf god armor, raised the corners of his mouth, and the whole person quickly flew away. Hanami looked up at the sky. Did something fly over just now? Forget it, never mind. Let's play for a while first. Chu Feng began to search for Enel's traces as soon as he arrived at Arpa Yard, but he couldn't find him after searching for a long time. Not here. Chu Feng frowned slightly. It seems that we have to find that huge vine. The so-called palace should be on top of it. At this moment, an uninvited guest appeared not far from Chu Feng, and said arrogantly, Sinner, you dare to come to the sky of Arpadu? Don't you know that this is the realm of God? God. Chu Feng slowly turned his head and glanced at this guy and said, you dare to say it? He is just a natural ability user, calling himself a god in front of a bunch of natives. It's ridiculous. A frog in the well. If this were in the New World, he would have been beaten to death. I am Shura, who is in charge of the rope trial. Shura looked at Chu Feng with a grin. Boy, come out of your turtle shell quickly, let me treat you well. This was the order given to him by God. Before, the four of them were fighting for a prey. Who would have thought that another one would come? It's really good news. I'm not interested in you. Chu Feng said lightly, where is Enel? His purpose of coming here is to get the thunder fruit and the gold for making Gundam, and he has no interest in these rubbish priests. Too weak. How dare you call me God by my name? Shura's face suddenly darkened. I will give you the most cruel punishment. Yes, yes, yes. Chu Feng said perfunctorily, so, can you tell me where Enel is? Feeling the perfunctory tone in Chu Feng's tone, Shura's face flushed with anger. A teenager. How many years has it been since anyone dared to talk to him like this? This bastard must die here today. Thinking of this, Shura immediately called his mount, the 3-foot bird. He leaped onto the back of the 3-foot bird, and Shura swung the fire spear in his hand and roared, go, kill him. Cry. After the 3-foot bird chirped, it rushed towards Chu Feng in the air. At the same time, Shura raised the fire spear in his hand and stabbed Chu Feng fiercely, go to hell. Looking at the opponent's full-strength attack, Chu Feng didn't even move his eyelids, and calmly raised one arm. Clang! What? Shura looked at Chu Feng with a face full of shock. This person actually blocked the attack of the two of them with one hand. How is this possible? So, you are the frogs at the bottom of the well. Chu Feng shook his head. He couldn't get interested in fighting such a guy. Chu Feng saw that Nami on the other side had already arrived near Arpa Yard, and he laughed, this girl is pretty fast. Don't underestimate me, bastard. Although Shura couldn't see Chu Feng's expression, he could imagine that face must be full of ridicule. This made him extremely angry, and he immediately activated the fire shell on the fire spear. Boom! A large amount of flames rushed out directly, hitting the face of the wolf god armor heavily and burning. Ha 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 ha, this is the price of underestimating me, Xiu Lian said with a grim smile. Even the previous god would have to bear hatred if he took the fire attack head-on. This is a high temperature of thousands of degrees. He will definitely not survive. Really, Chu Feng in the flames said lightly, I'm sorry for giving you the illusion that you can win. Then he stretched out a hand from the flames and placed it in front of Shura, and a fierce headbang hit the other's forehead. Bang! Swoosh! Boom! Under the powerful force of Chu Feng, Shura flew backwards and hit the ground in the distance with a white eye. As if he had done something insignificant, Chu Feng calmly shook his hands. He looked around and was about to go somewhere else when a strange sound suddenly came from the distance, followed by a roar. Boom! An extremely thick beam of light fell from the sky and hit the distant coastline directly, killing the poor thief. What a high voltage! Chu Feng looked at the analyzed data in front of him and thought for a while, then quickly flew to the coastline. Nami's current body may die if she resists an attack of more than 50 million fords. No, I can't take this risk. Take Nami back first. Ignoring the surprised eyes of the other three priests, Chu Feng landed beside Nami, picked her up and said, "Let's go." Chu Feng, seeing that it was Chu Feng who came to pick her up, Nami was so excited that tears came out. The scene just now was so scary that she almost thought she was going to die. It's okay, I'm here. Chu Feng glanced at the three priests with doubtful looks on their faces, grabbed Wei Bie with his other hand, and turned to leave. The speed was so fast that the priests didn't react at all. That person hesitated and said, "Didn't Shura deal with this person just now?" What? Could it be that Shura was killed by him? At this moment, a ray of light appeared in front of several people, and soon formed a human shape. God! Seeing this, several priests immediately knelt on one knee respectfully, with a humble face. Annie looked at the few people with a calm expression, and then looked at the direction where Chu Feng left in the distance. I don't know what he thought of, and the corner of his mouth rose. Interesting. This Qinghai man is a bit interesting. Let's go back to the temple first. Enel said playfully, there will be a good show soon. God, how is Shura? Enel snorted and said, that rubbish has been beaten unconscious by that Qinghai man. Just right, you guys take him with you. If he can't wake up, just get rid of him. It's just right for that Qinghai man to fill this vacancy. What? Disagree. He is a god, how could anyone dare to refuse a god's words? Ha 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 ha. What is going on with this Sky Island? Nami's face was full of doubts. What she saw just now was really beyond her cognition. Why is there a divine punishment from the sky? Is there really a god in this world? It's just a natural ability user. Chu Feng said lightly, relying on his ability to transform into elements in a relatively large attack range, he can do whatever he wants on Sky Island. Spray, that is to say, the people on the Sky Island are very weak. If there is a domineering one, it seems that coming here is heaven. Sent to punish the big-eared one. So how should I get the thunder fruit? Chu Feng fell into deep thought. Kill him directly. It seems that I have to make a prop in advance. Otherwise, when he dies, the power of the devil fruit will fly away. Hanami, who was sitting on Chu Feng's arm, suddenly noticed the situation at Yuntan and was stunned for a moment. What are Luffy and the others doing? Did they have a conflict with the locals? Usopp exclaimed when he saw the situation in the distance. It's Chu Feng and Nami who are back. Hey! Nami, hurry up, take out your money, we only need to pay a fine of 8 million. 8 million. Nami exploded immediately. The moment Chu Feng arrived at Yuntan, she jumped off Chu Feng's arm and kicked the captain of the Thunder Hat law enforcement captain in the face. He flew more than 10 meters away and almost got sent away directly. Usopp was furious. "Hey, Nami, what are you doing?" Nami also reacted and said awkwardly, "When I heard about the unreasonable fine, I was careless. Who told this guy to charge so much?" "Really, forget it, it's already been done." Chu Feng looked at Nami helplessly. This girl is really... After removing the wolf god armor, Chu Feng walked to Pagea and said, "Uncle, I'll give this back to you." "Oh, okay. What did you just do?" "Ah, that's just a set of armor I made." Chu Feng waved his hand indifferently, then glanced at Usopp and said, "So, what's the situation?" Usopp immediately became energetic, rushed to Chu Feng and complained to him, telling him everything that happened just now. "So, these people are here to arrest us." Chu Feng touched his chin and said, "Are you going to kill them?" "Please don't do this." Connie immediately stopped in front of Chu Feng and said, "You have already committed a level 5 crime. If you commit more serious crimes, God may punish you personally." Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders. "No matter what, they will face Enel sooner or later. So what's the harm in starting now?" "What is the punishment for a level 5 crime?" Usopp asked curiously. "You will be sentenced to the cloud floating stream." "Cloud floating stream?" Luffy laughed immediately. "It sounds so comfortable. Is it lying on the clouds?" "Not comfortable at all." Connie seemed to have thought of something terrible, and her face changed. "That's the death penalty. The so-called cloud floating stream is to put the prisoners and the boat together on the same island cloud with nowhere to escape, floating in the sky, until they turn into bones." Hearing Connie's description, Nico Robin immediately understood something. "So that's it, no wonder we encountered a boat that fell from the sky before." They did encounter a pirate ship that fell from the sky on the sea before, and it was probably because of this. After all, the so-called island cloud would not exist forever, and the pirate ship that lost its support would naturally fall down. Hearing Nico Robin's words, the others also remembered that there was such a thing. "No, I absolutely don't want to do this." Chopper was so scared that he jumped onto Zoro's back and hugged Zoro's neck and shouted, "That must be very scary." Neck, Zoro said with difficulty, "I can't breathe." He pulled Chopper down, and when he was about to say a few words to him, he saw the little guy crying, and immediately swallowed the words in his mouth. After a moment of silence, he said, "Don't worry, we won't do that. After all, they are pirates, how could they abide by the laws of other countries?" "Hey, what did you do to our captain?" Chu Feng turned his head and looked at the other party and said, "Is there any problem?" Seeing Chu Feng's dangerous eyes, the Rebecca enforcer shuddered. What else are you going to do? You should know that you have already committed a level 5 crime. If you continue to be stubborn, it will be even more serious." "Oh, what else can it be?" Chu Feng said disdainfully. "Is Enel coming down to punish us personally? Just now I went to the forbidden land of God you mentioned and nothing happened." As soon as these words came out, the air was instantly quiet. All the Rebecca enforcers looked at Chu Feng in shock, as if they were looking at a ghost. You went into the forbidden land of God." The Rebecca enforcer couldn't speak clearly. "Yes." "Then why are you still alive?" The Rebecca enforcer felt that his 3 views were impacted. "Why wasn't he killed by God? Maybe your God is not my opponent either." "Ha ha 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 ha." Chu Feng laughed loudly, then his face darkened. "Get out of here, don't force me to do it." All the law enforcers in the Rebecca shuddered. Insulting God is the highest level of crime. This group of the people are hopeless. Thinking of this, the law enforcers with the injured captain retreated with all the members, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. They didn't want to be implicated. Conies looked at Chu Feng and was a little speechless. "Isn't he afraid of death?" "Ha ha ha, we are used to being hunted down." Luffy said indifferently, "Compared to this, hey, Nami. Why did you come back with Chu Feng? Luffy said a little dissatisfied. We are all planning to go to that place that we absolutely cannot go to for adventure. Ah, no, I was just about to find you. Nami. So for you, adventure is the most important thing, right? You'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. Nami said unhappily, I have seen the so-called power of God just now. The huge lightning column that fell from the sky. The entire coastline is. Nami really can't muster the courage to be an enemy of such an existence. Chu Feng smiled unscrupulously when he heard Nami's words, little Nami, now it's not up to you. That so-called Enel has set his sights on us. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and looked at the sky. The magnetic field in the sky has changed. Maybe it's Enel's arm, or he himself came here. I don't know why he didn't do it. Is he planning to play? Interesting. Anyway, I don't want to go to that dangerous place. Let's leave this country quickly. She didn't want to provoke gods at all. What? Luffy was immediately unhappy. How can that be possible? Which is more important, life or adventure? There is no need to choose. Of course it's life, bastard. Nami punched Luffy's head fiercely and said, if you lose your life, you lose everything. Nami, there is countless gold in the so-called God's land. Please go in and take risks. Nami grabbed Chu Feng's hand and said, I'll leave the gold to you. Chu Feng's mouth twitched. Sure enough, this is the only way to deal with Nami. No. Nami reacted, rolled her eyes at Chu Feng and said, didn't you see the beam of light just now? Money is important, but it is also very dangerous. Don't worry about this. Chu Feng smiled, took out a few pills from his pocket and said, then, come here. What is this? Usopp, who came up, looked at the blue pill in Chu Feng's hand and was a little confused. You have so many strange things. This is a good thing, eat it first. Everyone looked at each other after hearing the words, and then ate the things without hesitation. After eating, they looked at Chu Feng and waited for his answer. This is a lightning immunity pill. Chu Feng said proudly, that Enelu is actually just a natural thunder fruit. I have analyzed it clearly. After eating this, his fruit ability will not have any effect on us. Aren't you awesome? I'll just be immune to your attacks and see what you can do. As if hearing Chu Feng's provocation, a large number of dark clouds began to gather in the sky, as if the power of annihilation was about to descend, extremely terrifying. Chapter 95, The Handsome Guy's Plan. Devil Fruit Absorber. The vision in the sky was extremely terrifying, and the people of Sky Island were all stunned when they saw this scene. Is this another person who has reached the first level crime? He actually let the Lord God take action personally. That God or something, is he going to attack us? Chopper hugged Zoro and shouted, are we going to die? He just went out to sea not long ago, is he going to die here? Didn't Chu Feng say that we don't need to be afraid of this now? Zoro looked helplessly at Chopper, who was holding his thigh. What's there to be afraid of about God? Extraction Group, 975632410. Right, Chu Feng. Yet. Chu Feng looked at the sky calmly, without any tension. Conies looked up at the sky, and her pupils shrank immediately. Didn't they agree to take them to the land of God? Why did they start executing now? Everyone. Before she finished her words, Pagia covered her mouth. Girl, don't talk too much. If you talk too much at this time, you might attack them together. After the dark clouds in the sky condensed to a certain extent, an extremely terrifying thunder fell. 60 million. Ford. Chu Feng looked at the falling thunder calmly and said, it seems that this guy is a little angry. Boom! The terrifying thunder slammed fiercely on the cloud beach, directly piercing through it. But it did not hurt the Straw Hat Pirates at all. After everyone showed their magical powers to escape from the pit, Usopp suddenly became bolder. What a bullshit god! You can't do anything to your uncle Usopp, ha 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 ha. Chu Feng's stuff is really powerful, such a terrifying thunder and lightning can't do anything to them. Ha 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 ha, so interesting. Luffy looked at the sky excitedly. Although it was not clear what happened, it felt very interesting. Konis breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately nothing happened. But the next moment her face became a little complicated again. Because she received the latest instructions. Just when she didn't know how to start, Luffy came to Pacha and said, "Uncle, can we take away the food we didn't finish before? We are about to go to the Forbidden Land of God for adventure, and we may not have a chance to come back. So before that, we must take away all the delicious food." "Of course." Pacha smiled with complicated eyes. The only thing he could do was to let them eat and drink well. "Great!" Luffy jumped up. "Sanji, bring the lunchbox. This guy is really smart about eating." Sanji smiled helplessly, but still followed him. "It's just right, I also have something to ask you." Uncle Usopp also came up. "I want some shells. With these things, he can upgrade his weapons. Well, 490 can just improve the combat effectiveness." "Okay, no problem." Pagia nodded. "You guys come with me." Then he gave Konis a look and turned away. Luffy and the other two followed him away swayingly. "Do we really want to go to that place to take risks?" Nami said with a headache. "Although we are not afraid of lightning now, who knows if that god will have other ways of attack." Although there is Chu Feng's invention, Nami is still very afraid. Even if there is money in it. Now that the other party has not been completely angered, it is time to leave as soon as possible. Luffy said so we must go. Chu Feng shrugged and jumped onto the Golden Mary. Looking at Zoro, who was already sleeping on the deck, Chu Feng was a little speechless. "You really can sleep? What's wrong with you?" Nami looked at Konis and asked curiously. She felt that this girl seemed to be worried. Konis was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. "Nothing, just a little worried about you." Then she gritted her teeth and said, "How about this? I know a secret cloud road, you can leave from there." Nami was surprised and said, "Really?" "Yes." Konis nodded. "You can reach the White Sea by riding the cloud across a vast ocean. And you won't get lost, and you can reach the end of the cloud directly at that time. You can leave here from that place." Hearing Konis' words, Nami said with a look of surprise, "Really? That's great." Yet Konis nodded. "As long as you ride that current, no one can catch up with you." Nami was silent for a moment, and then showed an expectant expression. "Just keep it a secret from Luffy and let the Golden Mary go up that current in this way. There is no need to fight against that god or something like that." "Are you sure Luffy will give up like this?" Chu Feng, who was sitting on the railing, said lightly. "Luffy is not someone who gives up so easily. Humph, when we rush out of Sky Island, he won't be able to go back even if he wants to." "Really?" Chu Feng pushed his eyes and shrugged. "Whatever you want." Then Konis said meaningfully, "This lady will guide us on the way, right?" "Well." Konis was shocked when she saw Chu Feng's eyes. Did he find something? No, if he found something, he should expose himself. Thinking of this, Konis calmed down and said, "You guys put away the anchor and wait for them first, I'll go get Viper. When they come, we'll set off." "Okay." Nami waved her hand. "Let's go, put away the anchor." I know." Chu Feng walked to the side of the boat helplessly and took up the anchor, then looked at the sea in the distance with amusement and thought that there was no need to use a little girl to deceive them. After all, even if they didn't lie, they would go to Arpayatu, wouldn't they? "Then, I'll go get the vibrator first." Konis smiled at the others and got off the Golden Mary. "Well, thank you for your help." Nami smiled and waved her hand. "We'll set off after they come back." "Okay. Is there really such a current?" Nico Robin frowned as she glanced at Konis's departing back. Her intuition told her that the girl had something she didn't say. Nami was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean?" "If there is such a convenient current, there should be many survivors escaping from Sky Island. But the number of people who return to Qinghai alive is very small. Really, not many people can fly here." Nami didn't want to think about things in a bad way, so at first glance, there are naturally very few people who can escape safely. Right, Chu Feng. Chu Feng. Nami, who didn't get an answer, looked at Chu Feng in confusion and found that he was staring at the sea. What's wrong here? It comes. Chu Feng's eyes condensed and said, "You guys, hold on tight." What Nami didn't understand what was going on, and the hull began to shake, as if something was moving underneath. The next moment, the Golden Mary moved backwards and quickly moved away. It's something similar to the express shrimp before, Chu Feng said lightly while sitting on the railing, similar to the huge sky shrimp we encountered when we first came to the entrance of Sky Island. What does it mean? Why did this express shrimp come to attack us? Nami, who desperately grabbed the fence, shouted a little crazy, "We are all ready to leave, why don't you let us go?" Because Chu Feng looked up at Koni's house in the distance and said, "That God never intended to let us go from the beginning to the end." "You mean there's something wrong with Koni's?" Nico Robin understood what Chu Feng meant. No wonder the girl's face looked a little strange just now. So she came to them with an order. "What do you mean?" Nami seemed to understand something. "Are you saying that Koni's is lying to us? That so-called magical current doesn't exist at all?" "Yes." Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, "Maybe the so-called God has been here and handed the task to Koni's without our knowledge. It's just that the little girl didn't have the heart to do it at the beginning, but now. Maybe she was given an ultimatum. Well, speaking of it, she is also a poor person. Ordinary people have no way to resist the strong. There is only one end to resistance, and that is death." Zoro, who sensed the danger, woke up from his sleep in an instant, rushed to the bow and said, "What do you mean? Why did you set off early? We are being targeted." Chu Feng glanced in the direction of Arpayatu and said, "By the so-called God. What about Luffy and the others?" "Nami. It should be us who should do it," Nami said with tears in her eyes. "If I guess correctly, the direction we are heading now should be the Forbidden Land of God. Are we going to face those scary guys? It's scary just to think about it. Anyway, it's unlikely to change the status quo now." Chu Feng showed a bloodthirsty smile. "Besides, I'm also very interested in this god. I hope he won't be too surprised when my fist hits his face later. It seems that I can only go." There was no fear on Zoro's face, but some excitement. "God, right. If he cuts off God, will he become stronger?" "You are hopeless." Nami shed tears of pain, lying on Nico Robin beside her and said, "Robin. Anyway, we can't stop, right?" Nico Robin smiled, "Relax." This young lady historian didn't seem to be afraid at all. In her opinion, it was enough to have a few adventures before she died. "So, can we only go to that island?" Nami fell on the deck, looked at Chu Feng with tears in her eyes and said, "Chu Feng, you must protect me." "Don't worry." Chu Feng smiled. There were only a few people who could pose a threat to them. However, Enelu, who had the highest damage, was no longer a threat to them unless they used physical attacks. But with himself and Zoro, physical attacks were there, so was there any need to be afraid? On the other side, Usopp, who was fiddling with something, accidentally saw the situation of the Golden Mary, and was stunned for a moment. "Hey, what's going on? Why is the ship running?" Luffy came over to take a look, and immediately exclaimed, "It's still going backwards. How did they do it?" Walking backwards. Sanji was dumbfounded when he heard this, and he leaned over to take a look and said in a daze, "Really? What the hell?" Usopp said speechlessly, "Whose ship can go backwards? Can't you see, there's something under their ship? That huge shadow, can't you see it? What on earth is it?" Soon, the huge creature rushed out from under the water and swam away at a very fast speed. "This is a specialty of the White Sea," super fast shrimp Pagaya said with horror. "Why are they here?" "I know. It's God's punishment," Koni said in panic. "They were taken to the altar to receive God's punishment." God's punishment. Sanji instinctively felt that things were getting a little worse. What is that? Anyone who violates the majesty of God will be punished, without exception. Connie bit her lip. They are now being taken by the superfast shrimp to the altar inside Arpayatu to be sacrificed. And the chance of survival there is 0. Usopp's pupils shrank when he heard this. 0. Then aren't they Luffy? Yeah, Luffy adjusted his hat and said, let's go find that so-called god. Luffy was really angry at this time. He actually dared to attack his partner. Sorry, no matter you are god or something else, you will all be beaten by him. Wait a minute, everyone, I remember something. Pagea walked in front of several people and said, I've heard that although they are all living sacrifices, but in God's punishment, there are 2 types of punishments for sinners. One is a living sacrifice, which is what Connie said just now. The other is a trial, that is, although they are now in the hands of God, as hostages, they will not necessarily be killed immediately. So now it is not them who are actually being punished, but the 3 who are doing it. What do you mean? Sanji looked at Pagea in confusion, can you explain it more clearly? Pagea was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, let's put it this way, you can think of this as a game of passing levels. You are the challengers, and the people who were taken away are the rewards. And the levels ahead are set by the priests. In other words, you need to pass the trials set by the priests all the way to find those people in the end. This is the only way to save them. When he said this, a trace of unnaturalness appeared on Pagea's face, but the 3 people who cared about their partners did not notice this detail. Trial Luffy stood up and said, it sounds interesting. Let's go, Usopp, Sanji. Oh. Everyone, please follow me. Konis took a deep breath and said, I have a ship that can take you to Arpa Yard. As long as they are sent over, their mission will be completed. Although he was very tormented, he had to do this for herself and his father. Really, thank you. Luffy looked at Konis and smiled, you are such a good person. Konis was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head and murmured, good person. She is not a good person. He. Sitting in the temple, Enel sensed the situation outside and showed a satisfied expression, not bad, this guy is quite sensible. In this case, let's spare her life for the time being. Anyway, when he leaves here, he will destroy the Sky Island with the most powerful attack. Just like the island before. Looking down at the 3 priests below, Enel said lightly, now I will give you a task, go and kill all the Qingdao people who come to the trial. If you fail, you don't have to come back. Yes, the 3 nodded and turned away. I hope you won't be disappointed in me. Enel narrowed his eyes and looked at the departing figure and said, after all, I don't need garbage on my ship. Well, I can use these 3 guys to test the strength of the Qinghai people. Although I don't know how they survived my attack, they will definitely be afraid when they face me. At that time, I only need to show my strength to defeat them, and then take the new team to notify the Infinite Land. Well, let's name this trial the Priest Trial War. Only those who survive are worthy of being his subordinates. However, what he didn't know was that at this time, a handsome guy was eyeing his fruit ability and rushed here with a prepared devil fruit absorber. As long as Enel is killed, Chu Feng can take the thunder fruit away. This is the main purpose of Chu Feng's visit to Sky Island this time. Chapter 96, The Armor Combination That Poses Has a Soul. After placing the Golden Mary on the altar, the Super Express Shrimp left the place, as if there was something here that frightened him. He said, run fast. Chopper's face dripped with cold sweat, is there any monster going to appear here? I don't know. Zoro frowned as he looked around, I don't feel any danger for the time being. But compared to this, I want to know what they are going to do by bringing us here. Logically speaking, they should have already started to bring them here. Thinking of this, Zoro jumped off the boat and looked around carefully. I know something about the situation. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, you can understand that we are now in a game, and the role we play is the sacrifice and the reward. And the challengers are Luffy and his friends. As long as Luffy and his friends are not killed, we are safe. Is that so? Nami breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. If that's the case, she only needs to wait for Luffy and his friends to come here with peace of mind. No, I didn't pass it. Nami immediately rushed to Chu Feng and grabbed his arm and shouted, "Are you going to do something again? Why don't you just stay here?" Obediently looking at Nami's eager eyes, Chu Feng sighed, "Although that's what I said, Nami, have you forgotten why we came here? I don't think that so-called God will let us go. Instead of waiting for death, it's better to take the initiative. The most important thing is, have you forgotten the legend that there is a lot of gold sleeping here?" Chu Feng raised his eyebrows. "It's right in front of you now, the legend of the Golden Country. Okay, let's go." Nami immediately stood up straight and waved her big hand towards the distance. "Gold and everything else are mine." Chu Feng's mouth twitched. Sure enough, he had to use this method to motivate Nami. Chopper looked at Nami in shock. "Weren't you still very scared just now? Why suddenly? That's gold." Then Chopper hesitated and said, "Are you all going out? Leaving him alone?" "Don't worry, Chopper. If you are in danger, just shout for help." Chu Feng smiled and patted Chopper's little head. "I will come back to save you then." But he felt that Chopper should not be in danger here, because he had killed that Shura. Unless that guy is a cockroach, he can still live even if his skull is broken. Okay. Chopper looked at the damaged plywood and said, "Then I will repair the Mary. Remember to come back early." As he said that, he picked up the wooden board on the ground and went to the cabin to repair the boat. Chu Feng glanced at the distance and slowly narrowed his eyes. "That Enel is probably looking at this place now. I hope you can come to me. Then I will have a chance to kill you." "Hey, Robin, can you take down the vine up there?" Zoro pointed to the vines on the top and said, he was going to use this to swing to the other side. "Yeah, no problem." Nico Robin looked up and crossed her hands to activate the fruit ability. A vine was thrown down by her, and Zoro took it and coughed lightly, then his face condensed, and he swung directly to the other side. In midair, Zoro's mouth made a savage cry, "Ayo ayo ayo ayo." "Nami! What is that? Is there a rule that you have to shout? It looks really stupid." Chu Feng looked at Zoro on the other side with disgust. Why did he use such a strange way to cross the river? Wolf God armor combination. Armor combination. Then, "Nami, come over." Chu Feng stretched out a hand and said, "I'll take you over." Forget about swinging over in a savage way, it's quite strange. "Can you take me with you?" Nico Robin said with a smile. "Come on." Nami pointed at Chu Feng's other arm and said, "You sit over there." "Thank you." Holding the two beauties, Chu Feng rushed to the other side in the blink of an eye. "I say," Zoro's eyelids twitched as he looked at Chu Feng, who was removing his armor, "why didn't you tell me earlier that you had such a way? I had to swing over in this way. Are you going to let me carry you here in a princess hug?" Chu Feng looked at Zoro in shock, and then showed a disgusted expression. "I don't want it." "I don't want it either." Zoro opened his shark mouth and roared, "I don't want you to carry me." Really, he just wanted to grab Chu Feng's arm and come over. "Forget it, we've reached the place anyway." After saying that, he walked away in a huff, and Chu Feng almost couldn't help laughing. "Hey, Zoro, don't go too far, it's not good to get lost." "What do you care?" Zoro snorted coldly, crossed his arms and said coldly, "So, where is the so-called god?" He looked around and didn't find anything suspicious. If it's really God, it should have seen through my every move long ago. Nico Robin shrugged, not nervous at all. After all, if it's really God, they won't even have the ability to resist. Humph, it would be easier if he is willing to come out by himself. Zoro said lightly while holding the hilt of the knife. If he dares to come out, I will chop him off myself. It's better if he doesn't come out, Nami said unhappily. We came out for treasure and gold, not to find that god. Why look for him? No. I just want to find him. Chu Feng curled his lips on the side, thinking that Nami was really naive. That Enel is probably hiding behind and peeking at the screen now. Hanako Robin looked at the ground and was stunned for a moment. Hey, look underground. What's wrong with the underground? It's the land. Land. Nami was a little confused. What's wrong with the land? Don't forget this is Sky Island, logically speaking, there shouldn't be land. Nico Robin's face was full of doubts, and the weight of land is completely different from that of clouds. This is probably the island that was washed up into the sky that year. Chu Feng touched his chin and said, didn't Rolando say that the Golden City is in the sky? If he remembered correctly, this island was originally part of Gaia Island. It was just sent up into the sky by a huge upwelling current. Is this possible? Nami looked at Chu Feng in shock. This is not our pirate ship, this is an island. The difference between them is not a little bit. Why not? Chu Feng shrugged. You can also see that there can be upwelling currents in the sea that can reach an altitude of 7,000 meters. Then why couldn't there be a current that could wash an island up into the sky hundreds of years ago? Nami opened her mouth and couldn't speak. She wanted to refute Chu Feng, but after thinking carefully, she found that he was right. This is the Grand Line, and any situation may occur. Thinking of this, Nami immediately accepted this setting. Well, it's quite reasonable. Anyway, let's go around, maybe we will find something interesting. Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth and walked away with big strides. Hey, wait for me. Nami hurriedly followed him when she saw this. Only when she was with Chu Feng, Nami felt safe. It's time for a decisive battle. Vapor raised his head and glanced at his companions and said, I don't know who killed one of Enel's priests. Now there are only 3 priests. As long as we defeat them, we will have a chance to get close to that bastard Enel. Then he can defeat it with the secret weapon in his hand. WEPA believes that even Enelo's body will never be able to withstand the impact of the repelling shells. Really? Kamachili said with a look of surprise, who did it? This is great news. With one less opponent, they will be much more relaxed. Probably. WEPA hesitated and said, is it the Qinghai people who did it? Only that group of people had the courage to do so, and others would never dare to attack the priest. Because they were already scared by Enelu. Qinghai people. Lakai looked at WEPA in confusion. Are they Qinghai people who came up from below? Yet. In that case. Lakai hesitated and said, are they enemies or? Humph, then it depends on whether they know how to behave. WEPA snorted coldly and said, if they dare to hinder us, I don't mind killing them. Although they defeated a priest, they were still not good enough in WEPA's eyes. It's okay if they don't hinder them, but if they do, they will all be killed. Lakai nodded, and then remembered something, and her face changed slightly. Why didn't I see that little Aisha? Did she run away again? What's wrong? WEPA saw that something was wrong with Lakai's face, and frowned. What happened? Nothing. It's not Aisha who ran away privately again. WEPA's face sank, and seeing Lakai's reaction, he immediately understood this girl. WEPA felt that he had spoiled her too much. Doesn't she know how dangerous it is to run away privately if she is caught by the divine soldiers? There is only one way to go. Those people will not show mercy just because she is a child. Thinking of this, WEPA immediately stood up and walked out. I'll go get her back. At this moment, Aisha came back from outside in a sneaky way. Seeing Vapa's eyes, she trembled and ran back to her home. This stinky brat! Kamachili said, a little unhappy. Can't you not make trouble for us at this important time? Lucky Vapa glanced at Lakai and said, I'll give you a task. Let this brat stay in the tribe obediently. We will go out to fight soon, and we don't have time to take care of it. What if they are caught by Enel and threatened? 0, 0. Will they fight or not? Got it. Lakai nodded, got up and went to find Aisha. Okay, let's continue the topic just now. Vapa sat down again and said, after killing one priest, there are still 3 priests. When the time comes, you will hold them back, and I will go to find Enel. As long as he can catch the opponent's body, he can kill the opponent with the repelling shell. Everyone, please be prepared to die in battle. Papa took a deep breath and said, but for our goal, we must do this. We are not afraid. Fight to the death. Ha 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 ha, we can. No one is afraid of death. That's right. To light up the lights of Shandia, Papa took a deep breath and roared, fight to the death. Fight to the death. Let's go. Enelu, wait for me. I will soon touch your heart with the rapier in my hand. What's wrong? Nami Chu Feng, who was squatting on the ground observing, looked up at Nami in the tree and asked, did you find anything? Yet. Nami wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, although it's unbelievable, but I did find something unusual. Maybe what you said just now is true. Chu Feng frowned slightly. What did you find? Chu Feng, can you take the three of us to fly over? Nami pointed to the end of the other side of the river and said. No problem. Chu Feng nodded, then posed, and said, Wolf God armor combination. Armor combination. Looking at Chu Feng, who was wearing a handsome armor, Nami hesitated and said, does that pose have to be done? 0 No. Chu Feng shook his head and then gave a thumbs up, but don't you think it's handsome like this? Very handsome. She just couldn't get the man's excitement. Forget it, this kind of thing is not important. Nami shook her head, then jumped on Chu Feng's arm and said, you two, come quickly. What did you find out you are so excited? Zoro said with some dissatisfaction, are you in such a hurry? Don't talk nonsense, hurry up. Oh. Chu Feng smiled. Sure enough, Nami is the big devil in the Straw Hat Pirates, and everyone is afraid of her. Well. I'm not afraid. Ahem, not afraid. Soon, Chu Feng brought a few people to the end of the other side of the river. Sure enough. Looking at the house in front of her that seemed to be split, Nami said blankly, I thought the house of the uncle on Gaia Island was a bit strange at the beginning. How could someone build half of a house on the edge of a cliff? Now it seems that he didn't build it like this on purpose, but it was split by the sea current. Nami turned around and looked at Chu Feng excitedly and said, this island called Apayard is probably the other half of Gaia Island. So that uncle chose Gaia Island. Nico Robin understood, really? Who would have thought that an island would be split by the sea current? Chu Feng didn't finish, but looked at this half of the house with a strange expression. Why does he feel a little strange? If it was really caused by the water flow, it wouldn't form this state of being split by a knife. The vibration would shatter the house. Could it be that there happened to be a great swordsman here hundreds of years ago? It seems that the legend of the Golden Country is true. Nami's eyes had turned into eye at this time. She turned her head and looked at Chu Feng excitedly and said, let's go find gold. Countless gold. How much money does this cost? It's no problem to find gold, but I suggest you wait for Luffy and the others first. Chu Feng took out a tablet from his pocket with a few small dots on it. Look, Luffy and the others are now very close to where we were just now. Chu Feng pointed to the location of the Golden Mary and said, let's go and meet them. And I have a hunch that the so-called god should be coming out soon. Okay, let's go first. Nami heard the money symbol in her eyes disappear, and she looked at the direction she came from with some worry. I don't know what's going on with Chopper. Don't let anything unexpected happen when they are not around. After Chu Feng left with the three people, a light appeared here, looking at the abandoned house in front of him thoughtfully. Tisk, is this the origin of the so-called legend? It's really interesting. It seems that these Qinghai people know a lot of things that he doesn't know. This makes Enelu even more excited. It seems that I have to see these people with my own eyes. Enelu raised the corner of his mouth, see if they are qualified to be accepted by this god. Ha 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 ha. But before that, let's deal with these Shandians first. Enelu laughed and turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared, flying away. They are the ones who annoy him the most. 4 more chapters are presented today, please support, please subscribe. 7. Chapter 97, The Legendary Elves. Cute little guys. This is looking at the person lying on the ground of the altar. Zoro looked at Chopper in surprise. Did you kill this? Yeah. Chopper nodded. He wanted to burn our ship, so I knocked him down. To be honest, he was not so angry when the other party hit him at that time. This guy Chu Feng looked at Shura, who was killed by Chopper, in surprise. Didn't I break his skull? How could he recover his fighting power to fight Chopper? Should we say he is worthy of being a member of the pirate world? This physique. Hey, Chopper looked at Chu Feng with some surprise. So he was beaten by you. No wonder he was wrapped in bandages. And the reason why Chopper defeated the opponent was because he found the opponent's weakness, the head, by eating the Rambo ball. Then he completely smashed it and defeated the opponent. Shouldn't there be another bird? Chu Feng looked around. Where did it go? It ran away. Little Chopper sat on the ground and sighed. After I defeated this person, he flew away. It's really a beast that is not firm enough. If it were him, he would definitely stay and fight for his partner. Good job. Chu Feng reached out and rubbed Chopper's little head, then glanced at the broken strange rod with his peripheral vision and sighed. He has tried his best to avoid such a thing from happening. Who would have thought that this Shura could still get up? How can he get up with a broken skull? At this moment, Luffy's voice came from a distance. Ouch! Look, it's the Mary. Why is the Mary on that high platform? Could it be that Chu Feng lifted it up? That should be the altar. Usopp was relieved when he saw the golden Mary. It was good that it was not destroyed. Everyone, we are here. Are you scared? Captain Usopp is here to save you. 493. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the 3 people jumping on the boat, Nami's mouth twitched. These 3 idiots. Well. Overall, they are quite energetic. Chu Feng smiled lightly. It seems that they have passed the so-called trial. But it is quite reasonable to think about it. If such a small difficulty is passed, how can they fight Enel? Soon Luffy and others came to the altar and shared their experiences during this period with everyone. Usopp walked to the broken spooky pole and was a little dazed. The spooky pole is gone. Looking at Usopp's appearance, Chopper said carefully, Usopp, I'm sorry. I have fought hard, but I still burned a lot of places. Chopper had heard Chu Feng say what this ship meant to Usopp before. So little Chopper blamed himself very much. Usopp was silent for a while, turned his head and looked at Chopper worriedly. Is your injury okay? Hearing Usopp's words, Chopper nodded blankly. Well, I'm fine. Usopp was relieved. He actually used a fire spear. That guy must be very difficult to deal with. Fortunately, I didn't burn you, ha ha ha. As for the ship, I'll find a way to repair it. Looking at Usopp, who was walking away with big strides, Chopper was stunned. Compared with this ship, is Usopp more worried about his own body? Thinking of this, Chopper was moved to tears. He raised his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes, turned around and ran to the railing and shouted, I will definitely become a reliable man. Looking at the excited Chopper, Chu Feng smiled, this little guy. But Usopp is also gentle enough. Well, it is precisely because of this that they can become partners. Hey, everyone. Chu Feng glanced at everyone and said, let's go to the forest. Why? Of course it's because I don't want the ship to be destroyed. Chu Feng said unhappily, Luffy, if we fight on the ship, do you think the Mary can survive with the destructive power of us? Indeed. Sanji nodded and said, and it's more convenient to fight on the shore than this. You can't use your fists and feet here. Okay, let's go camping, Luffy said excitedly. Camping, let's have a party. Hey, 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 Luffy. Usopp was a little dumbfounded. We are in the enemy's camp. Is it really okay to have a party in such a place? What if the enemy suddenly attacks? Wouldn't it be very passive? Unfortunately, Luffy didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he walked to the side of the boat and looked at the large number of sky sharks he had just killed on the water and said, "Okay, let's grill the sky sharks just now." "Hey, listen to me, bastard!" Usopp opened his shark mouth and roared, wishing he could go up and give Luffy a bite. Doesn't this bastard know to pay attention to the situation? Ha 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 ha, it's okay. Chu Feng smiled and patted Usopp on the shoulder and said, "Just think of it as a relaxation before tomorrow's battle." Looking up at the sky, if Enel didn't come during this period, he probably wouldn't come at night. In this case, let's talk about it tomorrow. Let's have a full meal today. He hasn't tasted the animals on the Sky Island yet. I was so busy with Nami that I didn't even have the chance to eat the food made by the father and daughter. After sending everyone to the other side, Chu Feng turned around and glanced at the Mary and smiled, hoping that this shy the little guy can appear. The ship is probably not saved, but he can materialize the ship spirit and bring it out. "Hey, Chu Feng, come here quickly!" Chopper shouted not far away, "Come and eat together." "Oh! Everyone, tell me what happened today." Usopp knocked on the blackboard and said, "Hey, Luffy, eat quietly. But this is really delicious. Really, you can eat so much no matter what you eat." Usopp was speechless, "And you can't eat enough with a sky shark." "Sanji, you go first." "Yeah." Sanji nodded, and then said, "We met a priest named Shadley in the Lost Forest. We fought hard with the scare ball that didn't know what would pop out and finally defeated him. But the most troublesome thing is the thing called the heart net used by the other party. That can see through our actions. If it weren't for this, they would have defeated that person long ago. It's observation haki, right?" Chu Feng raised his head and said, "It's an ability that can predict the opponent's movements without even using the eyes to see. It's similar to the extension of the five senses." Haki. Sanji glanced at Chu Feng and said, "You have mentioned the word haki more than once. What is haki?" "Haki is the ability extended from the human body." Chu Feng stretched out a finger and said, "I told you about armament haki before. This is the most effective way to fight against ability users. I won't go into details about this. Let me talk about observation haki. This ability is to sense the opponent's breath, so as to know what the opponent's next move is and where to attack." Breath. Zoro immediately raised his head and looked at Chu Feng. He was familiar with this. "Yes, breath." Chu Feng looked at Zoro seriously and said, "Zoro was able to become a swordsman only when he sensed the breath of other things." "Yes." Zoro recalled the scene when he fought with Mr.1. He did feel a lot of breath. Only in this way could he cut through the steel. It's probably a similar ability. Chu Feng thought for a while and said, "But it's not easy to comprehend these two haki, at least it's not easy for you now." Sanji keenly noticed the meaning of Chu Feng's words. "In other words, you have learned both haki." "No, I only learned armament haki." Chu Feng waved his hand calmly, "I don't need to learn observation haki either, because my combat support system can help me observe everything around me. This is much more powerful than observation haki, unless it reaches the level of being able to predict the future. Otherwise, it will not be stronger than Chu Feng." "Then how can I learn these two haki?" "Good question." Chu Feng showed a devilish smile. "Being beaten." "Being beaten?" "Yes, being beaten." Chu Feng smiled. "Being beaten is the best way to comprehend haki. How about it? If any of you need it, I can help." As soon as the voice fell, Chu Feng attached armament haki to his hand and punched Luffy on the head. Bang! It hurts. Luffy bared his teeth and yelled, "Chu Feng, what are you doing? He was eating, why did you hit him?" "Well, just a demonstration." Chu Feng chuckled and handed the meat in his hand to Luffy, and Luffy instantly calmed down. "Haki." Zoro showed an excited expression. "Chu Feng, if there is a chance, I want to learn." As for Chu Feng's so-called beating, he didn't care, most likely just to scare him. Besides, Isn't it normal to get hurt during training? And me? Sanji looked at Zoro provocatively. I will definitely learn Haki more easily than him. That's impossible. I can definitely do it. Impossible. Looking at the two people who were about to fight again, Chu Feng looked at Nami calmly. Nami immediately understood, stood up and punched twice. Why hit me? Who told you to be so noisy? Nami snorted and said, then sat next to Chu Feng and ate quietly. Actually, Nami should be the most talented among our group. Chu Feng looked at Nami with a complicated expression. She understood the domineering without any guidance from anyone. It's just a little special. How special? Nico Robin looked at Nami curiously. Is there anything special about this little girl? Well, it's so special that it only works on her own people. Chu Feng said with a forced smile, you will know if you pay more attention to it. Even Luffy, the rubber fruit ability user, will be beaten by Nami. Ha 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 ha, everyone laughed at once, and Nami, who was embarrassed, reached out to pinch the soft flesh on Chu Feng's waist. Hey 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 hey, it hurts. Wrong, wrong. Humph. Nami snorted, twisted it hard, and then let him go. Chopper, it's your turn. Usopp glanced at Chopper and motioned him to speak. I met a guy named Shura here. After a hard fight, I finally defeated him. Chopper sighed, it's a pity that part of the ship was still burned. But I found that he seems to have the ability to see through my movements. In that case, this kind of observation Haki is the basic ability of the priest. Sanji touched his chin and said, it's a bit tricky. It's not that I can't defeat him. Zoro snorted coldly, next time I meet one, I will definitely kill him. Observation Haki. You have to keep up with my movements too. We have a major discovery. Nami stretched out a finger and said, we found a building on the seashore that can prove that this island is the other half of Gaia Island. In other words, the Golden Town did not sink to the bottom of the sea, but rushed to the sky. In that case, wouldn't that uncle's work be in vain? Chopper said with a complicated expression, and he got diving sickness. He worked so hard for so long in vain. Golden Country. Luffy shouted with shining eyes, let's go find gold. Hey, 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 Luffy, even if we want to find it, it will be tomorrow. Usopp said unhappily, are you going to go out to find it in the middle of the night? Everyone needs to rest after a day of fighting. Fighting tiredly is not a good choice. Okay. Luffy sat down with little interest, and then looked at Sanji excitedly and said, Sanji, just eating grilled sky shark is not enough. Or let's have a party. This little food is not enough to eat. Holding a party. Sanji looked up at the sky, thought about it, kicked Zoro beside him and said, hey, Zoro, come with me to find ingredients. Zoro said a little unhappy, why me? But he still stood up and walked away with Sanji. Well, should we say they are a pair of happy enemies? It's almost night, let's put out the fire first. Nico Robin glanced at Luffy and said, besides, holding a banquet or something like that can easily attract enemies. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Luffy snorted and said, did you hear that, Usopp? He actually asked us to put out the fire. Ah, you can't blame her for this. After all, Robin was a woman living in darkness not long ago. She just didn't know. Hearing what the two said, Nico Robin was a little dumbfounded. What do you mean? Why didn't she understand what these two said? Chu Feng looked at Nico Robin with amusement. Did this queen touch her blind spot in knowledge? Luffy and Usopp looked at Nico Robin after hearing this, and then they lay on the ground and hammered the ground and said, speaking of camping, we should have a bonfire party. People can die, but the bonfire must never be extinguished. This is the way of life. Looking at these two people trying to fool Niccolo. 7 guests, Nami's eyelids twitched, you two are idiots. Stop it, you know how dangerous this forest is. What if the enemy finds our location? Then they will. It's okay, just relax for a day, Nami. Chu Feng pulled Nami back. They won't come, and you said it's because of the problem of exposure. Who do you think sent us here? Nami's face stagnated, and then she said helplessly, I know. Soon, the bonfire party started, and some strange members joined in. Well, a group of white wolves. Looking at the white wolf tasting wine with Zoro, Chu Feng was a little dumbfounded. In this day and age, any animal can become a spirit, right? Looking at Chopper, Chu Feng touched his chin and said, by the way, did Chopper lose? It was not easy to eat an animal-type human fruit, but it turned out to be an ordinary person. Chopper noticed Chu Feng's gaze and smiled. What's wrong, Chu Feng? Nothing. Chu Feng squatted down and rubbed Chopper's little head and said, eat more. Everyone had a great time at the bonfire party this night, and soon it was the second half of the night. Everyone fell into a deep sleep. But Chu Feng did not sleep, but wore the wolf god armor and came to the vicinity of the Golden Mary, silently watching the young figure running back and forth, trying hard to repair the pirate ship. What a cute little guy! Chu Feng hesitated for a moment, and wanted to help the other party, but was afraid of disturbing him. After a moment of silence, Chu Feng turned around and left. Forget it, it's not time to meet the ship elf now. Little guy, come on tomorrow, I will beat you up with a thunder god. No, I should beat you up with a big-eared monster. Chapter 98, Transformation of a Multifunctional RV, Iron Robot joins. The next morning, the Straw Hat Pirates found something very surprising after they got up. The Golden Mary has been repaired. Usopp walked towards the strange pole step by step and reached out to touch the pillar. I saw it all, I am not dreaming. He saw it really. Nami also looked at the repaired strange pole with emotion. Even the strange pole has been repaired. It must be very difficult to lift such a heavy thing. But Sanji walked to the front of the strange pole and looked at the strange pole with complicated eyes. To put it bluntly, it is really badly repaired. What did you say? Usopp immediately rushed to Sanji and yelled with his nose against his face, it's good enough that it can be repaired. You actually said such a thing? Really? A cold-blooded guy. Are there still good people in the world? Luffy smiled very happily and actually helped them repair the ship. Someone has indeed been here. Usopp gave up the confrontation with Sanji and walked aside to think, who is it? Moreover, he also knows what our Golden Mary looked like before. Usopp looked at the Golden Mary that was repaired to its original appearance and was a little surprised. Has he seen it before? Hey, Chu Feng, did you see anything? Usopp looked at Chu Feng and said, or was it repaired by the robot you made? Me. Chu Feng smiled meaningfully, I didn't. I was with you all yesterday, so I didn't have time to make a robot. The ship spirit has just been formed, and it is not suitable to meet everyone yet. God knows if there are any restrictions in it. That's right. Usopp nodded, then looked at the bow of the Golden Mary, or more precisely, the back of the sheep's head, and said, Mary, who repaired it? At least I have to thank him in person. However, what he didn't see was that the sheep's head of the Golden Mary blushed for a moment, and even Chu Feng didn't notice this scene. Hey, we have to find a way to get the Mary into the water first. Nami looked around and said, and then find a way to leave here to find gold. Since we have joined that shitty trial, we must not return empty-handed. They are pirates. The others nodded when they heard it, and then they all looked at Chu Feng. Well, 08 generally, if there is any unsolvable problem, just look for Chu Feng. This guy must have some solution that they don't know. Chu Feng's mouth twitched, you guys. Is it really good to form dependence like this? Forget it, it is true that at this time, only he has the ability to send the Golden Mary down. Thinking of this, Chu Feng took out the multifunctional RV and put it on the ground not far away. Multifunctional RV transforms. As Chu Feng's voice fell, the multifunctional RV underwent a drastic change, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a strange robot. Put the Golden Mary into the water. The command has been received and started to execute. A blue light appeared in the robot's eyes, and then it moved quickly. The two arms quickly extended, firmly fixing the bottom of the Golden Mary. At the same time, a large number of mechanical claws appeared on the legs, biting into the stone below fiercely, firmly fixing the robot in place. Then he exerted force with both hands and extended his arms at the same time to send the Golden Mary down. This scene directly stunned the Straw Hat Pirates. This RV actually has this function. So handsome. The three idiots immediately rushed up. Hey, Chu Feng, can I ride this? Of course not. Chu Feng said unhappily, this is just an auxiliary robot, not a combat robot. It can only help move some things, and it is mainly used as a motorhome. Although his arm can really hammer ordinary people to death, it is useless against stronger people. Sanji hesitated for a moment after hearing this, took a look at the blades and gears on the robot's arm, and muttered after a moment, it's so twisted now. An auxiliary robot needs to be equipped with weapons. Mission accomplished. The robot made a mechanical sound and said, please give the next instruction. Transform into a motorhome. Yes. The robot changed rapidly and turned back to its original RV in a short time. Chu Feng put the RV back into his pocket. This thing must not be lost. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Especially for world conquest, if his talent is completely discovered by them, Chu Feng dares to guarantee that someone will come to catch him. How did Vegapunk go to world conquest? Wasn't he taken there half-forced? World conquest does not allow the existence of technology that they cannot control. Either surrender or die. Sometimes I really want to knock your brain open. Is this really something that humans can invent? Nico Robin said in surprise. That's not possible. Chu Feng glanced at this black-bellied queen and smiled. My head is very precious. Nico Robin nodded in agreement. You took this to the rainy land at the beginning. Otherwise, the speed would not be so fast. That's natural. Usopp said with a proud face, it was because of Chu Feng's that we didn't suffer the pain of the high temperature in the desert at the beginning. Eating watermelon and blowing the cold wind, don't mention how carefree it is. Well, the main thing is that Chopper, this little guy, can't stand the high temperature, otherwise he will get heat stroke. Let's get back to the topic. Nami clapped her hands and said, let's discuss the route forward. Everyone nodded when they heard it, and after returning to the Golden Mary together, Nami took out the long-treasured map. Okay, everyone, look at the map. Nami spread the map on the ground and said, the route of the exploration team is like this. Go straight south. Then there should be some ruins at the right eye. Of course, you must also be careful of various enemies, and then bring back the gold. That's countless gold. Zoro glanced at Nami unhappily and said, you said it lightly. We are being hunted down now. Is it really okay to search for gold at this time? I am happy to investigate the ruins. Nico Robin smiled. This is her reason for living. Listening to Nami's words, Luffy seemed to understand something. Hey, what's wrong with you? You keep talking about gold, why don't you come yourself? Luffy felt that Nami was really weird. It was obviously what she wanted. That's right, Nami said confidently, because it's scary. Why would she take risks when she can wait here for the gold to be delivered? What if she meets that god on the way? Wouldn't she be in danger? It's safer to stay on the Mary. Chopper looked at Nami in shock. Although you want the gold, you don't want to take risks. Nami is so weird, so perverted. Is this Nami's true face? Chopper has learned something new. What did you say? Nami turned her head and glanced at Chopper. It's okay for you to think so, but why do you say it out loud? Chopper shuddered and shook his head immediately, indicating that he didn't say anything. It would be bad if he got beaten. Nami rolled her eyes, too lazy to bother with this little guy. Okay, let's get back to the point. Nami nodded at the map and said, next we have to split into two groups. You start from the forest, reach the ruins as soon as possible, and then get the gold. We will drive the Golden Mary to leave the island, and then rush to the sea near the ruins as soon as possible. Let's meet up near the ruins, and then escape from the Sky Island in one breath. At that time, we will be the Monopoly Pirates. You can buy whatever you want. Nami's eyes turned into two eyes, as if she had seen a lot of gold waving at her. That's gold. Although Chu Feng got a lot of jewelry in the colorful mist, who would dislike too much gold? Luffy was immediately excited when he heard this. Then I can eat meat as much as I want. That's great. Yoshi, let's do it. Meat is the best. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said calmly, everyone, I'll tell you in advance that although we have all taken special pills and are not afraid of lightning, but you are likely to encounter his other two surviving priests, and their strength is not weak for you. If you are careless, you may be seriously injured. For us, Zoro was immediately unhappy when he heard this. Priest, if he dares to come out, I will kill him. Knowing Haki is great, right? Look, I'll kill you. Zoro doesn't believe that he is worse than that shitty priest. By the way, Chu Feng, don't forget what you promised to teach us Haki. Sanji took a puff of cigarette and said, after leaving Sky Island. Don't worry. Chu Feng waved his hand, I will teach you when the time comes, but whether you can learn it depends on your luck. And Haki is not an ability that can be learned in a day or two, it takes time to accumulate. Well, except for myself, who is hanging on the wall. Sanji, prepare a pirate lunch for me, Luffy said while lying on the bow. We're going to grab the gold soon, so excited. I know. Sanji said helplessly, really, you guys never forget to eat. But think about it, it is not clear how long they will take to go, so they have to prepare food in advance. After all, he does not know if there will be a chance to make a fire and cook on the way. Soon, everything was ready, and Luffy and his friends left from the forest. Only Chu Feng, Nami, and Usopp were left on the Golden Mary. I say, why don't you go with us? Chu Feng glanced at Usopp. This is the best opportunity to exercise courage. Isn't it destroying our world of two people? Shut up, Usopp said with his neck stiff. That's God, fighting against God. Wouldn't that cost him his life? And compared to staying with Luffy, he felt safer staying with Chu Feng. Okay. Nami walked to Chu Feng, patted his head and said, there will be plenty of time in the future. She didn't know Chu Feng's thoughts yet. Chu Feng rolled his eyes, forget it, too lazy to bother with him. Then he looked into the distance and said, I just don't know where that Enel is now. Okay, we're going to set off too. Nami waved her hand, Usopp, lower the sail. Chu Feng, bring up the anchor. Oh. Soon, the Golden Mary sailed into the cloud road, relying on the propulsion of the cloud shells on the small boat behind, heading towards the destination. Usopp stood at the bow and said comfortably, the wind direction is normal, and the sun is very comfortable. It's just that the speed of the ship is a bit slow. Hey, navigator, is there no way to speed up? There is no way, Captain Usopp. Hearing Nami say this to himself, Usopp felt that he was floating up. Quick, say it again. There is no way. Not that sentence. Usopp said as if he was discouraged, it's the next sentence. Captain, it sounds very exciting. That's Captain Usopp. Humph. Nami snorted and ignored Usopp, but looked at Chu Feng and said, Chu Feng, always pay attention to the surrounding situation. Don't worry. Chu Feng, who was sitting on the fence, pushed his glasses calmly, my radar is always alert to the surroundings. If any enemy appears, he will sense it at the first time. Even that Enel. When he appears, the magnetic field will change. Well, Chu Feng is the most reassuring. By the way, where does that Enel come from? Nami frowned, why do you want to do such a boring trial? Who knows? Chu Feng shrugged, I only know that he is the so-called god here, and he is a person with the ability to eat the thunder fruit. As for the rest, he is not interested in understanding. Well, just kill him 493 and get the thunder fruit. As for why not take him away with him? Ha, Luffy will not let such a scum join the Straw Hat Pirates. Natural type. Usopp's face turned pale. Is it the same type as the old smoker? Physical attacks are ineffective. Except for the domineering that Chu Feng said. Well, if you think about it this way, it is indeed the safest to stay with Chu Feng. After all, he is domineering. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with him. Chu Feng said lightly, Usopp, look ahead, don't let the ship go off the track. Got it. Usopp looked around with a face full of fear, and he must not have any scary guys. At this time, Enel looked at the two priests kneeling below with a calm face, and after a moment of silence, he said, the Shandia people have already taken action. The Qinghai people have also split into two groups. I give you authority. Today you can move freely throughout the island without being restricted by the rules set before. You won't let me down. The fact that the two priests were defeated yesterday already made him very unhappy. He was not unhappy because his subordinates were killed, but because of his own vision. The priest he selected is so weak. Don't worry, Master Enelu, I am different from those two people. Ohm said calmly, they are just Qinghai people, I will definitely kill them all in the iron trial. Humph, that rubbish Shura is just a younger brother compared to him. Another priest, Gadaz, was also dancing there, but he couldn't say a word. Enelu looked at him speechlessly and said, open your mouth and talk. Gadaz. I forgot. Enelu took a deep breath to calm himself down. After all, he was the priest he selected. Killing him now would make him look petty. You too, if you can't kill these invaders, there is no need to come back. Enelu said coldly, I need trash on my ship. Only the strong ones who survived are qualified to go to the infinite land with him. Yes. Go down. Enelu waved his hand after asking the two to get out. He closed his eyes and began to sense the situation in Arpayatu. After a while, Enelu opened his eyes and said in surprise, Hey! Did you actually fight against that snake? Then your luck is really bad. Enelu was amazed. In his opinion, it was absolutely impossible for the Straw Hat Boys to survive the attack of the snake. After all, except for himself, even the four priests he chose were not the opponents of the snake. Well, since the good show has begun, he has to take action. Go and remind those guys to make them work hard for survival, ha 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 ha. Let's start with those Qinghai people. Request a full order. 1. Chapter 99, Dumbfounded Enelu, why doesn't my thunder work? It doesn't look unusual. Usopp, standing on the bow and looking around, breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that we can get out of here soon. He originally thought that his group of people would be intercepted by the so-called god. As a result, there was no movement for such a long time. It seems that they have given up on them. Don't be careless. Nami's face was still vigilant. Don't relax your vigilance before we leave this forest. Who knows if the god named Enel will suddenly appear in front of them. Hey, Chu Feng, there is nothing to find for the time being. No. Chu Feng waved his hand leisurely while lying on the cloud chair. Don't worry, if someone comes, I will sense it. It is estimated that Enel is still slaughtering Shandia people. Well, anyway, I don't know him, so I'll die. Hey, Chu Feng, you are too relaxed. Usopp looked at Chu Feng's lazy look and said unhappily, if there is an enemy raid, won't you be the first target of attack? After all, it is the most correct to kill the one who is easiest to kill first. Thinking of this, Usopp suddenly realized that the weakest among the three people seemed to be him and Nami. No, Nami at least has the weapons given to her by Chu Feng, and her own melee ability. Thinking of this, Usopp immediately rushed to Chu Feng's side and grabbed his face and said, Chu Feng, you must protect me, us. That looking at it, is about to cry. Chu Feng. What are you crazy about again? I know. Chu Feng impatiently slapped Usopp's hand aside. You are a man after all, can you be normal? Hey, Usopp. Nami looked back at Usopp and said, you went back again before, did you go to ask that uncle for Yunbei? Yes. When he said this, Usopp immediately took out a shell from his arms and said, we may not have a chance to come back after we leave this time, so I asked the uncle for some shells in advance. When he said this, Usopp sighed, they are also poor people. They were coerced and deceived by that Enel before, and wanted to send us to this so-called trial. But in the end, Konis told the truth and was almost struck by lightning. If Sanji hadn't acted quickly enough, it might be. Such terrible thunder is not something that an ordinary girl like Konis can withstand. She will definitely be killed. When he thought of this, Usopp's heart was full of resentment towards the god Enel. He actually attacked a little girl. It was really bad. No wonder. Nami said with a look of sudden enlightenment, Konis's expression was indeed a little unnatural before, and I didn't take it seriously at the time. Nami was a little sad about this matter before, after all, someone who seemed to have such a good relationship with them actually lied to them. So she was coerced. In this case, just forgive her. As the people of this Sky Island, they have no way to resist Enel. Chu Feng said lightly, besides, we are actually just strangers to them. To be honest, I was quite surprised that Konis could tell the truth. I can only say that she is too kind. Chu Feng sighed, such a person will not live long. Most people may not say it until they die, after all. If you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. Tisk, the Straw Hat Pirate showed a favor to someone unintentionally. It seems that there is one more reason to kill this guy Enel at this time. Chu Feng's radar suddenly sounded an alarm. Warning, warning. High energy reaction detected, high energy projection detected. The other party is approaching here at a very fast speed. Is it coming? Chu Feng pushed his glasses and stood up, looking calmly at the direction of the bow and said, the speed is really fast. Should I say it's worthy of being lay? Ya ha 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 ha, hello ah, Qinghai people. A flash of lightning appeared at the bow, and then turned into a human form. This person was Enelu, the user of the thunder fruit. You, who are you? Usopp asked tremblingly, is it that god? Yes, it's me. Enelu smiled faintly and took out an apple and started eating it. Hey, do you want one? That look didn't look like a god who would kill others casually. This surprised Usopp a little, and he became bolder. I won't eat the apple, but what are you doing here? What? Enelu paused and said, let me think about it. Oh, I remember. I came here to inform you. Notify us? Nami asked with a puzzled look on her face. Notify us of what? At the same time, he walked to Chu Feng's side, as if he felt safe in this way. Of course it's my game. Enel grinned. Survival game. Ah ha ha ha. There are a total of 84 people on this island now, and I set the time to 3 hours. After 3 hours, the 5 people who survive will go to the infinite continent with me. How about it? This game is interesting. At the end, the expression on Enel's face has become dangerous, and Usopp shuddered. 5 people. Isn't it a bit too little? More than 80 people killed each other and 5 people. There are more than that in their Straw Hat Pirates. And what is the infinite continent? Ah ha ha ha, too little. Enel glanced at Usopp and said, I think it's too much. The weak are not qualified to conquer the infinite continent with this god. After the game here is over, I will completely destroy this island. Enel said with a grin, no one here deserves to live. Nami's pupils shrank when she heard this. Is this person actually going to kill everyone? This is an island. He actually had the guts to do it. Chu Feng. Chu Feng patted Nami's hand to signal her to calm down, then looked up at Enel and said, "Why do you think we will definitely participate in your game? Are you a little too confident? Ah ha ha ha, Qinghai people, do you think I don't know why you came here?" Enel looked at Chu Feng sarcastically and said, "Don't tell me you are not interested in the gold here. This is the Golden Town, which has a legacy from the Golden City of Shandora that existed in the distant past and was once prosperous in Qinghai. And only the strong can own this gold. By the way, I am also one of the protagonists of this competition." Enel didn't believe that these guys wouldn't be tempted. Of course, if they really weren't tempted, then he would have to take action in advance. After all, he is a god, and what the god says is the law. If there are only 5 people left to die, then there must be only 5 people left. Golden City. Chu Feng nodded. What an attractive condition. As long as he gets the gold here, his Gundam can start construction. At that time, his combat power will be upgraded to a higher level again. In that case, after killing you, will there be one less contestant? Chu Feng looked at Enel with a hint of murderous intent. Enel was stunned for a moment, then laughed, "Ah ha 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 ha. Boy! You!" Enel's face darkened and said, "Are you provoking me? The price of provoking a god is not something you, a Qinghai person, can afford." "Hee, God!" Chu Feng laughed and said, "Just you. Anyone in the New World can kill you with domineering power, and you are a god. It's so funny. Hey, don't rush to do it, let's talk about it." Usopp immediately walked between Chu Feng and Enel and said, "Is there anything to talk about? God cannot be provoked." Enel looked at Usopp coldly and said, "You too. In that case, I will eliminate you in advance." After that, Enel instantly disappeared from the spot. Usopp was stunned and said, Where are the people? Did they run away? Really, were they scared by me? Ha 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 ha." Run! Enel appeared in front of Usopp, pointed a finger at his head and said, "Who do you think is in front of you? 5 million Ford discharge." Boom! A strong lightning appeared in Enel's hand, directly covering Usopp. Enel, who had seen all this last night, put down his finger and walked towards Chu Feng calmly, "And you, get ready to accept God's punishment." Just as he was about to take action, Usopp's voice came from behind him, "I'm actually okay." He thought he was going to die because of the dazzling lightning just now. In the end, nothing happened. What is this, the level of God? Enel was stunned for a moment, turned his head and looked at Usopp in surprise. He's not dead. It seems that the physique of Qinghai people is much stronger than he thought. 5 million Fords can't kill him. Of course, Enel didn't think that the other party would be immune to lightning, because he had never encountered such an enemy. "Ah ha 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 ha, Enel, right?" Usopp looked at Enel proudly and said, "Come on, keep going. I'm not afraid of you. With Chu Feng's high-tech pills, thunder and lightning are nothing to worry about. Do you really think you are a god? In front of technology, you have to kneel down for me. Boy, I will make you regret provoking God." Enel looked at Usopp with a gloomy face, then flew into the air and knocked on the drum on his right shoulder behind him and said, 3 million volts. Thunderbird. A huge blue electric bird condensed from Enel's drum and rushed towards Usopp. Usopp Nami stared at this scene with wide eyes. Would such a terrifying attack? Boom! Usopp's snot flowed from his nose, and he scratched his face dully. "I seem to be fine. It seems that such a terrifying attack, but it didn't hurt at all. Did you dodge?" Enel frowned. "I didn't expect you to have such strength." Until now, he still didn't want to think that the other party was immune to lightning. No, that I..." Usopp was interrupted by Enel before he finished speaking. 60 million Ford Thunder Beast. Enel jumped into the air again, and at the same time hit the drum on the left behind him, releasing an extremely huge Thunder Beast. The beast roared and rushed towards Usopp fiercely. Boom! Directly submerged Usopp completely. Humph! Enel snorted, turned around and walked towards Chu Feng. See if you survive this time. Boy, it's your turn. You'd better look behind you. Chu Feng suppressed his smile and pointed behind him and said, look carefully before you speak. Just now, Usopp didn't even move, and he greeted Enel's attack very calmly. Well, this kid is different after he has confidence. Enel was stunned for a moment, and then a drop of cold sweat flowed down his face. Could it be? He turned his head and took a look, and suddenly froze in place, and then showed a frightened expression. How? How is it possible? Enel was so scared that his nose came out. Why is there anyone in this world who is immune to his lightning? Humph, you are scared now. Usopp looked at Enel with a grim smile and said, your attack has no effect on me. It was fun to fight just now, right? It's my turn next. Hearing this, Enel immediately flew to the bow and looked at Usopp cautiously. At this time, Enel's heart was full of questions. What's going on? Why is my attack ineffective? Who is this person? Are all Qinghai people like this? That's not right, or is he the only one? Thinking of this, Enel glanced at Chu Feng and found that he looked calm and not panicked at all. This made Enel a little undecided. Could this person be the same? Thinking of this, Enel immediately became alert. Boy, are you going to wait for me to pass by and give me a fatal blow? Chu Feng. How does he know what I'm thinking? Humph, I won't let you succeed, Enel said with a sneer. Although I don't know how you avoided my attack, it doesn't matter. I can let others kill you. It's not like I have to do it myself, right? Are you going to run away? Chu Feng's face changed, and he shot out and rushed towards Enel. At the same time, he took out the devil fruit absorber and covered the blade with armament haki. He was going to stab Enel with this. Enel was shocked when he saw this. He felt a fatal threat from the thing in the man's hand. He was right. At the moment when Chu Feng was about to touch him, Enel turned into lightning and disappeared on the spot. Don't be complacent for too long. Wait until I kill others before I kill you. Ah ha 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 ha. He was going to study what was going on with this group of people. His attack would not work. This would lose its deterrent effect. As a god, this was not allowed. At the same time, Chu Feng and the other two were removed from the candidate list by Enel. They could not go with him. Tisk, you run pretty fast. Chu Feng spat and said unhappily, this guy probably already has I am on my guard now. It will be hard to kill him next time. Nami. So, your goal from the beginning was to kill this guy? Nami was stunned. Shouldn't their goal be the gold? Why are you interested in a god? Tisk, don't you think it's exciting to kill a god? Chu Feng grinned and laughed very happily. Right, Usopp? That's right, Usopp was very bold at this time. God or something, for me, it's nothing at all. The opponent's attack can't work on me, what's there to be afraid of? Just do it directly. Next time he will also take out the slingshot to shoot him twice. Although his physical attack may not be effective, the momentum must be played out. No hope. Nami looked at Chu Feng as if she was discouraged and said, I don't care, anyway, I want gold. Killing gods or something, this is not what she wants to do, she just wants gold, nothing more. Don't worry, I will give you the gold you want. Chu Feng smiled, it doesn't take much gold to satisfy Nami. A few 100 million Baileys may be enough. As for the rest, just turn it into nutrients for his 100-meter Gundam. Well, you have to add some other things to the gold, so that you can ensure the hardness of the Gundam. Okay, let's go. Chu Feng looked ahead and said lightly, there are still a lot of things to do now. At this moment, two uninvited guests suddenly rushed out from the distance, still shouting, Stop, invaders! We want to avenge our big brother. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 100, Natural Observation Haki so terrifying. Looking at the two uninvited guests who jumped onto the Golden Mary, Nami was a little dumbfounded. Who are you? Why did you make such a strange laugh? Are you kidding me? We are not what? We are the deputy captain of the godly army. You dared to defeat Brother Shadley. What big brother? Nami said impatiently, I don't know at all. When did she meet that shitty big brother? Are you looking for trouble? You dare to say you don't know him? Zhongwu looked at Nami with an unhappy face and said, My name is Zhongwu. My name is Xiao. Xiao on the other side said, the eldest brother of our triplets was killed by you. Unforgivable. We must kill these people to avenge our big brother. I told you, I don't know him, Nami said madly. Hey, Chu Feng, beat them out. They should be talking about the priest who was killed by Luffy not long ago. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, I remember his name was something like Shadley. Nami was stunned for a moment before she reacted. It seems that Sanji and the others did talk about this before. Yeah, that's right. Usopp nodded, the guy we met in the ball trial before was called Shadley. Well, no wonder he is the big brother of these two guys, with the same ball-shaped body. Look, don't you know him? Zhongwu said angrily, I will never forgive you. We must kill all these people to avenge our big brother. Humph, a mere deputy priest or something. Usopp raised a finger and said disdainfully, let Captain Usopp meet you. I am not afraid of even your god, Enel. Ha 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 ha. As he said that, he took out his slingshot, aimed at the two and said, come on. Kuwu and Xiao hesitated for a moment and looked at each other in surprise. Is this man not afraid of even the omnipotent god? If so, his strength is very strong. No, it's impossible, Kuwu reflected, this guy must be bluffing. How could he beat God? That's like a natural disaster. Thinking of this, Kuwu shouted, Xiao, come on. Kill him first. Oh. Humph, come on. Usopp raised the slingshot and said, must kill. Gunpowder star. Boom. The heavy bombardment hit Xiao's face, directly blowing him up and almost flying out of the Golden Mary. Xiao Zhongwu screamed, is he going to lose another brother? I'm fine, second brother. Xiao adjusted his posture and grabbed the hull and shouted, kill him quickly. Although the attack just now seemed very powerful, it did not cause any effective damage to him. A mere gunpowder attack can't kill him at all. Looking at Zhongwu rushing over, Usopp became a little panicked. Hey, Chu Feng. Come and save me. Go to hell. Zhongwu raised the impact shell in his hand and threw it at Usopp. The head hit. If it hits, at least it will be seriously injured. It's over. Usopp closed his eyes and put his hands in front of his face, trying to minimize the damage as much as possible. Bang! Usopp, who didn't feel the pain, opened his eyes and said, am I okay? Then he noticed Chu Feng standing next to him, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Really, if you want to come earlier. He was scared to death. Chu Feng ignored this useless guy, but looked at Zhongwu and said, although this guy is a little out of tune, he is my partner after all, and I can't let you attack him. Damn it, Zhongwu said with a ferocious face, why are you hindering me? As he said that, he was going to pull his hand out of Chu Feng's hand, but when he tried hard, he found that he couldn't pull his hand out. What's going on? Zhongwu's expression gradually turned into surprise. What a great power! Then his face turned fierce. Do you think you can win with your strength? Try the taste of Impact Bay. Go to hell! Zhongwu clenched his fists fiercely, trying to launch an attack on Impact Bay. After failing to launch an attack for a long time, Zhongwu's face showed a trace of doubt. Why didn't Impact Bay work? Are you talking about this? Chu Feng raised his arm and showed the glove on his other hand and said, I have taken it. As soon as these words came out, the air was quiet in an instant. Some cold sweat flowed down Zhongwu's face. This was one of his few means of attack. Was it taken away? When did it happen? He didn't even notice it. And with one hand caught, The heart net was useless. What should I do? That's right. Xiaohu, help me. Let go of my second brother. Xiaohu rushed over at a very fast speed, raised his arm and hit Chu Feng's head. Go to hell! Chu Feng laughed, raised his arm in advance, pointed the shock glove in his hand at Xiaowu's head, and pressed the switch fiercely. Bang boom! The powerful impact instantly penetrated Xiaowu's brain, turning his brain into a mess. At the same time, he was blown away by the shock wave and disappeared into the sea of clouds. Obviously, he was eaten by the creatures in the sea of clouds. Xiaowu Zhongwu cried out in grief. After losing his elder brother, did he lose his younger brother? Don't worry, you will be reunited soon. Chu Feng smiled lightly at Zhongwu. The gentle smile was as scary as the whisper of the devil in Zhongwu's eyes. Yes. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong, please let me go. Let you go? Chu Feng laughed and said, if apologies are useful, what is the use of security officers? Too naive. Since you have joined this life and death game, there are only two results. Either live or die. Want to survive after being defeated by the enemy? Dream on. Then he took off the impact shell glove on the opponent's other hand and put it in his pocket. Seeing that Chu Feng was not going to let him go, Zhongwu's face suddenly became ferocious. I will fight you. Since I can't survive, let's fight. As he said that, he was going to take out the flame shell hidden in his arms and die with Chu Feng. But unfortunately, Chu Feng's action was still one step faster than him. Putting the impact shell on the opponent's head, Chu Feng said lightly, then. Good night. No. Boom. Zhongwu's brain was instantly chewed up by this powerful shock wave and flew out of the Golden Mary. Just in time, it was eaten by a jumping sky shark. As if he had done something insignificant, Chu Feng calmly wiped his hands on Usopp's clothes, then put the impact glove in his hand and said, Here, this is for you. Usopp looked at Chu Feng stupidly, not even noticing that his clothes were wiped. Everything just now was really too fast. In just a few seconds, these two people were killed by Chu Feng. I said, this is for you. Oh. Usopp nodded and took the impact glove in his hand, thinking that after having this thing, maybe he can upgrade his equipment. Well, it's not bad to use it to attack. Thinking of this, Usopp proudly raised his arm and touched his chin, thinking that his melee ability will become very strong in the future. Hey! Hey, Chu Feng, did you wipe your hands on my clothes just now? Well, Chu Feng calmly waved his hand. Don't care about such details. Anyway, the enemy has been killed by me, right? This is the most important thing. Humph. Usopp snorted, too lazy to bother with this bastard. 975628841. This should be the last batch. Nami sighed. If it keeps coming like this, her little heart will not be able to bear it. As if she had no confidence, Nami asked Chu Feng again, is it? How should I know? Chu Feng lay back on the cloud chair and said, it's better if they don't come. If they come, just kill them. Then he threw another impact shell glove to Nami. Anyway, he didn't care much. It would be best if Enel was willing to come back, but unfortunately that guy probably didn't dare. Seeing Chu Feng like this, Nami also relaxed unconsciously. Forget it, if the enemy comes, Chu Feng will solve it anyway. Then he lowered his head and put on the impact shell glove on his hand. This thing is interesting. Sky Island is really magical. It can actually make weapons with all kinds of strange shells. At this time, Usopp heard some different movements, like a loudspeaker. Thinking of this, Usopp put down the impact shell gloves in his hand, walked to the bow with a puzzled look and said, what a strange sound. After seeing the situation in front clearly, he was a little dumbfounded. Why are they here? In front was Konis and her father Pagia, and there was a child on the boat. What kind of combination is this? No, why did they come back here? Ms. Nami, Black Soul. Konis Nami looked at the father and daughter in surprise. Why did you come back here? By the way, the horn is so noisy. Listening to the weird horn sound on the other ship, Nami shouted a little unhappy, "Can it be turned off?" "Ah, sorry." Pagia was a little embarrassed and turned off the horn immediately. Now the world is completely quiet. Chu Feng stood up and looked at the father and daughter, and then at the little girl. After a silence, he said, "Uncle, is this your granddaughter?" "No way, X2. She just came of age, how could she have a daughter? And she is so big." "Hey, you can't get off the boat." Pagia hugged the little girl Aisha and said, "If you keep going forward, there's no way to go back alive. Didn't we agree to leave immediately?" "Let me go." Aisha struggled desperately, "Let me go. It's not my granddaughter." Nami looked at Aisha in confusion and said, "Then who is this child?" "Ah, this child is Aisha." Pagia said embarrassedly, "We met her on the way. It was too dangerous for her to be alone, so we took her with us." 0. To be honest, he really couldn't bear to see such a young child alone here. If she encounters danger, she will definitely not survive. "Is that so?" Nami squatted down and looked at Aisha and smiled, "Little guy, aren't you afraid of being alone?" "Stay away from me, Qinghai people," Aisha said with a small wooden stick, "I'm going to get rid of you. I'm a warrior of Sandora." "So what, do you want to fight me?" Nami raised the hand with the impact shell glove and placed it in front of Aisha and said, "Be careful, I will hit you with the impact shell." However, Aisha was not afraid of Nami at all, which made Nami a little helpless. This kind of naughty child is the most difficult to deal with. "By the way," Pagia suddenly said something, "we just opened up a route on the way here. It's a new river made of cloud shells. You can go directly into the White Sea from here. Leave here before being discovered by the enemy." Hearing his words, Nami's mouth twitched, "Then you should come more quietly. Make a loudspeaker and keep it on. Are you afraid that others don't know you are here? By the way, there is one more thing." Paige took the Viva down from the boat. "This is for you." "Viva?" Nami said with surprise. "Is this ours?" "Yes." Paige nodded. "I fixed the Viva you brought from Qinghai. Here, this Viva is yours." "Really, that's great." Nami snatched the Viva and said, "Thank you so much." "Nothing." Paige shook his head. "But you have to be careful when using it. The power of this Viva is far beyond the ordinary Viva." "Far beyond the ordinary Viva?" Chu Feng touched his chin and said, "Is it made of multiple wind shells or even impact shells?" "Almost." Paige scratched his head and said, "But this is made of wind shells, which have been extinct hundreds of years ago." To be honest, I was also surprised. I didn't expect that the Viva you gave me was actually installed with this. This thing is no longer available on the market. I want to try it." Nami took the Viva to the Sea of Clouds with a look of joy. She almost controlled the Viva right away. The father and daughter of Pagia were stunned. "So amazing! In an instant just learned it, is this a genius? As long as there is sea and wind, there is no ship that Nami can't operate." Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, "Even Viva is the same." "Really?" Konis looked at Nami with envy and said, "You are really amazing, Miss Nami. Unlike her, it takes a long time to learn anything." Sure enough, geniuses are good at everything. After playing for a while, Nami asked Chu Feng to pack up Viva. "Let's have fun with this thing when we go back, now we have something to do. By the way, where are the others?" Pagia looked at Chu Feng and said, "Aren't you together? Since he hasn't died during this period of time, he should have passed the trial." "They went to the forest for other things." Chu Feng shrugged, "They won't be back for a while." "Why is that?" Pagia was deflated, "What should we do next? If everyone was here, I was going to take you to the end of the Sky Island. Then we can leave the Sky Island directly. Anyway, let's drive the boat to the agreed coast first." Nami glanced at the sea in the distance and said, "I think they should be fine." Everyone took the lightning immunity pills Chu Feng gave them. That thing is a natural counter to that god. His attacks basically won't work. As for the other priests, her companions are also very strong. Anyway, when the 5 of them are together, no one can be their opponent. Nami was interrupted by the little girl Aisha before she finished her words. There are no 5 people together on the island. Aisha said with a sad face, there are at most 2 people in a group. If there are 4 people together, I will definitely be able to sense it. Since Nami was a little surprised by Aisha, is it the ability of the heart net? But why are you so young? Born with the haki of observation. Chu Feng looked at Aisha carefully and said, there are many geniuses in this world, and they are born with the haki of observation. And if such people are trained, they will definitely become a strong man in the future. But if there is no one to guide, and if you don't train yourself, your life will stop here. Thinking of this, Chu Feng sighed, what a pity. This little girl is destined to be ignored by no one. It is rare that she has such a terrifying haki at such a young age. What? Feeling the contempt in Chu Feng's tone, Aisha said dissatisfiedly, I am also a warrior, okay? Yes, you are also a warrior. Chu Feng waved his hand and went to lie down on the cloud chair. He was not interested in playing with children.